Chapter 1604. As the saber slashed down, the area around Lin Fei was covered in saber light. The void shattered and then returned to normal. Junior apprentice brother, the power of your saber isn't bad. Maybe that kid will be killed by your saber from a distance. You'll save us a lot of trouble. Complacent laughter came from afar as three figures approached. Ruler Luo Bing stood next to his two senior apprentice brothers with a smile on his face. Don't joke around, senior apprentice brothers. My baleful black saber only has 21 million layers of divinity. It can't compare to your divinity treasures. However, it won't be difficult to kill Tian. He'll be lucky to die to my saber. Although Ruler Luo Bing said this, he still had a complacent look on his face. After completing the task given to him by the elder, everyone's faces were radiant. Killing someone from a distance was such an exciting thing. As soon as someone appeared, they could kill someone from tens of millions of kilometers away. No one could stop them. Finishing him off with one saber strike is that kid's fortune. Come, let's go over and see if he's dead or not. The three of them had learned of Tian's strength from the elder, but they didn't care about that bit of strength at all. They could kill him easily with one move. Would there be a need for a second move? They came over full of confidence. They didn't see that person's corpse, nor did they see any traces of blood. Not dead. The three of them sensed for a moment and were somewhat surprised. It seemed as though what they had imagined hadn't happened. That person had gone somewhere. Ruler Luo Bing's expression was unsightly. His saber strike hadn't killed him. What kind of joke was this? He had clearly locked onto him. Who are you? How dare you kill me as soon as I appeared? In the distance, Lin Fei emerged from the void. That saber strike was very powerful. Lin Fei didn't use his physical body to block it. Instead, he used the void evasion technique to avoid the saber attack. They attacked as soon as they appeared. Lin Fei was furious. There was no one on this floor. Clearly, those people had been killed by these three, and they had stayed behind to deal with him. Most importantly, they had exposed his Taoist name. Not bad to be able to dodge my saber strike. Ruler Luo Bing looked at the 10 million layers of divinity above Tian's head. I wonder how many times you can dodge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hegemon Luo Bing attacked once more, unleashing one streak of saber light after another with his bale black saber. Inescapable net. Rays of saber light intertwined. This was to seal off all the exits. Once you die, you'll know who we are. Ahahaha. Hegemon Luo Bing didn't want to waste any more time. Hundreds of saber lights were blasted out. Lin Fei could feel the terror of these blade lights. If he used his body to block them, he would be instantly cut into countless pieces. Even if he activated the invincible defense, it would consume a large amount of invincible value. That guy's blade is pretty good. It's actually over 20 million layers of divinity. No wonder its attack is so terrifying. In the end, Lin Fei chose to dodge. Soon Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good fella, the three of them still have 100 million divinity layers. I really want to doze off and someone will send me a pillow soon. Lin Fei flashed into the void. It's useless to enter the void. Hegemon Luo Bing laughed loudly as he chased through the void. That kid's mastery of the Tao of space isn't bad. He probably used that method to dodge that saber attack. Hegemon Cloudsong laughed, a look of disdain in his eyes. The Tao of space isn't that impressive. All of the hegemons out there have mastered a bit of the Tao of space, but that kid isn't that impressive. How could he possibly escape from our junior apprentice brother? Hegemon Cloudsong laughed as well. The two didn't follow him in. The void of the divinity dais wasn't that large. It was only roughly 100 million kilometers in size. To them, it would take them less than 2 breaths of time to go back and forth. Their junior apprentice brother, Hegemon Luo Bing, didn't just have a bale black saber. He was also wearing a first-tier divine armor. They weren't too sure of the exact level of the armor, but it was capable of blocking attacks from treasures with 10 to 20 million layers of divinity. Ordinary attacks wouldn't be able to break through its defense. No matter how powerful Tian was, he might not necessarily have a treasure with 20 million layers of divinity. Right now, all they had to do was wait for the good news. Boom! 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 The saber light was like a net, blasting forward. Lin Fei continued to blink through the void, but the danger behind him never ceased. After entering the 500th level, Lin Fei knew very well that the higher he went, the more powerful the divine treasures the potential hegemons would have in their possession. That fellow still dares to chase after me? I was just worrying about how I was going to get my weapon from him. Lin Fei's weapon was only at 3 million layers of divinity, and its power was far inferior to his opponent's. He didn't even think about taking it out, he just wanted to take it from his opponent. Ditian, you won't be able to escape. This void is only so big. Today you will definitely die. Hegemon Luobing continued to strike out with his saber. Layer after layer of the void was shattered. Anyone else would probably feel their scalp go numb at the sight of the countless saber lights. They wouldn't have any confidence in being able to survive in such a dangerous situation. Luobing began to laugh loudly. If this place was bigger, Hegemon Luobing probably wouldn't have been able to do anything. This fellow was so fast that even Luobing had to admit that he was inferior. Thankfully, he had a powerful weapon in his hands. A single saber strike was enough to make it difficult for his opponent to block. Lin Fei didn't say anything. He disappeared once more and reappeared behind Hegemon Luobing. With a wave of his hand, he slashed down with his saber. A protective barrier appeared around Hegemon Luobing's body. I was wondering why you only knew how to run. It turns out that you don't have a suitable weapon. I forgot to tell you that I'm wearing a first-class divinity battle suit. You want to kill me with that crappy weapon in your hands? Dream on. Hegemon Luobing was even more pleased with himself. He had thought that the person the sect had asked him to deal with would be very powerful, but now it seemed that he was only SOSO. He didn't even care about that long saber of his. Swoosh! Another saber slashed toward Lin Fei's face. Killing you is as easy as pie. Lin Fei dodged the saber and appeared at Hegemon Luobing's side, chuckling as he slashed out with his saber. By the time Hegemon Luobing counterattacked, Lin Fei disappeared once more and attacked from the other side. Rumble! Rumble! Lin Fei didn't stop attacking. He surrounded Hegemon Luobing and didn't move beyond 300 meters. At first Hegemon Luobing didn't care. He released his saber intent domain, wanting to force his opponent out so that he could kill him. As time went on, hundreds or even thousands of saber strikes later, the defense of the divine battle suit on his body began to weaken. This made Hegemon Luobing furious. Ditian, if you have what it takes, then stop dodging. Boom! Hegemon Luobing raised his saber to block as he punched out with his other hand. His opponent disappeared and reappeared above his head. You can rely on a high-grade divine weapon. Why can't I dodge? I'm not that kind of idiot. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he disappeared. Lin Fei had plenty of ways to kill Hegemon Luobing. Lin Fei disdained to use those methods, so the only thing he could do was use the stupidest method possible. He would exhaust this guy to death. Just a little bit more, and his divine battle suit will be useless. That'll be my chance to kill him in one blow. Every single slash from Lin Fei seemed to possess ordinary might and seemed to be completely useless, as they were easily blocked by the divinity battle armor on Lin Fei's body. Heh, master, you're so evil. The little fiend's voice rang out in his mind. That guy thinks he's going to win for sure. He'll regret it in a bit. The little fiend knew this very well. Every single saber strike of Lin Fei's had been infused with a sliver of divine power. This divine power was so subtle that it was almost undetectable. The enraged Hegemon Luobing wouldn't bother to inspect it. Don't underestimate that sliver of divine power. It was incredibly useful. When strands of divine power were gathered together, they would become terrifying existences that could detonate the divine battle suit at a critical moment. Hegemon Luobing attacked randomly, a look of anger on his face. Bastard, just you wait. Saberlight rumbled out. Hegemon Luobing thought to himself, damn, this guy has cultivated this kind of movement technique. Even my divine sense can't capture his specific location. Fortunately, I have the divine battle suit. Even if it's level 1, he can't break it. Since he likes to play so much, I'll play with him. When the power of the great path in his body is almost exhausted, let's see what he can do. Hegemon Luobing wasn't very good at the Tao of space. It didn't mean that he couldn't deal with Ditian. This was at most a small trick that wasn't very useful. I think we should each take a step back. You can't do anything to me anyway. Lin Fei said deliberately. Don't even think about it. I'll definitely kill you today. Don't expect anyone to save you. Apart from the three of us from the demon mystic sect, there's no one else here. You can give up completely. Lin Fei deliberately used words to provoke the other party. In the end he heard this. You're from the demon mystic sect? One of the 8 major sections. How could Lin Fei not know? He felt a little uneasy. How did the 8 major sects know his Taoist name? Could it be that the matter of the battle fortress was leaked? Apart from this, Lin Fei couldn't find a second reason to say it for a while. Now you know fear. Ruler Luo Bing attacked faster. In front of our demon mystic sect, you're just an ant. You're just an ant. I can do whatever I want to you. I don't seem to have anything to do with your demon mystic sect. Why do you want to deal with me here? Then you can only say that you're unlucky. We've waited for you for many years. Today we can finally complete the task and go to the next level. Lin Fei seemed to understand. During this period, Lin Fei added hundreds of attacks on ruler Luo Bing. It seems that you only know this much. Lin Fei suddenly said. What did you say? Lin Fei laughed and slashed at his face. Explode. Boom. Boom. A terrifying aura came from ruler Luo Bing, and his expression became uneasy. What did you do to me? As soon as his voice fell, the divine battle armor on ruler Luo Bing's body exploded like a mirror, shattering into pieces. Die. Chapter 1605. I got it. As soon as Luo Bing's ruler exploded, Lin Fei quickly snatched the divinity weapon from the other party's hand. Of course, the most important thing was the divinity level. It just happened to be 100 million divinity levels, in addition to the harvest of tens of millions of divinity points. Divinity is really good stuff, it's so secretive. As soon as he got it, he immediately refined the divine treasure in his hand. A divine treasure with 20 million divinity levels. Good stuff, really good stuff. He tried it and it went smoothly. Lin Fei didn't care much about 20 million divinity levels. Anyway, the wool came from the sheep's body. With this thing they're going to be dumbfounded. Lin Fei disappeared on the spot. Junior brother Luo should be back soon. Of course, the two rulers laughed as they chatted. They didn't use their divine senses to check the situation in the void. There was no need to worry about dealing with a brat. When junior brother Luo returned, they could go to the next level. They were tired of staying on this level. Hua! A beam of light blasted one of the rulers, and his whole body was blasted away. Crack, 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 crack. The void behind the ruler that was blasted away kept shattering, and he crashed into the void. Senior brother. The other ruler's expression changed as he realized that something had happened. His face was filled with anger as he turned and rushed into the void. The chaotic void set off waves of tyrannical aura. As soon as this ruler entered, the waves of air hit him. The scene in front of him left him dumbfounded. His senior brother was currently in the middle of Tion's torrential attacks, and was constantly being defeated. He could only passively defend, and the divinity battle armor on his body was constantly shining brightly. Isn't that junior brother's weapon? How did it fall into that guy's hands? Is junior brother dead? Even if this ruler didn't want to believe it, the facts in front of him told him that his junior brother had been killed. His weapon was in the hands of the other party, and his divinity levels had broken through 100 million. Junior brother Emo, come help me. At this time, the ruler who was at a disadvantage also found it hard to accept this news. From the moment he was blasted away, Tion appeared in front of him, and the torrential attacks came at him. He had no way to fight back and could only passively defend. The situation was getting worse and worse. Senior brother Fan, I'm coming. The hegemon Emoshan angrily charged over. A spear appeared in his hand, transforming into a fire dragon that smashed towards Tion's back, freeing his senior apprentice brother. Tion, no matter what method you used to kill junior brother Luo, now that my junior brother is here, you're dead meat today. Hegemon Fan Yun blocked with all his might. He let out a sigh of relief, but what followed was boundless rage. You'd better take care of yourself first. Lin Fei slashed down again from behind, and a resplendent light burst forth. As Lin Fei dodged to the side, Hegemon Emoshan's spear shot forward with a ferocious momentum. Gotcha! The spear stabbed into Hegeman Fan Cloud. Poochie! Hegeman Fan Yun spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "Junior apprentice brother, you'll only be satisfied if you kill me. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop myself. It's all that brat's fault. I'll try again." The Emo Mountain Hegeman laughed dryly. He lifted his spear and stabbed towards Ditian again, hating Ditian to death in his heart. If it wasn't for this fellow, would he have to stab his senior brother with his spear? So. Lin Fei continued to move. The range was very small. "Junior brother, who are you trying to kill?" I'm your senior brother." "You idiot." In the void, Hegeman Fan Yun's face was ashen. In this short period of time, Hegeman Fan Yun had suffered no less than 10 attacks from his junior brother. He was almost angered to death. He could only blame Ditian for being too crafty. Ditian had been constantly moving around, and he had even purposely led his junior brother to attack. As the senior brother, Hegeman Fan Yun had suffered greatly, and the divine battle armor was also being continuously consumed. The Emo Mountain Hegeman didn't have it easy either. He had been scolded by his senior brother, and he was almost beaten to a pulp. "Senior brother, I'll be careful." His gaze landed on Ditian. It was all this fellow's fault. "I want you to die a horrible death." The power of the spear in his hand suddenly changed, and he used a killing move. The sky was filled with afterimages of the spear. They were densely packed, and there were countless of them. Each spear seemed real. Lin Fei's saber landed on Hegeman Fan Yun's body, and the surging power collided with the spear afterimages. "Ditian, let's see how you block this move." Lin Fei suddenly turned his head and smiled. "You won't be able to break through my defense with just this move of yours." He left Hegeman Emo Shan's back view. Boom boom boom. The sky full of attacks landed on Ditian's back, drowning him in attacks. The Emo Mountain Hegeman suddenly felt uneasy. Previously, this fellow had been dodging everywhere. Why wasn't he dodging now? It was very suspicious. The Emo Mountain Hegeman was very confident in this move. Even if Ditian managed to block it, he wouldn't have much combat strength left. He might even be heavily injured. "Your attack is only a so-so." A terrifying aura came from the attack. It was as if a huge fireball had exploded in the air, and the sky full of attacks was directly blown away. Person charged out. A saber appeared on his left, and the back of the saber smashed into his face. The terrifying power smashed him out of the void and onto the divine platform. The Emo Mountain Hegeman smashed onto the divine platform. Before he could react, a person appeared in the void and stomped down. "You're the only one left now. Let's see what you can do." This stomp landed on his face and blood splattered. "You're lying. Senior brother has the divinity battle armor to protect him. Even if you have junior brother's weapon, you can forget about killing him." The Emo Mountain Hegeman's expression changed slightly. He could still sense the terrifying aura just now. "It's not like the divinity battle armor is indestructible. You won't believe it anyway. However, I believe that you will soon believe it." Hua! The saber landed on the Emo Mountain Hegeman's body. "Nonsense, you're lying." The Emo Mountain Hegeman tried to shake him off, but the other party was like a mountain. His power was like a rock sinking into the ocean, and a trace of shadow appeared. Boom boom boom. He stepped on a potential ruler and beat him up. That feeling was simply too amazing. Only the divinity battle armor on his body was slightly troublesome. It was like a tortoise shell, and it was very displeasing. 10 sabers. 100 sabers. The Emo Mountain Hegeman roared furiously at the start. He continuously activated his power, and he even wanted to exhaust Ditian's power so that he could make a comeback. After 30 sabers, the Emo Mountain Hegeman's expression changed. The powerful divinity battle armor also started to lose its power. "How can you be so powerful?" What he received was Lin Fei's laughter. "Don't kill me. I'm a disciple of the demon mystic sect. If you kill me, the sect elders won't let you off." "I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Mr. Ditian, please let me go." "As long as you let me go, I don't want anything." Lin Fei laughed sinisterly. It's over. Chapter 1606. He wanted to get rid of these 3 people. From the very beginning, Lin Fei did not feel that this was a problem. It was just a matter of time. Since he was proficient in the Tao of Space, he could do whatever he wanted. Against Lin Fei, who was proficient in the Tao of Space, they had no chance of winning, even if they were wearing the divinity battle suit. Choosing a place, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. Little devil, do you have a way to crack their storage rings? The demon mystic sect disciples blocked him on this floor, and Lin Fei suspected that it was related to the battle fortress. I have to prepare. Knowing that the demon mystic sect would be the enemy, Lin Fei had to be prepared. Cracking the opponent's storage ring was a very necessary thing. Lin Fei had every reason to believe that there would be good things in the storage ring, and it was very likely to be helpful to him. This is easy, they were all killed by you, and their divine senses no longer exist. Give me some time. Little Devil quickly accepted the task. In fact, it didn't take long, just a cup of tea time, the 3 storage rings were completely cracked. The symbol of the demon mystic sect? This might be useful, so I'll keep it first. Ruler battle suit? High grade. Ladies, Lin Fei thought to himself. Is this guy preparing to give it to someone else? Lin Fei didn't have much use for the lady ruler battle suit, but he could give it to the 7-colored ruler. There was nothing that interested Lin Fei in the first 2 rings, so Lin Fei could only focus on the last ring, hoping to gain something. As soon as the last ring was opened, the contents inside were poured into the system space. This is... Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he quickly found something. A piece of jade slip. The jade slip wasn't very big, and when Lin Fei extended his divine sense into it, he couldn't help but smile. It really is a good thing. The jade slip actually recorded the list of demon mystic sect disciples who entered the spirit pedestal stage. Looking at the names above, he quickly found the names of the 3 people who attacked him. Counting carefully, Lin Fei found that the demon mystic sect had arranged a total of 53 disciples, which was considered a great deal. Especially the first one was the famous dark sacred ruler of the top 10 young masters. With these names, I can easily deal with them. Maybe these jade slips are used to contact each other. This is very likely. Lin Fei pondered. In next to no time, Lin Fei took out another jade talisman. Communication jade talisman? Lin Fei recognized it. It was a jade talisman of a higher grade. He retrieved it from the system space. Lin Fei was not surprised that a top-tier sect would have a way to communicate with them. Otherwise, how could they be considered a top-tier sect? This time, the demon mystic sect's behavior made Lin Fei very unhappy. Not long after the communication jade talisman was sent out, the jade talisman actually reacted. Someone had requested a link. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had broken the storage ring first, and finally had a harvest. This should be a message from the demon mystic sect's elder. When he was outside the divine mountain, Lin Fei had observed the divine altar. Every time there was a movement in the divine altar, he could see the ruler enter the next level. He believed that it would not be difficult for those people to recognize him. Lin Fei had entered this level, and he believed that the demon mystic sect must have known. The purpose of asking so urgently was self-evident. It was for the result. Lin Fei smiled and opened the communication jade talisman. The jade talisman produced a sky screen, and a small sky screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. It could be considered a miniature sky screen. Junior brother Fan, it's time to kill him. An obviously excited voice came from the other side. The sky curtain showed that they were in a sinful hall. The 5 sovereign elders were sitting upright, exuding endless majesty. Obviously, the other party was also very anxious, and they started asking questions without any regard for the consequences. In fact, the 5 sovereign elders were very anxious. This matter was very important to them. These days, they were worried that the news would be leaked, and the extermination sovereign was temporarily placed under house arrest by them. Ever since Di Tian entered this level, they had been looking forward to the news. They were very clear about the situation on this level. It had long been cleaned up by the 3 junior brothers of the demon mystic sect. As long as Di Tian entered, everything would be under their control. They regarded the matter of the battle fortress as the most important thing. It was second only to the divine generals. You seem to have made a mistake. I'm not your junior brother. Let me introduce myself. I'm Di Tian. I think you really want to see me. Lin Fei said indifferently. The 5 sovereign elders never thought that this would be the case. You are Ditian? The sovereign elder who asked the question first shot out a cold light. Lin Fei, who was far away, also felt the terror of this gaze. As expected of the sovereign elder of the demon mystic sect. His strength was indeed not weak, and he was able to lead the team here. A throne appeared behind Lin Fei, and he turned around and sat on it. I am Ditian, the person you have never forgotten. As for the junior brother you mentioned, I'm sorry to tell you that they failed, and naturally they were killed by me. The 5 sovereign elders quickly calmed down. They had underestimated this Ditian. He had killed the disciples of the demon mystic sect and dared to confront them. Ditian's behavior could be said to be a provocation. What a bold Ditian! You still have the courage to say this in front of the elders of the demon mystic sect. Before the sovereign elder could finish speaking, Lin Fei interrupted him rudely. I have always been bold. The people of your sect killed me, so why can't I kill them? I can only say that they are not as skilled as me. Sovereign Feng Su was the sovereign elder who had reprimanded Ditian. He was choked by these words. They were all veteran sovereign elders. When they were famous in the territory, Ditian was still unknown. They had always liked to suppress people based on their status. Today they had been ignored by a junior. How could Elder Feng Su not be angry? He couldn't wait to enter the sky screen and kill his way to the spirit platform. How dare you? I ask you, is the battle fortress in your hands? One of the sovereign elders couldn't take it anymore. The void behind him was directly shaken, and he roared at Lin Fei in the sky screen. It seemed that this was the only way to vent his anger. Clatter. In this elder's opinion, Ditian definitely wouldn't be able to react in time when he suddenly spoke. As long as there was a slight change in his expression, they would be able to see some clues and confirm whether the battle fortress was in Ditian's hands. The sky screen disappeared into thin air. The other side crushed the communication jade talisman. Damn kid! The sovereign elder was furious. He dared to destroy the communication jade talisman. This action completely angered them. Immediately inform the disciples above to intercept Ditian. Kill him, we must kill him. He reacted so quickly. It is very likely that the thing is in Ditian's hands. Lin Fei indeed crushed the communication jade talisman. Putting on airs. Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei wasn't someone who could be threatened with just a few words. He simply crushed the communication jade talisman. It felt so good. If I don't care, I won't care. Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. I'm safe now. Lin Fei's thinking was very simple. Those demon mystic sect disciples below are probably waiting for me. I'll let you guys wait for a while first. Lin Fei threw the matter to the back of his mind and began to absorb the divinity points. This level soon welcomed some sovereigns. After seeing Lin Fei, they decisively chose to avoid Lin Fei, especially when the number of divinity points above his head was almost 400 million, which scared them quite a bit. This was definitely because he had killed several powerful sovereigns. With this number, those people didn't have the guts to do so. They could only stand aside obediently to avoid offending Lin Fei. It wasn't easy to come to this level. If they were eliminated or even lost their lives, the loss would be great. They also knew that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. But there was one good thing about him. As long as they didn't offend him, there was basically no danger. In order to be at ease, each of them still took out 5 million divinity points they had collected. Those people followed suit. Lin Fei didn't refuse anyone. Mosquito meat was also meat. Those people calmed down because of this. Elder, it's not good. One of our disciples on the 530th floor has fallen. 2 on the 570th floor have also fallen. 3 on the 591st floor have also fallen. After the demon mystic sect passed the news to the sect disciples, they waited in peace. They still believed that the sect disciples had the strength to deal with Ditian. The only thing that made them unhappy was that Ditian was still very slow. In their opinion, Ditian did it on purpose to buy time. This move was really disgusting. The 5 sovereigns had never seen such a shameless guy. How could they know that Lin Fei stayed so long on each floor for divinity points? Time ticked by. The disciples of the demon mystic sect waited for Ditian to appear. Immediately, a piece of bad news came back. The disciples of the demon mystic sect fell one after another. Every time they saw Dition's smiling face, it also meant that the disciples of the demon mystic sect died in his hands. One blow after another came. The demon mystic sect lost another 11 sovereigns in the hands of the other party. This caused the 5 sovereign elders to fly into a rage. How could there be such a person? However, they had no way to deal with Dition for the time being. That hateful guy, let him be proud for the time being. When we reach the 3rd stage, the disciples of the demon mystic sect will let him know what regret is. Elder Feng Su was already gritting his teeth. Took thousands of years. Lin Fei reached the 600th floor, in other words, he reached the 3rd stage. With the contribution of the 11 demon mystic sect disciples, Lin Fei gained a lot. The divinity level alone reached 2 billion, which was a good number. The divinity treasures obtained were also innumerable. For the time being, Lin Fei did not use them to exchange for divinity points. The higher he went, the more Lin Fei had to be careful, for fear of causing trouble. So many people. After entering the 600th floor, Lin Fei seemed to be in a layer of light, and he quickly descended into a senfu. Such senfu could be found everywhere on this floor. Most importantly, above the senfu in the chaotic space there were arenas lined up. Chapter 1607. Lin Fei seemed to understand what he had to experience on this floor. Battle. The 3rd stage was the battle. The battles on the huge arena did not stop, and one could still feel the terrifying aura from a distance away. Lin Fei was led into an empty senfu, and the gray-robed emissary appeared again. After the previous 2 encounters, Lin Fei had a habit of just listening quietly. Congratulations on entering the 3rd stage. This stage is an elimination round. The 1st and 2nd stages are for laying the foundation, and the truly exciting part is in the 3rd stage. As long as you can pass the 3rd stage, you can compete for the qualifications to become a divine general. This floor also has 300 floors. In other words, you have to accept 300 battles, and each contestant will be chosen randomly. It also pays attention to luck, and each battle will have 10 years to prepare. Lin Fei listened quietly. The arena was such a good place, wasn't it prepared for him? Lin Fei almost laughed. Any potential dominator who entered the 600th floor had a large number of divinity points in their bodies, and killing them would bring many benefits and treasures. Under such circumstances, only Lin Fei dared to come up with such a crazy idea. I also have to remind you that in every senfu, there is a place that allows you to exchange for divinity treasures, and you can also exchange for treasures. You can exchange for treasures to increase your strength and prepare for the battle. The gray-robed emissary disappeared again. Lin Fei also had a token in his hand, which was used to control the senfu, and only he was allowed to enter. Lin Fei liked this arrangement very much. After patrolling the senfu, Lin Fei came to a side hall in the senfu, pushed the door open and entered. This was the place to exchange for divinity points. Master, how may I be of service to you? As soon as Lin Fei entered, a black armored puppet greeted him. How extravagant! With a casual look, Lin Fei discovered that this was a dominator puppet, and its combat strength was unknown, but its defense should be very strong. Even one senfu was a big deal. Take me to exchange for divinity treasures. The side hall was not big. A sparrow may be small, but it has all the essentials. Master, you can exchange for divinity treasures here. The black armored puppet led Lin Fei to a stone door. Lin Fei saw the words on the stone door. Exchange room. The stone door creaked open and Lin Fei walked in. Inside, there was another black armored puppet sitting expressionlessly, and in front of him was a counter. Lin Fei asked a few simple questions and exited the exchange room. There were a few stone doors not far from the exchange room. They were places to purchase divinity battle suits, divinity weapons, and so on. What's the use of that stone wall? Lin Fei pointed to a huge stone wall not far away and asked. Master, that's the battle canopy. As long as you pay a certain level of divinity, you'll be able to view every battle, including anyone. The fee is based on how high it is. Anyone can see it. Yes. The black armored puppet nodded and said, apart from being able to watch every battle, you can also see the latest changes in the rankings. This is free of charge. Open it. The huge stone wall lit up, and a list of names appeared on it, from the top all the way down. The number 1 is still young Master Luo Xian. the head of the 10 princes, the peerless dominator of the Zhengyi school. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at the name at the top. That's fast. He's already at level 890, which means he'll enter the 4th stage in another 100 years. Ever since he entered the sacred mountain, Lin Fei had heard of the 10 princes. Among them, young Master Luoxian was the strongest, and he had a powerful bloodline. In the last 10 positions, except for a few of them, the rest were replaced by unfamiliar names. The difference between them was not that big. Could this dragon origin dominator be from the Dragon Clan? And this Feng Jiutian from the Phoenix Clan? Looking at the names, Lin Fei did not think that their origins were simple. Perhaps they were either from a powerful sect or a powerful clan. Sects were not a big deal, but the strength of a clan was something that no one dared to ignore. Their natural bloodline made them even more powerful. Can you give me a copy of the information on the top 100? Master, you only need to pay 1,000,000 divinity levels. Lin Fei received a copy of the information so that he could read it slowly. The gray-robed emissary told him that the first battle would begin in a year. Lin Fei now had a year to prepare. In the following days, Lin Fei studied the information in his hands. He would not have known if he had not read it, but the moment he did, he was shocked. This information covered all the peerless dominators of the endless territory in one fell swoop. The 8 top sects, the 7 hegemonic powers, and the powerful races were all included. There were some races that even the 8 sects and the 7 hegemonic powers did not dare to offend. That was because their bloodlines were purer, and it was easier for them to produce top powerhouses. Lin Fei memorized these names one by one. Apart from that, there were also some with mysterious origins. There was almost no substantive information. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were fake at a glance. They were just names in name. The members of the dragon race have such strong bodies, especially after wearing the divinity battle armor. Their defense reaches a terrifying level. They can actually kill an 8-star dominator with 3 punches. There's also this fellow with mysterious origins. He burned his opponent into nothingness with a single move, Fire Beacon Mountain. He's really terrifying. He should be infinitely close to the divine fire. This one is even sharper. He can actually freeze the divinity battle armor and freeze a dominator into an ice sculpture. Lin Fei also flipped through some of the battle records. These people's attacks were overbearing and did not give others a chance to react. Their strength was tyrannical and terrifying. Any one of them could kill a large group of 8-star dominators outside. It was unknown how many geniuses and powerhouses had gathered at this stage because of their strength. As the time drew closer, Lin Fei also started to prepare for himself. For example, some things that were necessary for the battle. Black-hearted, how black-hearted? Lin Fei took all the divinity treasures he collected back and exchanged them. When he came out, he was very unhappy. He turned around and entered a door. Lin Fei was here to buy the divinity battle armor. He had to put on a facade after all. Didn't he see that the members of the dragon race were all wearing the divinity battle armor? It would be too conspicuous if he did not wear it. The defense of the divinity battle armor was quite good. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of it. There were divinity battle armors ranging from level 1 to level 10. There were also detailed divisions inside that targeted certain great Dao attacks. Lin Fei was dazzled. From the 600th to the 700th floor, he could only choose the divinity battle armor within level 3. Lin Fei chose a level 3 divinity battle armor with balanced defense. Chapter 1608. Third-rank divine armor was fine. In terms of weapons, there weren't many requirements in the arenas. You could buy any divine weapon from 10 million layers to 100 million. 1 was fine too. 2 was fine too. As long as you had enough layers, you could even buy 10. When Lin Fei thought about it, it felt like he was bullying someone. However, after thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. Everyone who entered the 3rd stage was a genius. Who wouldn't be able to afford a divine armor or a divine weapon? There was no need for him to worry about them. Lin Fei bought a Thundersplit saber. It had the element of the great Tao of thunder, and its attack power was extremely dominating. It wasn't cheap either. 100 million layers of divinity. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to buy it. With the divine armor and weapon in hand, he was more or less prepared. Techniques? He didn't need to think about them for now. Techniques wouldn't appear in the senfu. They would appear in the arenas for the two to train in. It was a competition of talent. Senior apprentice brother that is Lin Fei. He's in this senfu. Meanwhile, a few uninvited guests had arrived outside the senfu. There were a total of 5 uninvited guests. Their faces were cold and sinister, and their gazes were fixed on the senfu, as though they were trying to see through the senfu. The people in the nearby senfu were all secretly surprised. Who was living in this senfu that had attracted a disciple of the demon profound sect? Everyone knew that they couldn't afford to offend them. This was the first time Hegemon Yiqing had heard of Lin Fei's name. The sect had repeatedly demanded that they kill Di Tian and take back their supreme treasure. They couldn't let anyone else beat them to it. Tell him to come out. Killing wasn't allowed on this floor. Hegemon Yiqing just wanted to make sure that it was that person. They couldn't afford to offend the unfathomably powerful gray-robed emissary. If they really did attack, they would immediately be killed and die. Hegemon Yiqing had brought people here for a reason. Only when Di Tian came out would they be able to put on a show. Lin Fei, get the hell out here. Get out here. After killing our demon profound sex people, you still dare to come to this floor. The junior apprentice brothers that Hegemon Leaf had brought with him called out towards the gates of the senfu, their voices echoing out like a great bell. The surrounding sovereigns were suddenly enlightened. Someone killed a disciple of the demon mystic sect. That person was really bold. More importantly, it seemed that someone found the evidence and personally came to the door. Everyone was unfamiliar with this fame. He didn't seem to know this name. I know this Lin Fei. I didn't expect him to come as well. This is unbelievable. A juggernaut exclaimed. Immediately, a good friend asked about Lin Fei's background. This person probably came from a small place. His talent isn't that good because when I entered he was already inside. His breakthroughs in each floor are very slow. From the first floor to here, I think it took him at least 100 million years, yet, he actually made it to this floor. These good friends were all shocked. What an exquisite person. With such a slow speed, he actually made it all the way here and even offended the demon profound sect. That guy was also very powerful. These friends all had their own friends. They passed on the news and in a short while the news about Lin Fei had spread. The slowest cultivator, the ruler with the least potential, and all kinds of big hats fell on Lin Fei's head. There were also many people who came out of the senfu to see his face. The longest person who could reach this floor was only a few thousand years, or even less than 5,000 years. Now, there was actually a guy who cultivated even slower, using more than 100 million years. This speed really made them feel incomparably conflicted. Do you think that guy will dare to come out? I bet that guy won't dare to come out. Look at who he's facing. That's a disciple of the demon profound sect. The 3 words demon mystic sect is enough to scare that guy to the point of pissing his pants. The leader is still Hegemon Leaf. He can be considered to have more potential. He broke through to the 800th floor, and breaking through to the 900th floor won't be a problem. Everyone was discussing. In another senfu, a beautiful fairy sitting cross-legged was also awakened by this voice and opened her beautiful and moving eyes. He actually came. The fairy stood up, disappeared from the senfu, and appeared in the sky outside. Taoist Su Feng. Hegemon Su Feng also came out. Yeah, it's incredible. She seems to have gone over there. Isn't that the direction where the demon profound sect is looking for that guy? Everyone was excited at first, but when they saw the fairy leave, they couldn't help but feel surprised. Since when did the fairy care about this kind of thing? They all chased after her. This fairy was none other than Venerable Su Feng, who was captured by Lin Fei that day. She could be considered as an old acquaintance of Lin Fei. You're finally here. I didn't look down on you. In yet another immortal abode, there was a low voice. A young man in brocade clothes stood up with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing an evil smile. It was young Master Fan that Lin Fei had been looking for. Today's young Master Fan's aura was even more terrifying than before. His left and right eyes were shining with a frightening light, making people not dare to look at him directly. Brahman, is this the interesting person you were talking about? A delicate figure leaned on Brahman's body. Fan smiled evilly and hugged the woman with one hand. Yeah, a guy with a lowly bloodline. I don't know what kind of dog shit luck he had. He actually kept breaking through, and even entered the divine mountain and went to the divine altar. I thought such a lowly guy like him had already died in a corner of the space. I didn't expect him to have such luck. Fan, there are really not many people who can make you remember. Even the 10 great young masters, you don't care about them. But I'm interested in this Lin Fei. The woman smiled charmingly. You little slut, are you going to cause trouble again? Oh, I'm not as bad as you say, look at what you're saying. The Demon Profound Sect disciples found a guy who had just come up. No matter who it was, they were interested to know. A short while later, there were quite a few people in the sky outside. When they weren't fighting, they all had time to rest, so they naturally had this bit of free time. A hint of joy flashed through Hegemin Yiqing's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. This was the result he wanted. Hegemin Yiqing wanted everyone to know that Lin Fei had offended the Demon Profound Sect. If he revealed a bit of information, he believed that those who were trying to curry favor with the sect would be eager to act and solve the problem for the sect. The Demon Profound Sect wouldn't have to pay anything. When he thought of this, Hegemin Yiqing couldn't help but want to laugh. He was just too smart. Crack, crack, crack. The immortal gate opened with a whoosh. A smile appeared on Hegemin Yiqing's face. You people of the Demon Profound Sect are so annoying. I just killed a few of your disciples. As soon as the immortal gate opened, everyone heard this sentence, causing them to be stunned. Damn, it's just a few disciples. How could he say something like this? The lives of the Demon Profound Sect's disciples were precious. If one of them died, the entire sect might have to be buried with him. This was the difference. This person was quite arrogant. Even those who didn't see it could tell that there was something wrong with it. He was arrogantly criticizing the Demon Profound Sect. It didn't matter what the occasion was. It was rare. Truly rare. A black shadow appeared at the door. Many gazes shot towards it, as though trying to see through it. No powerful bloodline? No wonder he was so slow. What a lowly bloodline. He was even able to cultivate to the 8-star ruler level. Unbelievable. These people's gazes were like torches. After looking for a bit, they saw through some clues and revealed disdainful looks. A lowly bloodline wasn't worthy of entering this level. Hegemin Yiqing's smile froze. He thought to himself, what an arrogant fellow. The more arrogant you are, the closer you are to death. Lin Fei, you finally dared to come out. I thought that after killing our disciples and stealing our sect's treasures, you wouldn't dare to come out. I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life. Hegemin Yiqing roared angrily. Hand over our junior brother's treasures. The treasures of our Demon Profound Sect shouldn't be in your hands. As long as you hand over the treasures, we can leave your corpse intact on the arena. Hand over the treasures and prepare to die. This is the only way out for you. The disciples of the Demon Profound Sect next to him had already informed him. They threatened Lin Fei one after another. The surrounding people revealed an understanding expression again. No wonder the disciples of the Demon Profound Sect came in person. Not only did this guy kill people, but he also stole the treasures of the Demon Profound Sect. No top sect was willing to let their things be leaked to the outside world. For example, cultivation techniques and the like. In their opinion, the Demon Profound Sect must have come for cultivation techniques. Didn't this poor guy know that this was something he absolutely couldn't do? No sect would allow their cultivation techniques to fall into the hands of others, let alone a top sect. Lin Fei knew that the people of the Demon Profound Sect would come to find him. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would use a borrowed knife to kill him. Even if the Demon Profound Sect didn't ask them to kill him, Lin Fei believed that those people already had the idea. Kill him and hand over the treasures in order to get a favor from the Demon Profound Sect. He believed that no one would refuse this kind of thing. Even if there was no favor, it was also a good thing to do the Demon Profound Sect a favor. Lin Fei knew very well that they didn't want to expose the battle fortress and attract more people to spy on it. For the time being, Lin Fei didn't want to expose it. I don't care what you say, but your Demon Profound Sect doesn't have the ability to make me, Lin Fei, die obediently. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Maybe I'll be the one to kill you. Lin Fei smiled and said, let me give you a word of advice. Don't think that you're something just because of some words. In fact, you're nothing. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene. Crazy. Really crazy. This was to include them as well. Hegemin Yiqing smiled. This Lin Fei was simply courting death. Chapter 1609. None of the people present had ever seen such an arrogant fellow. The mystic demon sect could disregard him, but none of them could. The seniors of their sects wouldn't allow them to do such a thing. His words, however, caused everyone present to feel very uncomfortable. They didn't dare to do anything in front of the mystic demon sect because they were one of the 8 great sections. They wouldn't dare to do anything even if they were 100 times more courageous. However, they wouldn't be afraid of someone with a lowly bloodline. All of the potential hegemons present were extremely famous in the endless territories, and they all had powerful bloodlines that allowed them to look down on everyone else. Even the hegemons present weren't willing to submit to each other. They would only be satisfied after fighting in the arena. This kid is definitely brainless. He actually said something like this and offended everyone. I don't even need to say anything. Those people will be more than happy to kill Lin Fei. Hegemon Yi Qing laughed in his heart. The more Lin Fei acted like this, the more comfortable he felt. As far as he was concerned, Lin Fei was just a brute. How could anyone speak like this? The spectators grew restless. Some were unhappy. What a lucky bastard. Just because of what you said, I've decided that I'll personally crush every bone in your body in the arena. The cracking sounds will be absolutely wonderful. In the sky, a tall, burly man with a bare upper body stared down at Lin Fei like a hungry wolf. It's him, the Blood Butcher. Supposedly, he has the bloodline of the infernal realm, and is extremely bloodthirsty. In addition, his favorite thing to do is to crush the bones of people while they're still alive. Lin Fei is going to be out of luck. Someone immediately recognized who this person was. Hegemon Yi Qing glanced at the Blood Butcher, who was extremely excited. At least his efforts hadn't been in vain. Lin Fei, I'm going to kill you, you little ant. A lowly bloodline like yours isn't qualified to come to the God Deus realm. The infernal realm is the best place for you. Kakik. As soon as one person stepped forward, others immediately agreed, secretly regretting that they hadn't been the first to express their sincerity. It just so happened that the Blood Butcher had the upper hand. Within a short period of time, almost everyone present had issued threats. This was especially true for those who had reached the 600th level. They would have a high chance of encountering Lin Fei. When that time came, would they still have a chance? Lin Fei immediately became the common enemy of these sovereigns. Hegemon Yi Qing was quite satisfied. If these potential hegemons could threaten Lin Fei, Hegemon Yi Qing was certain that Lin Fei would be terrified and terrified. Every single one of the hegemons present was a genius hegemon who had mastered bloodline techniques that increased their power. They weren't as simple as the ordinary 8-star hegemons that the outside world had seen. Lin Fei stood at the door without any expression on his face. In the eyes of the crowd, it was clear that Lin Fei was frightened by them and didn't know what to do. Anyone would be terrified. Hegemon Yi Qing began to laugh as he sent a message through divine sense. Lin Fei, we know exactly what you are capable of, including what we want to know. We already know that you rose to prominence very quickly in your world, but your power means nothing to me. Do you see that? With just a few words from our mystic demon sect, you have become their enemy. This is because they all want to curry favor with our mystic demon sect. Lin Fei replied. Your mystic demon sect really is very powerful. Hegemon Yi Qing said smugly. The 8 great sects live up to their reputation. You should know what sort of fate awaits you if you fight against our mystic demon sect. None of them will be easy for you to deal with. Even if you win against 1 or 2 of them, you won't necessarily be able to win forever. Sooner or later you'll be defeated. Thus I'll give you 10 days to think it over. If you voluntarily hand over what you want, perhaps I'll report it to my superiors and allow you to join the mystic demon sect as a formal disciple. That way you won't have to worry about retribution or death for the rest of your life. In fact, if you want to become a world controller in your own world, you'll be able to do so with a single word. You make it sound very nice. I almost want to agree to your conditions. Lin Fei said calmly. However, you shouldn't have used the people I care about to threaten me. Now I can give you a clear answer. Whether or not the item is in my hands, your mystic demon sect definitely has nothing to do with it. I believe that after your mystic demon sect leaves, many people will be interested in it. Don't you think so? For example, your sworn enemy, the mystic sacred sect. How dare you? Hegemon Yiqing couldn't help but roar. Lin Fei said coldly, "I'll say it again. Your mystic demon sect's top-tier cultivation technique isn't anything good. If you threaten me again, I don't mind making it public. I believe many people will be interested in it." Boom! The immortal gate closed once more. The corners of Hegemon Yiqing's eyes twitched as he stared at the Senfa gate. This bastard is still threatening me. At this moment, Hegemon Yiqing discovered that the expressions of some of the spectators had changed. It was clear that they had changed upon hearing about the top-tier cultivation technique. These people were all from first-rate sects or large clans. Hegemon Yiqing's original plan was to use threats to intimidate Lin Fei, then rope him in. The chances of success were quite high. This way, he would be able to obtain the item effortlessly, without anyone noticing. By the time those people realized what was going on, the mystic demon sect's overall power would have increased by a large margin. In the end, however, Hegemon Yiqing underestimated Lin Fei. He wasn't afraid of threats at all. Instead, with a few simple words, he managed to convince the surrounding hegemons. Hegemon Yiqing was completely convinced that some of them would be tempted. This wasn't the most terrifying part. What Hegemon Yiqing worried about the most was that if Lin Fei really did have the item in his hands and was forced to hand it over to another sect, the mystic demon sect would become a laughingstock. This was trouble. If it weren't for the fact that this was a divine mountain, Hegemon Yiqing would have immediately let his people in to kill their way in. "Leave some people here to keep an eye on this place. The rest of you follow me back." Hegemon Yiqing was quite annoyed. The mystic demon sect really thinks they're so awesome. The gate of Senfu closed, and the corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up into a smile. Then his expression darkened. "This matter is quite strange. Someone who was able to recognize me so quickly must be someone familiar with me, and someone familiar with me must be someone who appeared with me in Sky City last time. Then, someone must have joined the mystic demon sect." As for those people, Lin Fei had a guess, but he wasn't sure. Fortunately, when he left, Lin Fei was prepared. If the people of the mystic demon sect dared to look down on him, they would definitely regret it. "People of the mystic demon sect, if you keep causing trouble for me, I will make you regret it." Lin Fei's face was gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Fei was angry. Chapter 16:10. Hegemon Yiqing left angrily. Everyone knew that Lin Fei, who had appeared out of nowhere, wouldn't have a good time in the future. The mystic demon sect would view him as a thorn in their side. Perhaps in the first battle, he would be killed by the enemy. Or perhaps in the second battle. The result was set in stone. It wouldn't change. Most people were guessing at what top-tier technique Lin Fei had stolen from the mystic demon sect. For Hegemon Yiqing to personally come ask for it, was that too much of a ruckus? A top-tier technique of the mystic demon sect? At least it was better to say it out loud. No one could be sure that their guesses were correct. After discussing this matter for a while, they all left. Lin Fei is still as hot-tempered as ever. He didn't even give Hegemon Yiqing any face. Hegemon Sufeng continued to observe the situation below. After everyone left, Hegemon Sufeng let out a soft sigh. She didn't dare to underestimate the power of the mystic demon sect. She just didn't know what to say about Lin Fei, but after thinking about it, she immediately understood. If it wasn't for his temper, she wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by Lin Fei last time. When she thought of this, Hegemon Sufeng couldn't help but blush. "Fairy Sufeng, long time no see. So you're interested in Lin Fei as well?" Young Lord Fan stealthily appeared with a group of people, his tone extremely flirtatious. "So it's young Master Fan. Since when did you like to sneak around? Are you a dog now?" Hegemon Sufeng's face turned frosty. Young Lord Fan didn't get angry. "You're still as cold as ever. Don't you know how to say something nice?" "Why should I say anything nice? Just because of our past relationship?" Hegemon Sufeng said. "That's all in the past. If you want to do anything to me now, you'll have to be strong enough to do so. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind cutting that thing off. I trust that you'll become very famous." After saying this, Hegemon Sufeng drifted away. "Bitch." Young Lord Fan watched her leave, then said viciously, "I'll let you be cocky for a bit longer. Once I obtain the legacy and awaken my bloodline, I'll show you what I've got." Hegemon Yiqing had personally led a group of people to force a hegemon into action because he wanted the mystic demon sect's top-tier technique. The news spread quickly. Everyone had no choice but to know. This involved a top sect like the demon mystic sect. Furthermore, at some unknown point in time, a rumor began to spread. Regardless of who killed Lin Fei, as long as they handed over their storage rings, they would be able to obtain all sorts of benefits. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was spread by the demon mystic sect. Only the demon mystic sect had the ability to do so, but they wouldn't admit it. The bounty offered was extremely shocking. It could be said that they had become rich overnight, especially those in the 600th to 700th floor. Everyone was eager to make a move. The arena battles on this floor were all random. You say the strong are bullying the weak? In reality, there was no difference. Everyone's realm was almost the same, and it was only the divinity treasures in their hands that differed. No matter who it was, they still had the ability to fight. Everyone was looking forward to this day. In the following year, Lin Fei stayed in Senfu and did not go out. On the other hand, it wasn't very quiet outside. From time to time, people would appear. As for the people from the 8 great sects and first-rate sects, they didn't appear. Some of them even came to ask about the situation. This situation was within Lin Fei's expectations. The people from the 8 great sects and the 7 great overlords weren't people who would do whatever they wanted. They wouldn't easily send people over. They wouldn't offend the demon mystic sect for such a small matter. Of course, Lin Fei also noticed that there were people around staring at Senfu. Among these people, Lin Fei believed that there would be people from the 8 great sections. They were very interested in the top cultivation technique of the demon mystic sect, so they would definitely monitor it. If they didn't arrange for people to monitor him, Lin Fei would suspect that the 8 great sects didn't deserve their reputation. Lin Fei believed that the people from the demon mystic sect would definitely be very uneasy. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. In this year, some people rushed to the next floor, and some people were eliminated and lost their lives. Now many people were concerned about that Lin Fei, who had a lowly bloodline, would encounter that potential ruler and whether he would be defeated in one move. Hua! On this day, a bright divine light landed on one of the Senfu. It's here! Finally, it's Lin Fei's turn. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time, and they also wanted to know who the lucky guy was. This was no less than a big pie falling from the sky. The divine light moved again. Many people raised their heads and looked at the divine light. Come here. It's best if it's my turn. I can't miss such a good opportunity. If I kill that Lin Fei, I'll be rich. The divine light finally landed on a Senfu. Ha ha, I'm so lucky, Lin Fei, just wait to die. In that Senfu, there was a sudden burst of laughter. A figure soared into the sky and appeared above the Senfu, bathed in the divine light. Damn, it's that guy. Remember to call him Barbarian Ruler. He seems to be from a barbarian territory. It is said that he inherited the bloodline of the barbarian king, and his close combat strength is very terrifying. Damn, he got lucky. Someone immediately exclaimed. The barbarian ruler in the divine light, as his name suggested, looked very barbaric and fierce. He was only wrapped in a leather armor and exuded a faint divinity. The barbarian ruler was extremely excited. This great luck made the barbarian ruler think that he had made a mistake. He was only on the 610th floor now, and he never thought that his luck would be so good. The barbarian ruler knew that Lin Fei was a guy who had cultivated for more than 100 million years. He could smash the other party's body with his thick fist, so he didn't take it seriously at all. In the 3rd stage of the 600th floor, who didn't take hundreds to 1,000 years to enter. The longer the time, the less potential one had. A guy with a lowly bloodline who took more than 100 million years to enter could be said to have the worst potential. When the barbarian ruler first found out about such a guy, he thought that it was a joke. He even secretly wondered if the disciples of the demon mystic sect had fallen into that guy's trap. In any case, such a good opportunity fell on him. Under the envy of everyone, the barbarian ruler landed on the arena, and with a slight movement, there was a cracking sound coming from his body. His eyes were fixed on the other party's divine light. He, a guy with a lowly bloodline, you deserve to meet me, the barbarian ruler. Another divine light also landed on the arena. As long as the divine light dissipated, It was equivalent to the beginning of the battle. Only when the other party died could the winner be determined. Otherwise, he could only stay in the arena and not be sent back to Senfu. Lin Fei could see that the barbarian ruler's body was very strong. It should be an additional effect of the bloodline. Lin Fei didn't say anything to the barbarian ruler, as it really didn't mean much to him. I knew you were afraid. You don't know what's good for you. Of all people to offend, you had to offend the demon mystic sect. I still have to thank you for bringing me such great benefits. The people outside are envious of you. Later, I will definitely let you die happily. I guarantee that there will be no pain. I will directly blow up your head. Although it is a little bloody, I like this kind of blood, and the barbarian race, love blood. We like to blow up the head of any enemy, just like a watermelon exploding. That feeling is really great. I'm looking forward to the sound of your head exploding. The divine light gradually dissipated. The color of the divine light outside became more and more colorful. Hey, I'm coming. The moment the divine light dissipated, the barbarian ruler's aura soared into the sky, as if to shake the sky. As he took a step forward, the entire arena began to shake, as if the entire world was shaking. This is the barbarian ruler's heaven and earth tremor. It is the barbarian race's best move. Anyone will lose control in front of this move. Just this move alone was enough to make people clap their hands. The barbarian ruler used heaven and earth tremor, and then a huge phantom appeared. It was a giant that was millions of feet tall, and its wild aura swept over like a storm. Barbaric sacred hand. The huge giant's palm slapped down from the sky. When this combination attack came down, the barbarian ruler already revealed a smile. No ordinary enemy would be able to withstand this combination of attacks. No matter who it was, let alone the guy in front of him, this heaven and earth tremor would probably send the other party to some unknown place. The barbarian ruler trembled. Lin Fei instantly felt the entire space and time turn upside down, and then he shook violently. He clearly saw that the barbarian ruler was not far away, but he couldn't find any traces of it. The palm fell from the sky and space kept collapsing, unable to withstand the power of this palm. In the face of such an attack, a faint smile still hung on Lin Fei's face. The barbarian ruler used this in the wrong place. Whoosh! Lin Fei disappeared under the huge palm, jumping out of the barbarian ruler's attack range. The lightning split saber also landed in his hand, and with surging lightning arcs, the saber struck the barbarian ruler's body. Boom! The barbarian ruler was directly sent flying. The great Tao of thunder exploded on the barbarian ruler's body, and the beast's skin divine battle armor also erupted with a bright light. You can't kill me, our barbarian race is the strongest. The barbarian ruler stood up and grinned, not understanding that the other party could actually break his heaven and earth tremor. He patted the divine battle armor on his body. I forgot to tell you, our barbarians have the strongest physical defense. It seems that you used this move to kill the people of the demon mystic sect. I won't be fooled again. Lin Fei raised a middle finger. If you're done talking, you can die now. Lin Fei snapped his fingers and spat out a word softly. Explode. Boom. A huge mushroom rose. The entire arena was shaking. Chapter 16:11. Silence. The Senfu buildings outside fell silent. Their gazes fell on the arena. The black-robed guy was incomparably shocked. He's dead. How is this possible? The barbarian ruler has the bloodline of the barbarian king. He's innately tyrannical and destructive, and he's wearing a third-rank divine armor. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That guy can actually win. These people all cried out as if they had been provoked by something. Although the barbarian ruler wasn't a very powerful ruler, he was still famous. From the very beginning of the battle, he had blown up his opponent's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Everyone remembered this guy, but now he was killed so easily. This was something they couldn't believe. What shocked them the most was that they couldn't see how the barbarian ruler had died. That was what scared them the most. In their imagination, it wouldn't be easy for Lin Fei to defeat the barbarian ruler. Instead, he would be suppressed by the barbarian ruler without being able to fight back. This was unbelievable. Could it be a top-tier technique of the demon mystic sect? That should be it. The problem should be with that saber strike. These people immediately began to study it. Some people even chose the battle scene to observe. No matter what, they had to understand it. Such an opponent with an unknown secret would make them unable to sleep or eat in peace. The barbarian ruler is such a piece of trash. Within a Simfu building, Hegemon Yiqing swept the things in front of him to the ground in dissatisfaction. The result wasn't what he wanted to see. The barbarian ruler had been killed by him. Strange, something is strange. Hegemon Yiqing was angry, but he could see that the saber strike was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to kill the barbarian ruler. This kind of attack was terrifying. It was an attack from the inside out. Hegemon Yiqing continued to observe the battle scene. But he still couldn't see what was so special about this saber strike. It was a very ordinary attack. Anyone would understand why this was the result. Damn, I actually couldn't see it. Hegemon Yiqing frowned. I don't believe that I couldn't see it. This feels great. Back in his senfu, Lin Fei obtained everything the barbarian ruler had, including the storage ring. Just the number of divinity levels was enough to make Lin Fei feel good for a while. This guy actually had 1 billion divinity levels, not including the divinity battle armor and divinity weapons that he had exchanged. Master, you're too evil. You purposely used the most ordinary attack. I believe that those people are constantly flipping through your live battles so that they can counter your attack. The little devil flew out proudly. Lin Fei laughed. I want them to feel fear in their hearts. It won't be that easy to kill me. Speaking of which, the level 3 battle suit of divinity isn't something to be trifled with. If I were to fight them head-on, it would take longer. It's better to use this method. Master, you're so sinister. Lin Fei said faintly. There's nothing sinister about it. I'm not that easy to bully. Whoever dares to do so will have to pay the price. Lin Fei had purposely chosen this method of attack. It was actually divine power that had killed the barbarian ruler. The power of that saber had invaded the barbarian ruler's fleshly body. Thus there was the scene of an explosion. What he wanted was this kind of deterrence. Lin Fei's first battle had already attracted some people's attention. They couldn't wait to figure out the profoundness of that saber. It would be best if they could think of a way to counter it. The defense was already very impressive. Being attacked from the inside out, anyone would have to think about whether they could resist this move. Unfortunately, no matter how they checked, they couldn't figure out the profoundness of this move. They only knew that this saber was very terrifying. The barbarian ruler was killed in one saber. The people from the first-rate sects were also concerned. Could this be a top-notch saber technique that was not passed down by the demon mystic sect? If that was the case, it was already so terrifying when executed by a guy with a lowly bloodline. If it was executed by one of the 10 young masters, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Every time they thought of this, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Lin Fei was really not simple. Some sects began to look for him in private. Lin Fei refused to meet any of them. He was really not interested. To him, opening the chest was what he was most interested in. One of the 10 young masters, young Master Darksage, has made his move. That young master of the demon mystic sect. I wonder who's so unlucky to actually encounter young Master Darksage. The divine light descended, bringing with it an uproar of voices. Lin Fei also went to watch the battle, which was a rare occurrence. The 10 young masters were the most famous on the Divine Mountain. It was impossible not to pay attention to them. Young Master Darksage was ranked second, always behind young Master Luoxian. This kind of strength made people apprehensive. Young Master Darksage wore a black robe just like Lin Fei, and his body exuded a cold and desolate aura. His opponent was a guy who had entered level 823. He was also very powerful. He was wearing a level 10 divinity battle suit, and had a terrifying divinity weapon in his hand. Young Master Darksage, I didn't expect to fight you. You only have one chance. Young Master Darksage stood with his hands clasped behind his back, incomparably arrogant. These words immediately provoked his opponent. I know you're very arrogant. Being one of the 10 young masters doesn't mean I recognize your strength. I'll use my strength to tell you that I'm also a potential ruler, and a bloodline ruler at that. The hegemon roared. Bloodline devour. That person turned into a sea of blood rolling up and down. Rumbling sounds could be heard. I'll use my bloodline power to deal with you. Let's see what you can do. After devouring your bloodline, I might be able to break through to the 9 stars ruler realm. Ha ha ha. On the huge arena, a sea of blood towered into the sky as a bloody maw bit down on young Master Darksage. Crack crack crack. The bloody maw bit down on young Master Darksage, but its powerful attack was ineffective. So this is the devouring bloodline? I don't think it's anything much. Young Master Darksage shook his head in disdain. I'll let you see what a true bloodline is. Bang! Young Master Darksage turned into a black sea of blood. His bloody maw was even more terrifying, swallowing his opponent in a single gulp. Victory and defeat had been decided. Young Master Darksage floated away. The 10 young masters are truly powerful. Lin Fei could see how powerful young Master Darksage was. In a clash of 2 great bloodlines, young Master Darksage had been defeated so quickly. His bloodline was also not ordinary. Master, that fellow's bloodline should be very powerful. It has the aura of a god. In other words, he should be someone with a god bloodline. The little devil flew out, and his god bloodline should be able to imitate ordinary bloodlines. Good fellow, it was actually a god bloodline. Lin Fei had heard of this before. Among the god bloodlines, the simplest was the heavenly god bloodline. Chapter 16:12. After a year, Lin Fei didn't just see young Master Dark Saint attack. The other 10 young masters all attacked. All of them were very strong. Although they were peak 8-star rulers, they had accumulated a lot of power. Once the spiritual pedestal stage was over, they would be able to quickly break through and become a 9-star dominator once they reached the outside world. Once they became a 9-star dominator, they would be extremely powerful, far from what ordinary 9-star dominators could compare to. It wasn't just the 10 young masters. The other first-rate rulers couldn't be underestimated either. Among them, there were some who were particularly mysterious. Based on Little Devil's analysis, they weren't weaker than the 10 young masters. They might rise up soon. Lin Fei was able to see the arrogant side of the powerful races. For example, the powerful dragon race didn't even wear their divinity armor and could directly crush their opponents. There were even some powerful races that could overwhelm their opponents with their own advantages. Lin Fei also saw young Master Fan attack. This guy was above 800 levels and was also peak 8-star ruler. He had accumulated a lot. This time Lin Fei saw that he also had god veins. No wonder his strength rose so quickly. When he killed a clone last time, Lin Fei had his suspicions. If not for the level-up system, Lin Fei wouldn't be as good as him. Right now Lin Fei didn't envy god veins. He had many god veins in his god pavilion, but he didn't refine them yet. Apart from young Master Fan, there was also ruler Su Feng. This woman he had captured before also had god veins. As for which branch he didn't know. Her strength was also very strong. She was also smoothly breaking through. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He knew what kind of opponent he would face next. Very quickly. The second time was Lin Fei's turn. After the first time, many rulers were guessing. Could Lin Fei do it again? Could he win with one blade? If the first time was a coincidence, then what about the second time? If the third time? If the fourth time, they would have to consider this guy who had cultivated for over 100 million years. They would secretly treat him as a potential opponent. To these rulers, as long as one was treated as a potential enemy, they would pay attention and find a way to break through. That guy went up again. That guy won't be so lucky this time. Heh. He actually encountered the number 1 figure of the 600th level, Hegemon Mo-kun, who is about to enter the 700th level. This is going to be fun to watch. I refuse to believe that Lin Fei can kill Hegemon Mo-kun. That's right, they are from the subordinate forces of the demon mystic sect. As soon as Lin Fei went up, he felt the murderous intent enveloping him. A very strong killing intent, as well as the soaring demonic chi. Hegemon Mo-kun was a genius of one of the vassal schools of the mystic demon sect. They were born with the powerful bloodline of the 9 stars ruler. After all, not everyone could obtain the god pulse, and the chances of obtaining the bloodline of the 9 stars ruler were higher. As long as I kill this kid, I can enter the demon mystic sect and become a core disciple. Hegemon Mo-kun was still thinking back to Hegemon Yiqing's words. A great opportunity was right in front of him. Hijemin Emokuin was extremely excited right now, and his bloodthirsty eyes were constantly staring at Lin Fei. The barbarian Hijemin had been defeated, and so Hijemin Emokuin felt that the barbarian Hijemin was useless. He had just entered the 600th level. How strong could he possibly be? However, he was different. As long as he won this battle, he would be able to enter the 700th level. His strength was not something that the barbarian ruler could compare to. The divine light dispersed. Soul-splitting palm. Although Hijemin Emokuin didn't take Lin Fei seriously at all, he had no choice but to remember Hijemin Yiqing's words. He could not give Lin Fei a chance to make a move. He wanted to suppress Lin Fei right from the start. It was best not to give him any chance to attack. After all, the saber strike that had killed the barbarian ruler was too strange. Hijemin Emokuin didn't think much of it. Hijemin Yiqing was the key to him entering the mystic demon sect. Naturally, he wouldn't disobey Hijemin Yiqing. The first move he made was the soul-splitting palm. Black tornadoes of demonic chi were formed. Go! Not only that, but Hijemin Moken also produced a divine treasure. An enormous violet gold divine tree suddenly appeared in the air above Lin Fei. It seemed to take root in the air, instantly expanding to become hundreds of thousands of meters tall. One thick violet branch after another swept towards Lin Fei. This was the idea that Hijemin Yiqing had come up with. So long as he could trap Lin Fei, he would be able to do whatever he wanted with a single word. Damn, this technique is incredible. He's using a treasure to trap Lin Fei? Why didn't I think of this? This seems to be a demon blood tree that specializes in absorbing blood essence. Wherever it appears, the entire region will become a cage. Lin Fei is going to be in big trouble now. Those who didn't recognize the tree immediately recognized what it was. Their eyes lit up. This was an excellent item for dealing with people, and the defenses of the demon blood tree were incredibly tough. It wasn't easy to break through it. Even they would feel their scalps go numb if they encountered it. For the sake of dealing with Lin Fei, Hijemin Moken's first move had been a vicious one. He didn't need to give up that little bit of face. He was just bullying the weak. Once he entered the mystic demon sect, who would dare say anything? Within Hijemin Yiqing's senfu, a smile appeared on his face. Hijemin Yiqing had spent quite a bit of effort in order to deal with Lin Fei and acquire the item. Now he had finally reaped some rewards. Thankfully, I gave the demon blood tree to Hijemin Moken, which innately limited Lin Fei's movements. I refuse to believe that his mastery of the Tao of space is that formidable. Hijemin Yiqing happily pulled out a flask of immortal nectar, poured himself a cup, and began to drink it in a leisurely manner. If he could acquire the battle fort, he would have accomplished a great deed. Swoosh! 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 The violet tree branches reached out like hands. The huge space was sealed in an instant. Lin Fei felt as though he had fallen into a cage. It had the same effect as when heaven and earth had trembled. Whoosh! Lin Fei left the demon blood tree. Just like last time, the violet shadows in the sky fell into thin air. The thunder-split saber appeared in his hand, and with a flash of arcing light, Hijemin Moken was sent flying. Did he escape? This was the only thought in Hijemin Moken's mind. Instantly, a strange surge of energy filled his body. With a feeling that made people's hearts palpitate, they saw Lin Fei spit out the word explode in a low voice before completely sinking into darkness. Yet another simple battle. Thank you for the mystic demon sect's treasures. Lin Fei put away the demon blood tree, beaming as he left the arena. Slash. Hijemin Yiqing spat out some immortal nectar. Bastard! That bastard Lin Fei. Why wasn't the demon blood tree able to trap him? Why? Hijemin Yiqing and the Senfu felt a heavy blow. Lin Fei had won yet again, and in such a relaxed manner. Yet another one of those damnable saber arts. What sort of saber arts did he train in? How could it be so powerful? Hijemin Yiqing didn't really care about the death of Hijemin Moken. Losing a treasure was what hurt him the most. The demon blood tree had been incredibly useful, and now it had fallen into Lin Fei's hands, just like that. Lin Fei's words were like a vicious slap to the face of the mystic demon sect. No matter what tricks they had up their sleeves, he would kill them with a single saber strike. Hijemin Moken died just like that. How terrifying. He was killed with a single saber strike as well. God damn it. Invisible attacks like this are the scariest. I'm still in the inner 600 level. What if I run into that fellow? Am I supposed to just admit defeat? Hegemon Moken had been defeated. To the people on this level, this wasn't good news at all. If even a treasure like the Demon Blood Tree was unable to trap Lin Fei, then they didn't have any good treasures on hand. He didn't want to fight you. No matter how badass you were, you would still be stupefied by his saber strike. A terrifying gust of wind stealthily began to spread through the hegemon's hearts like a sharp sword. It would slash down at them at any moment. This was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. That saber strike again. It's over. That fellow really hit his strength deeply. Killing Hegemon Moken was just the beginning. Next, everyone could sense the cold aura emanating from Lin Fei. Anyone who went up didn't care what method they had to use. He just used a single saber strike, and this saber strike was unpredictable and unpredictable. Even Divine Sense couldn't detect it. Naturally, everyone who went up was in for a tough time. Lin Fei rose from the 600th level, slaying dozens of potential hegemons. Everyone received a single saber strike. There was nothing much to say. Lin Fei quickly broke through to the 700th level. On this day, the hegemons who hadn't run into Lin Fei all had tears streaming down their faces. They could finally let out sighs of relief. The great demon king in their eyes had finally left. None of them were happy to face a fellow who had only used a single saber strike. No matter how many times they wrapped themselves up, the result was the same. Some of the smarter hegemons set up layers of obstacles and used long-range attacks in the hopes of killing Lin Fei. This gave some hope, but the result was the same. They tried everything, but they were still defeated by a single saber strike. Lin Fei, that great demon king, can finally go and harm those fellows up there. Some people were completely drunk. From this, one could see that Lin Fei was the most unpopular person on this level because they couldn't see any hope. All they could see was the result. Everyone else had a 50% chance of succeeding. Lin Fei charged all the way to the 700th level. The potential hegemons on this level all had unsightly looks on their faces. That unremarkable fellow had finally slaughtered his way up and defeated someone they thought was a decent fellow. He had finally come to challenge them. They hadn't been mentally prepared for that saber technique. They hadn't been able to find a way to counter it. What would they do if they encountered that fellow? Many of them began to panic. They saw that Lin Fei had an unnatural expression on his face. Chapter 16:14. This Detion deserves to die. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, the 5 rulers of the demon mystic sect had terrifyingly gloomy expressions on their faces. After listening to Hegemon Yiqing's report, they had never imagined that the demon mystic sect would suffer such heavy losses on the divine altar. Most of the demon mystic sect's disciples had died. Detion had rushed to the 800th floor and shocked the world with his saber strike, leaving behind countless dead souls. Everyone's scalps went numb. All the rulers below the 800th floor were clapping and cheering. They were more afraid of Lin Fei than anyone else. Elder, most of the disciples of the 3rd step have already died, and 7 or 8 of the disciples of the 2nd step have also been lost. I think that if this goes on, it will have a great impact on the reputation of our demon profound sect, including those top disciples. Even those sects that have always been at odds with us have begun to vaguely try Detion, as if they want to make us fall again. Hegemon Yiqing, who was on the other side of the sky screen, felt very helpless. This Detion was too strange. From the 600th floor until now, Hegemon Yiqing still hadn't been able to decipher that saber strike. It was extremely mysterious. If one didn't personally touch it, they wouldn't be able to experience it at all. In other words, they wouldn't be able to accurately calculate the mysteries of the saber technique. This was why Detion was so terrifying. As Detion appeared like a dark horse and charged up, the sovereigns on the 800th layer felt a little uneasy. At the beginning, they might not have cared about Lin Fei, as he was one of those people who cultivated very slowly. Everyone present was faster than him. But now Detion was sweeping his way as an overlord. Everyone who fought against him paid with their lives. The potential rulers that the demon mystic sect had arranged suffered a major blow. Hegemon Yiqing had been arrogant at the beginning, but now he was helpless and afraid. This was something that Hegemon Yiqing didn't want to accept. Dition was about to attack. Hegemon Yiqing wasn't sure if he was up against Dition. That saber strike was already so powerful. Who knew what kind of killer move would follow? Dition's entire body was covered by a mysterious veil. Hegemon Yiqing had no choice but to report the situation. In fact, he wanted the elders to come up with a solution. Yiqing, you are a potential hegemon of the mystic demon sect, but look at you right now. You're sighing and frowning. Do you really think that Dition is invincible? Hegemon Fangsu's voice was incredibly cold, and the temperature in the air instantly dropped. They knew that the demon mystic sect disciples were constantly dying on the divine altar. Every time they lost a potential ruler of the demon mystic sect, the hearts of the 5 dominator elders dripped blood, regretting that they didn't stop that guy from entering the divine pedestal at the first moment. Fangsu opened his mouth to curse, also to vent the anger in his heart. So many people couldn't even take down Dition. Where would the mystic demon sect put its face? Now, the remaining 7 sects were getting restless. Anyone would like to weaken the strength of the demon mystic sect. They couldn't wait for Dition to kill all of their people. It would be best if no one was left. With so many people, they couldn't even take down Dition. What about the demon mystic sect's face? Now, the remaining 7 major sects were all getting restless. Elder Fang Yiqing can't be blamed for this. Dition is too cunning. He hid his strength and deceived everyone. A demon mystic sect elder said. Yiqing's words are actually not wrong. The first-rate sects below are watching us make a fool of ourselves. Dition's matter must be resolved. Another elder said. You guys make it sound nice. Dition isn't a nobody now. If we want to get rid of him, our demon mystic sect has already paid a huge price. Could it be that we have to lose the disciples of the second stage? If that's the case, our demon mystic sect will probably be pulled apart by them, and it's a distance that can't be made up for. If the elders of the sect know of this result, we can all be sent to the battlefield to atone for our sins. As soon as this demon mystic sect elder spoke, the remaining 4 elders' expressions changed. Especially the word battlefield. It was as heavy as a mountain, constantly provoking them. They wouldn't go to that battlefield even if they brought them along. Who would be willing to go to that place without being an elder? Once they went, it was unknown whether or not they would be able to return. They could see this more clearly than anyone else. Hegemon Yiqing couldn't help but sigh to himself. Dition, you've tormented the 5 elders of our demon mystic sect. Hegemon Yiqing didn't dare to speak. It wasn't appropriate. He could only wait silently. Report. A hegemon hurried in from outside the main hall. Get out. Boom. Hegemon Fangsu barked loudly, sending the hegemon flying out. Didn't I say that you aren't allowed to enter without our permission? Hegemon Fangsu's voice was cold. Fellow Taoist Fangsu, you have quite a temper. Is it not a big deal that I've come to see you? Or do you think that I'm a nameless nobody who isn't worthy of your notice? A black-robed hegemon appeared at the entrance to the main hall and spoke in a strange tone. Dragonspawn, why have you come? Hegemon Fangsu shot to his feet and stared at the black-robed hegemon. The other hegemons all stood up and looked at the black-robed hegemon. Their faces became serious. Heh, the strongest disciple of your demon mystic sect, Hegemon Dark Saint, is about to marry our 1,000 Goblins sect's fairy Wuxia. She's the son-in-law of our 1,000 Goblins sect. I heard that your demon mystic sect encountered a powerful foe named Lin Fei on the god pedestal, so I came to take a look. The black-robed hegemon had a monstrous aura around him, and a long tail covered in black scales swayed behind him. The 5 of them didn't dare to underestimate this black-robed hegemon, because the 1,000 Goblins sect was also one of the 8 great sections. The strongest disciples of the 2 sects were about to join forces, and their relationship would become even closer in the future. The people of the demon mystic sect didn't really like the 1,000 Goblins sect. For example, this dragon spawn in front of them was a person with the dragon vein, but he wasn't born well. He could be considered an illegitimate child of the dragon clan, and was excluded from the dragon clan. However, the dragon spawn inherited a powerful bloodline, and his cultivation speed was abnormally fast. He was secretly summoned by his powerful father, and in the 1,000 Goblins sect, no one dared to underestimate this dragon spawn. After all, he was a powerful dragon king in the dragon clan. Recently, the demon mystic sect had suffered a series of losses, and everyone had noticed it. The five of them weren't thinking about this when the dragon demon prince came. They were thinking about something else. They looked at each other. Could it be that the Thousand Goblins sect knew about Lin Fei's background? If that was the case, today's conversation wouldn't be easy. The Thousand Goblins sect wasn't that easy to talk to. Even if the two sects had connections, they would still fight for the benefits that they should fight for. Chapter 16:15. Dragon Demon Child came quickly and left quickly. Very quickly. He left the Demon Profound sect's Senfu and returned to his own Senfu. How's the investigation going? There was more than one person in the Senfu. There were also a few rulers present. Their bodies emitted a tyrannical demonic chi, transforming into a large demonic kingdom. A little bit of demonic chi could transform into a powerful demonic puppet. Dragon Demon Child laughed. Those few things are very tight-lipped. They didn't say anything useful at all, and deliberately used words to brush me off. Fortunately, I'm not unprepared. They didn't know that our goal was not this, but to confirm one thing. Now, I'm very sure that Lin Fei has some big secret on him. And it's not as simple as the Demon Profound sect spreading the news. These people were all elders of the Thousand Goblins sect. Recently, the Demon Profound sect's disciples had been continuously losing on the divine altar, and the Thousand Goblins sect had noticed it immediately. There was even some news that led to today's scene. He's a guy who came from behind and has the potential to become a dark horse. No wonder the Demon Profound sect's disciples went to deal with him. It's a pity that they met a terrifying opponent. That mysterious blade attack attacked from the inside out. It was indeed impossible to defend against it. It might even be a new martial art created by the Demon Profound sect. A Thousand Goblins sect elder said, "If we can get our hands on it, it will be of great help to our Thousand Goblins sect. I think we can arrange for the people on the divine altar to contact Lin Fei and see if we can recruit him. I believe that the people from the Demon Profound sect will not make things difficult for us for one person. Even if we don't recruit Lin Fei, others will still recruit Lin Fei." The Thousand Goblins sect had indeed taken a fancy to Lin Fei. A few of them had evaluated that if he continued to maintain this level, Lin Fei had a high chance of entering the fourth stage and fighting for the qualifications to become a divine general. They could also go and contact him now. No matter what secret Lin Fei has, as long as we recruit him, the secret will no longer be a secret. I believe that Lin Fei is not having a good time right now. Just the Demon Profound sect alone is enough to make him feel uneasy. Dragon Demon added, "Then let's contact Fairy Wu Sha and ask her to contact Lin Fei. I believe that Lin Fei will not reject our goodwill if we go there with such an attitude. Aren't you taking it too seriously? After all, Fairy Wu Sha is our Thousand Goblins sect's disciple, second only to Master Jinyu. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Fairy Wu Sha's reputation isn't as great as Jinyu's, so it's very appropriate for her to meet Lin Fei. After all, that guy has the strength to make us pay attention to him." I admit defeat. On a divine pedestal. Lin Fei hadn't even attacked yet, but the sovereign had chosen to concede. His face was filled with fear, and he didn't even think about fighting. This wasn't the first time this had happened, nor was it the second time. All of this was accumulated from Lin Fei's terrifying slash. As long as they couldn't think of a way to break it, none of these smart genius sovereigns would be willing to fight and lose their lives for nothing. Only those arrogant people wouldn't take this seriously. Lin Fei still liked people who knew how to make choices. It wasn't a good thing to lose one's life for the sake of face. Lin Fei himself had sent the opponent flying with a single slash, causing the opponent to vomit blood. He had won the battle. Although he could keep his life, the opponent would be sent out of the divine pedestal, and all the things he had obtained would be left behind. As for the 10th level of divine refinement, it would be completely stripped away. This could be considered good luck. The 856th level. Soon, Lin Fei returned to his Senfu. This kind of battle didn't interest Lin Fei at all. He used divinity to transform it into divine power, and his attack power doubled. It was the same with the 9th level divine battle armor. It was just an increase in the number of slashes. There was no need to consider anything else. After returning to Senfu, Lin Fei converted the opponent's divinity treasures into divinity points. It was very meaningless to use them to exchange. It was better to exchange them for divinity points to open the experience chest. Thousand Goblins Sect's Wu Sha is here to visit. Taoist Lin Fei, please come out. His divine sense spread out in Senfu. A woman's voice? Wu Sha. Lin Fei knew who this person was. She seemed to be the second-rank genius sovereigns of the Thousand Goblins sect. She was very powerful like a fairy and very beautiful. They can't help but have ideas. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. He knew what was going on. The array has been activated. Taoist can come in. I am in the Hall of Senfu. This Lin Fei is so arrogant. He actually wants us to go in by ourselves. A young man next to a black-clothed fairy said with dissatisfaction. Now, the sovereigns on the 800th level were inexplicably afraid of Lin Fei. This guy was very strange. If Xiao Chun could continuously unleash the might of that saber strike, how could he fight? A power that could not be blocked was the scariest. Hey you, if you don't want to go, no one will force you. The black-clothed woman's voice was cold. I don't want you to affect my business. If you speak nonsense and affect my business, I don't mind killing you. I won't say anything. The black feather juggernaut didn't dare to meet the black-robed woman's gaze. The black-robed woman didn't look at Black Feather Ruler again. She strode toward the Senfu's main hall, leaving behind a beautiful curve. Bitch, once my big brother becomes a divine general, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. When that time comes, I'll make my big brother betroth you to me. A strange look flashed through Hegeman Blackfeather's eyes, and he hurriedly chased after her. Fairy Wu Sha, I'm curious. Is a nobody like me worthy of your personal visit? Lin Fei clasped his hands behind his back and turned around. I'm afraid that the people outside will spread the news. The black-robed woman was Fairy Wu Sha. Taoist Lin Fei, you're a madman with a single slash. Why would you care about these rumors? Fairy Wu Sha was beautiful, and her personality was very wild. Moreover, I'm a woman, so I'm not afraid. This was also the first time Fairy Wu Sha saw Lin Fei up close. This was a somewhat mysterious man. He left a deep impression in a short period of time. His bloodline isn't high, but his power of the Great Path is somewhat different. Fairy Wu Sha observed secretly. This is strange. Lin Fei wasn't angry and said casually, You're from the Thousand Goblins sect, and I'm just a wandering fellow. Just the Demon Mystic sect alone is enough to give me a headache. And now there's the Thousand Goblins sect. I'm afraid that my life won't be easy. Ha ha ha, Lin Fei, you also know that offending the Demon Mystic sect and the Thousand Goblins sect isn't a good thing for you. I thought that you weren't afraid of anything. The Black Feather Ruler sneered. Get out. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a terrifying blade intent turned into a long bridge, crushing the Black Feather Ruler. Bam bam bam. The Black Feather Ruler only felt that his chest was attacked by a powerful force, and his entire body fell into the void. He blasted out of the Senfu, and smashed into a Senfu outside, causing quite a commotion. The people who had been watching had already recognized it. Chapter 16-17. Bastard, you damned Lin Fei, I'm going to kill your whole family. On a Senfu mountain, Ruler Blackfeather roared, his face extremely dark. The Senfu ruler below wanted to come out and see what was going on. He was immediately scared off by the fierce look in his eyes. Ruler Blackfeather charged towards Lin Fei's Senfu. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Lin Fei. As one of the famous genius disciples of the Thousand Goblins sect, even though he was not as powerful as his own big brother, in the Thousand Goblins sect, no one dared to look down on him. They would still obediently try to curry favor with him and curry favor with him. When had he ever been thrown out of the Immortal's mansion in one hit? He could only blame everything on Lin Fei for not knowing how to appreciate his kindness. Just as he was about to attack, Ruler Blackfeather calmed down. I can't attack the Senfu. Lin Fei is too sinister. If I attack, I'll be killed by the Senfu and lose my right to participate. Ruler Blackfeather felt helpless. He hated Lin Fei even more. Lin Fei hadn't given him any face and had kicked him out. He had lost face in front of everyone. Ruler Blackfeather waved his sleeves and left. Congratulations. You have another potential enemy. Ruler Blackfeather's big brother is Prince Goldfeather. one of the top 10 princes. After Ruler Blackfeather was kicked out, Ruler Blackfeather had a calm smile on her face. She thought to herself, this Lin Fei has such a bad temper. Blackfeather is so arrogant because of his big brother. I didn't expect to meet someone even more arrogant than him. He was kicked out with one attack. This power is terrifying. Lin Fei also said with a smile, I'm not afraid of lice anymore. Ruler Blackfeather had never seen such a calm person. The demon mystic sect alone was enough to give people headaches. If the Thousand Goblins sect was added to the mix, not many people would be in the mood to say such things. Ruler Blackfeather had finally seen the other side of Lin Fei. It was normal for her to kick Ruler Blackfeather out. What should she say next? Ruler Blackfeather could tell that Lin Fei wasn't someone who could be easily threatened. She didn't want to use threatening methods. Lin Fei was observing Goddess Blackfeather. This was the ruler who was famous for her beauty. The beauty of the Thousand Goblins sect. This black gauze fairy is not easy to deal with. Looks like the Thousand Goblins sect knew something and purposely came to test me. She didn't even say anything when I threw her out. Lin Fei had not casually thrown him out just now. In reality, he wanted to know what the attitude of the Thousand Goblins sect was. Right now, it seemed like the Thousand Goblins sect's attitude was very friendly, at least for now. However, how things would develop in the future was another matter. No one could be sure of it. My friend Lin Fei, I represent the Thousand Goblins sect to sincerely invite you to join our Thousand Goblins sect. Just as Lin Fei was waiting for the other party to say something, he suddenly heard these words. Hearing this, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. He really did come for this. This was the first invitation from one of the 8 great sects after he reached the 800th floor. Hegeman Ushcloth really wanted to see a look of shock on Lin Fei's face, but she was disappointed to find that he didn't show any expression at all. Yes, very indifferent. This made Hegeman Ushcloth very disappointed. It was very rare for the Thousand Goblins sect to invite an outsider to join them. No matter who it was, they would not be able to control their emotions. After all, the Thousand Goblins sect was one of the 8 great sections. My friend, don't be in a hurry to reject us. Before you leave the godly general stage, the doors of the Thousand Goblins sect will always be open to you. As long as you join us, we will give you the status of a core disciple. You will enjoy all kinds of resources and your cultivation speed will be at least 100 times faster than now. Lin Fei stood in the Senfu and watched as Hegeman Ushcloth left. Facing the Thousand Goblins sect's invitation, Lin Fei did not reject, nor did he agree. From the beginning to the end, his attitude was ambiguous. He had to give people a little bit of hope. Master, your way of thinking is very bad. Little Demon cried out. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. I have long heard that the Thousand Goblins sect and the Demon Mystic sect are going to have a marriage alliance. Now that they have come to recruit me, they must have come with an ulterior motive. Maybe it is because of my one blade slash technique. I will not foolishly agree. If I really join them, I will not even know if I am eaten alive. Whether it was the 8 great sects or the 7 great sects, Lin Fei had never been to them before. Since the Thousand Goblins sect is here, I believe that those people will also act upon hearing the news. Master, you are going to be very busy. Little Demon laughed again. Hegeman Ushcloth left Lin Fei's Senfu. The news spread. On the godly general stage, everyone knew the name Lin Fei. This was a dark horse. The rulers on the 800 level all paid attention to him. They had all seen the losses of the Demon Mystic sect. Now that the number 1 beauty of the Thousand Goblins sect had come to visit, one could imagine what kind of situation it would bring. The sects were not very calm. The remaining 8 great sects also began to hesitate, wondering if they should recruit Lin Fei. For the sake of Lin Fei, the Demon Mystic sect would not make things difficult for them no matter how angry they were. Moreover, they wanted to find out if Lin Fei's one blade slash was a top-notch technique created by the Demon Mystic sect. This was very important. For the next few days, people from the 8 great sects came one after another. Those rulers who had been paying attention to Lin Fei were obviously shocked. The Divine Heaven Palace is here to visit. The Profound Saint sect is here to visit. The Immortal Emperor sect is here to visit. The Bliss Palace is here to visit. The Fortune sect is here to visit. The Righteous sect is here to visit. The remaining 6 sects of the 8 great sects all sent their disciples over. Who could see such a scene? No matter what their motives were, just this point alone was enough to make the rulers here envious. When had there ever been a ruler that the 8 great sects paid attention to? If the 8 great sects paid attention to him, the 7 great overlords would probably pay attention to him as well. As long as one entered any of these sects, their future cultivation would be smooth sailing. It was not impossible for them to stand at the peak of their territory in the future. Those who had such thoughts weren't the only ones. No one knew which sect Lin Fei had agreed to enter. All sorts of gossips were heard. Lin Fei became famous because of this. Even though Lin Fei had some fame, it wasn't as sensational as when the people from the 8 great sects came to visit and let everyone know the name Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also pulled into the first rank of rulers. It had a certain impact. Chapter 1618. That guy's really fast. He won again. No one can stop his frenzied attacks. No wonder the 8 great sects all want to go find him. The fact that the 7 great sects were actively seeking out Lin Fei was a huge source of excitement for everyone else. All sorts of rumors began to spread. Everyone knew that it wasn't just the mystic demon sect that was targeting Lin Fei anymore. The other 7 sects were all interested and wanted to participate. Any one of them wouldn't dare to not give them face. There was no way they would actually start a war over a few people. After the 7 great sects, the mystic demon sect finally calmed down. However, everyone knew that the mystic demon sect definitely wouldn't let Lin Fei off so easily. The reason why they were so quiet was because they were trying to find a weakness. After all, that saber slash wasn't something to be trifled with. That bastard. Hegemon Yi Qing was in the Senfu. Upon seeing Lin Fei charge up yet another level and reach the 879 level, Hegemon Yi Qing couldn't help but curse out loud. Ever since the 7 great sects had sent people over, Hegemon Yi Qing had been extremely displeased. Wasn't this just giving them a hard time? If this continues, it won't be good for me. Hegemon Yi Qing racked his brains, but when he thought of that transcendent saber slash, he was completely at a loss for what to do. Even now, he still hadn't been able to find a weakness. Lin Fei's reputation was growing more and more resounding, to the point where he was almost on par with the 10 young dukes. This was something that Hegemon Yi Qing didn't have. Senior apprentice brother is here. Suddenly, Hegemon Yi Qing let out a cry of delight and ran towards the Senfu's gates. A short while later, a black-robed youth walked back. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you've disappointed the elder. The black-robed youth's seat had been taken by Hegemon Yi Qing. His voice was very cold, and there was no hint of brotherly love in his voice at all. Faint lightning flashed within the main hall, emitting rumbling sounds and an incredible aura of power. It was utterly astonishing. The black-robed youth raised his head. His left and right eyes were each filled with a world of lightning, filled with thousands of bolts of lightning. Even the slightest hint of lightning caused Hegemon Yi Qing's forehead to be covered with cold sweat. Hegemon Yi Qing quietly lowered his head. In front of his senior apprentice brother, all he could do was stand there obediently and not try to defend himself. Hegemon Yi Qing didn't say anything, but in his heart, he cursed Lin Fei 100 times over. When Hegemon Yi Qing said that he wasn't afraid of anyone, he was definitely lying. This senior brother in front of him was born with a noble bloodline. Later on, he grasped the tyrannical Great Tao of Thunder, and his strength was unfathomable. Even the sect's veteran core disciples were no match for this senior brother. Hegemon Dark Sage, one of the 10 great young masters. Lin Fei's matter has already attracted the attention of the 7 major sections. If we let it continue, it will not be a good thing for our demon mystic sect. Senior brother has already broken through the 900th floor, so it is impossible for him to do it himself. Now, among the remaining junior brothers, only you are strong enough. Whether we can stop Lin Fei or not depends on you. Black Saint Ruler's voice rumbled like thunder. Senior apprentice brother, you are absolutely right. But that Lin Fei. Hegemon Yi Qing said, a hint of fear in his voice. That's not a problem, Black Saint said. I've done some research on Lin Fei. That saber attack truly is mysterious, and ordinary treasures aren't able to block it. If you want to block that saber attack, you'll have to attack your physical body. Only by ignoring his attacks will you be able to completely defeat Lin Fei. Hegemon Yiqing nodded repeatedly, but in his heart, he mused to himself, who doesn't know about this? But if my physical body is only at this level, how can I possibly make a breakthrough? This is an Empyrean God body pill. After consuming it for an hour, your physical body will be strengthened to an inconceivable level, comparable to an Empyrean God's body. Hegemon Black Saint pulled out a blood-colored pill. If you do this well, I will recommend you to become an inner sect elder. Hegemon Black Saint rose to his feet. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. If I really do run into Lin Fei, I'll definitely go all out and kill Lin Fei on the God's dais. The 7 major sects sent people to pay a visit, but Lin Fei didn't respond at all. The outside world was abuzz with activity, but he didn't care at all. Aside from opening the treasure chests, all he did was wait for the upcoming battle. Lin Fei had been keeping an eye on the rankings this entire time. Right now, there were at least 1,000 first-stage hegemons who had entered the 900th level. All sorts of mysterious experts had appeared as well. Previously, they had all been very low-key, but now they had all begun to show themselves. Quite a few of them were existences that even Lin Fei himself couldn't see through. More importantly, they all had Empyrean God bloodlines. This was the truly terrifying part. According to what the little fiend had said, anyone who had the Empyrean God bloodline would have an extremely mysterious background. Their cultivation speed was incredibly fast, and they were able to constantly make breakthroughs. They were more than 100 times more powerful than ordinary hegemons. More people have come? Lin Fei frowned. Ever since the 7 major sects had arrived, the representatives of the supreme hegemons hadn't sent anyone over. All of them maintained their silence and didn't make any moves. Lin Fei swept out with his divine sense and saw a gray-robed hegemon standing outside. He looked very ancient, as though he had lived for countless years. It's him. Emocia. Lin Fei had a very deep impression of this person. This person was very mysterious. He also had the Empyrean God bloodline. Lin Fei remembered that this person would always attack powerfully. Basically, he wouldn't use more than 3 moves. Up until now, Lin Fei hadn't seen him use more than 3 moves. Usually, he would be able to settle things with a single move. Lin Fei felt very strange that the demonic hegemon had come looking for him. Taoist Lin Fei, meeting me might not be a bad thing for you. The other party transmitted his divine sense. I wonder if you still remember this item? Lin Fei finally opened the door. This was because the other party had taken out an item, something that had left a deep impression on Lin Fei. Even though it wasn't of much help to Lin Fei now, Lin Fei still remembered it clearly. This was because the other party had taken out a Primal Chaos Divine Stone, something that came from the Primal Chaos dimension. Who exactly are you? The moment this person entered, Lin Fei's sharp eyes swept over the other party. The Primal Chaos Divine Stone had helped Lin Fei greatly in the academy back then. Now, someone actually took it out. Moreover, when he mentioned the scene on the stone platform back then, Lin Fei couldn't help but suspect the other party. You should know my name very well, the demonic hegemon said indifferently. Or are you afraid in your heart? Afraid of your wife and daughter outside? Boom! Lin Fei directly erupted with a tyrannical aura and pressed down on the other party. These words had indeed hit Lin Fei's soft spot. Anyone who brought a Primal Chaos Divine Stone and mentioned the Academy's matter, Lin Fei would definitely suspect the other party's motives. Up until now, only Lin Fei knew about this secret. Chapter 1619. Lin Fei did not believe the other party's words. A fellow with a heavenly god's bloodline came here, and even took out a Chaos Divine Stone. If this wasn't a threat, then what was it? This fellow's strength is a little unfathomable. He easily broke through my aura. He's much stronger than those rulers with potential. Moreover, he gives off a very dangerous aura. Lin Fei was a little surprised that the other party could easily break through his aura. Little Devil, help me scan this fellow. Lin Fei communicated with Little Devil. This person was mysterious. Lin Fei had to pay attention to him. After his aura was broken through, Lin Fei retracted his aura and said in a sharp tone, "If you don't say anything useful, I think there's no need to continue this conversation." The fiend ruler smiled faintly and said, "Young man, if it was 500 chaos years ago, someone with a temper like yours wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. I'll make you disappear from this world for real." Now that I'm old, my temper has also diminished. I won't bother with you anymore. An old monster who lived for more than 100 chaos years? Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. No wonder he looked so old. Perhaps he had lived for more than 500 chaos years. If you take out a piece of divine chaos stone, will everyone calm down? Lin Fei retorted. I don't think so. I don't have much interest in becoming friends with you. Why don't you tell me your motive? Lin Fei sat down again. The fiend ruler looked at Lin Fei and suddenly laughed. As expected of someone with a temper. No wonder the demon mystic sect's disciples suffered so much in your hands. I like your temper. You should remember the Chaos Beast who helped you get the Chaos Divine Stone. He's from our clan, and I'm also from the Chaos Beast clan. So that's the case. From the moment the other party took out the Chaos Divine Stone, Lin Fei had been guessing the other party's origin. Your 18 primordial clones also came from that place. This is just an ordinary cultivation technique of our primordial beast clan. The devilish ruler said indifferently, you cultivate the cultivation technique of our primal chaos beast race. That means that you have a karmic connection with our primal chaos beast race. We should be friends and not enemies. Our primal chaos beast race did not do anything to your wife and daughter. Instead, we arranged for a few experts to stand guard outside the world. You don't have to worry about the 8 great sects threatening you with your family. Although the battle fortress is useful, it consumes too many energy points. Lin Fei almost blurted out how they knew about the battle fort. Even if the demon mystic sect suspected him, it was because someone leaked the secret. Apart from that, no one dared to confirm that the item was on him. At that moment, for a split second, Lin Fei felt that all of his secrets were exposed right before his eyes. Ding! Blocking function activated. The upgrade system automatically activated one of its functions. Lin Fei instantly felt an additional layer of barrier on his body. The feeling of being watched disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This guy is really treacherous. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. A strange look flashed in the devilish ruler's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. This Lin Fei is a little interesting. Of course he didn't mean to do it. Now the willow tree has grown into a shade. Just now, he was even able to block my spiritual peeping. He must be the best among the younger generation. The devilish ruler thought to himself. He had a higher opinion of this Lin Fei. Master, that guy just used a secret technique to spy on you. Luckily my system blocked it for you. Little Devil said angrily. How's the analysis? Lin Fei asked. This guy is very strong. His strength has also been sealed. If the seal is undone, I'm afraid you will have to use your full strength. You might even need to use the celestial god set to fight against him. His celestial god bloodline is estimated to be at the level of a 6-star celestial god bloodline. He should be able to completely control divine power. This guy is very dangerous. I suspect that his goal is not the deity general platform. Master, be careful. Little Devil warned. 6-star celestial god bloodline? Completely control divine power? No matter which one it was, the guy in front of him was very terrifying. Bloodlines were divided into nobility and nobility. Especially bloodlines of the same level, there were also stars. The higher the star, the more powerful the bloodline. It was also a threshold that couldn't be crossed. With a 6-star celestial god bloodline, the devilish ruler in front of him was extremely powerful. Lin Fei was thinking about what to say next. He did have a connection with the Chaotic Beast clan. He couldn't deny that he had received some favors from them. Back then, he had promised the Chaotic Beast clan to do something for him. He had never done it. Now that the devilish ruler had come looking for him, he had to be very careful. Actually, you don't need to be afraid. We won't do anything to you, the devilish ruler said. On the contrary, we admire you. You grew up with an ordinary bloodline. Who doesn't have secrets? You have them and so do I. We came looking for you today to ask you to do something. It will be of great help to you. In fact, it's a win-win situation. Lin Fei didn't think that the devilish ruler had come looking for him to establish a relationship. Sir, you're stronger than me. Is there anything you can't do? If you can't do it, I can't do it with my strength. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. You're right. However, not everything is absolute. The devilish ruler laughed. Based on my eyesight, You've hidden a large portion of your strength. That blade of yours must have grasped a portion of God power. That's why you were able to break the God power treasure and kill them so easily. Lin Fei pretended not to know anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just an immortal. How can I grasp God power? The devilish ruler didn't get angry. He still said slowly, don't deny it. My eyesight is very good. That's not important. Do you know the ultimate use of the Divine General platform? Do you think that it's an ordinary way to choose a Divine General? I believe that you definitely won't think that way. This is just something those majestic fellows did on purpose. Lin Fei nodded. This place is indeed very strange. That's because the Divine General platform is a place to choose representatives. It's a place that provides an endless source of power for the upper realm. What I want you to do is actually very simple. You just have to go up to the inheritance platform and place this seed on it. With that, a seed that emitted a blue glow appeared in his hand. Lin Fei actually couldn't see through this glowing blue seed. It felt very mysterious. That's simple. Lin Fei suspected that he heard wrongly. Why don't you go up yourself? Chapter 1620. Friendship. Friendship my ass. Lin Fei really wanted to say that, but he was shocked by what the other party took out. This thing has a familiar aura. It seems to be a part of the battle fort. Lin Fei's gaze landed on what the other party took out. The evil ruler was holding something in his hand. A black metal object. You should have guessed it. This is a part of the battle fort. You might not know this, but the battle fort of the war race has an outer part and a core part. Only when the two are combined will the battle fort be a true battle fort. It can unlock more functions, and this thing in my hand is the core part. The evil ruler said it very casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Would you be so kind as to give me such a precious thing? Lin Fei took a deep breath. From the moment the other party took out the black metal, Lin Fei could tell that the other party was not lying. This was indeed a part of the battle fort, and it was the most important part. The war race's item is good, but it's nothing to us primal chaos race. The evil ruler laughed. The battle fort can combine the inside and the outside to increase its attack power. It will undoubtedly be a great help to you. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. This guy really thinks I'm an idiot. If I really bring this thing over, without enough energy points I can only stare at it. Luckily, he doesn't know that energy points are not a problem for me. Getting such a good thing for free seems like a good thing. Although he did not know what this blue seed was used for, there was one thing Lin Fei was clear about. It was definitely not a good thing. If he did not handle it well, it would bring him trouble. You can think about it. Whether you agree or not, we will give it to you. The black metal flew over and stopped in front of Lin Fei. The evil ruler stood up and left. The primal chaos beast race also appeared. And they even targeted the Divine General platform. Interesting. Lin Fei reached out, and the black metal landed on his hand. He opened the system scan and scanned it from top to bottom, inside and out. After confirming that the other party did not tamper with the black metal, he relaxed. Lin Fei checked the battle fort again, and he really did find a missing part that matched the structure of the black metal. I can't waste a free gift. Let's take a look at the battle fort first. Lin Fei put the black metal into the missing spot. Hua hua. The battle fortress broke apart into pieces of black metal and reassembled itself in the air. F***CK, do you have to do this? Lin Fei admired the war race's people for coming up with such a method. He was even more interested in the war race, and seeing how the primal chaos beast race could easily take out such a thing, he didn't dare to look down on them. The reconstruction of the battle fort took half a day. Half a day later, a new black battle fort appeared. Compared to the previous one, this one looked even more majestic and domineering. Lin Fei could sense the danger even more clearly. The battle fortress floated in the air like a terrifying demon king, giving off a terrifying aura. Especially around the battle fort, the pitch-black cannons gave people an inexplicable sense of fear. Anyone who looked at it would feel their scalp tingling, and they would fall into a state of fear. Such a terrifying aura. It's at least 10 times stronger than before. Lin Fei looked up and down before entering the battle fort. The interior had also changed, to the point where Lin Fei almost couldn't recognize the core component that the evil ruler took out had such an effect. Lin Fei used his divine sense to look around, and in the central region he found the central control hub and appeared in the central region. Hua hua hua, at the central control hub, the space fluctuated and countless light spots gathered. A human figure appeared, and the face became clearer and clearer. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. Respected Master, welcome to the battle fort. I am the battle fort's manager. Number 157632. If Master doesn't like it, you can give me a new name. This war race really lived up to their name. Lin Fei thought to himself. Master, this guy is a virtual existence. He can connect with the entire battle fort, and he can only exist. He's like your helper. Little Devil ran out and said. This can be done. Lin Fei said. If the number is too long, it doesn't sound good. From now on, you'll be called Battle Number 1. Little Devil rolled his eyes. What a good name. Who asked him to have a master like this? This wasn't the first or second time already. Thank you, Master, for the name. Battle Number 1 said. Tell me, what are you good for? Don't tell me you don't know. Lin Fei asked casually. After the battle fort was rebuilt, it brought about such a change. Lin Fei naturally wanted to understand it. If it could be controlled by a super overlord, it naturally wouldn't be an ordinary item. Before this, Lin Fei was still thinking that the battle fort's reputation was a bit too big, and its attack power seemed to be slightly lacking. Now it seemed like the battle fort's previous power was only on the periphery, and didn't touch the battle fort's core. Master, come with me. I will explain the complete battle fort to Master. Battle Number 1 moved to the periphery of the battle fort, and pointed at the rows of black cannons. Master, this is the giant war cannon. It is one of the most common attacks of the battle fort. Its attack power can easily kill an 8-star dominator. The entire battle fort has a total of 108 giant war cannons. This is much stronger than the previous battle fort. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this giant war cannon. When he heard that one shot would consume 5 million energy points, he immediately felt a little unhappy. 108 shots at once was really not something that an ordinary person could withstand. For a second or third-rate sector family, Lin Fei had no doubt that one round of the giant war cannon would completely destroy the sect. 2 or 3 rounds of the giant war cannon would be enough to remove the sect's name. Perhaps even the 9-star dominators would have to run away pathetically. Master, this is an enhanced giant war cannon. The battle fort was a huge fortress building. Battle Number 1 led Lin Fei to the highest point of the fort. There was a black cannon erected there, emitting a black glow. This is used to deal with the 9-star dominators. Every time it is activated, it consumes 10 million energy points. Standing next to the enhanced giant war cannon, Lin Fei could feel its power even more clearly. The power of the black cannon's mouth was even stronger. He didn't doubt the power of this giant war cannon at all. The 9-star dominators would definitely not feel good if they were hit by it. If they were not careful, they might even die. Chapter 1621. The power of the battle fortress that had been added to the core far exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Ordinary war cannons could deal with 8-star sovereigns, but the cost was 5 million energy points. As for 9-star sovereigns, they could be dealt with by enhanced war cannons. The cost was not considered high, only 10 million energy points. After looking at the war weapons, Lin Fei realized how terrifying the battle fort was. No, it should be the battle race that was terrifying. They could actually create such a powerful weapon. Master, this is the war beast summoning pool. It can summon war beasts. Master, this is the war angel summoning pool. It can summon war angels. Master, under Battle 1's guidance, Lin Fei gained a new understanding of the battle fortress. The battle fortress would be able to unleash 100% of its power. Lin Fei had no doubt about the terror of the battle fort. As long as there were enough energy points, it would be a nightmare for those sects and families. 100 cannons would be enough to wipe out everything. The war beasts and war angels were even more amazing. Along the way, Lin Fei was beaming. The chaos beasts had given him a great gift. No energy points? Who said he had no energy points? As long as they went to the outer territories to plunder resources, they could obtain large amounts of energy points that others didn't have. Lin Fei suddenly felt as if he had a nuclear weapon. No wonder those super overlords could sit in their positions without wavering. Master, it's all about the new attack methods of the battle fort. Apart from that, the battle fort also comes with some additional functions, such as long-distance movement. Lin Fei smiled even more happily. He didn't know how the battle race had managed to build this kind of battle fortress, but it was a killing machine. Even the rulers of the 9 stars would feel their scalps go numb if they encountered this battle fortress. Lin Fei tried to ask battle number 1 about some matters regarding the war race. Unfortunately, he did not receive any useful information. Battle number 1 instinctively retained control of its consciousness and knew nothing else. This result was also within Lin Fei's expectations. The war race was such a powerful intelligent race, so how could they have left behind such an idiotic method? They must have made some cuts and left behind only battle number 1. Lin Fei was just asking casually. He didn't really want to know more about it. The war race had long since disappeared in the river of time. He was just curious about how the evil sovereign lord had gotten his hands on the battle fortress core. Clearly, there were many secrets hidden within. Right, you said that the war beasts and war angels don't have a time limit? Suddenly Lin Fei thought of something. His figure flashed and he arrived at the side of a huge pond, his eyes falling on it. Battle number 1 followed closely behind. Yes, Master. This is the greatest advantage of a complete battle fortress. As long as Master has energy points, you can summon it. However, summoning requires time. After all, it is condensed from energy points and has a simple consciousness. If the enemy wants to destroy the war angel, they have to kill it completely. There's still cooldown time. Yes, both the war beasts and the war angels need time to be summoned. Master, you can summon them in advance. When the time comes, you can release all the war angels. Battle number 1 suggested. That's not a bad idea. Lin Fei nodded. The thought of directly releasing a group of war angels to crush the enemy when he encountered them would definitely feel great. 30 million energy points for a war angel. That's really not cheap. Thinking of the energy points consumed, Lin Fei felt his heart ache. Let's summon one and see. The energy points that he had obtained from plundering a large number of holy stone veins last time came in handy for Lin Fei this time. Yes, Master. Battle number 1 replied. Hua hua hua. Energy points that had condensed into black entities were thrown into the summoning pond by battle number 1. Immediately, there was a commotion in the summoning pond. That was what Lin Fei thought. The whole process did not last long. It barely lasted for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. The light on the summoning pond dissipated and a black-armored angel appeared. It had the appearance of a human but a pair of black wings on its back. With a murderous aura, it stood in front of Lin Fei. Master, this is the war angel. Our war race likes to call it the massacre angel. Lin Fei sized it up. The war angel in front of him was filled with a dangerous aura. Its combat power was not to be underestimated. However, its face remained expressionless. Attack me. Lin Fei tried to give an order. Hua. The war angel's blood-red eyes flashed and it charged in front of Lin Fei. So fast. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and slapped at the war angel unhurriedly, sending the war angel flying. The war angel that was sent flying was not affected. With another flash, it appeared behind Lin Fei. The 30 million energy points were not spent in vain. No one knew better than Lin Fei the power of the casual slaps just now. The war angel's defense was very strong. An 8-star dominator would not be able to break through the war angel's defense in a short time. Master, the war angels are naturally good at speed. Apart from speed, they also have war blades forged for them by the war race. They are condensed from energy points and can easily break through low-grade dominator battlesuits. Hua! A black war blade appeared in the war angel's hand. It turned into countless black blade flashes and attacked. Lin Fei tested the war angel for a while and told it to stop. He was very satisfied with the results. He needed such an elite fighter. Looks like I have to prepare to get energy points. Summoning a war angel with 30 million energy points, Lin Fei could not get more for the time being. He could only wait until he left the Divine General platform. After summoning the war angel, Lin Fei sent it to the side. As long as it did not fight, the war angel's energy points would not be consumed. This advantage was quite good. After coming out of the battle fortress, Lin Fei was in an extremely good mood. If the evil ruler knew that he gave me such a big gift, he probably would not be in such a good mood. Who asked me to have a way to get energy points? Lin Fei flipped his hand, and the blue seed landed in his hand. The blue seed had already been analyzed by the system. For the time being there was no result. He only knew that there were countless seals on it, and the system's analysis could not penetrate it for now. Lin Fei could only give up. The Chaos Beast race has helped me a lot in the past. Isn't it just a blue seed on the Divine General platform? If they don't help with this small matter, I'll be taking advantage of them for nothing. Chapter 1622. More and more people were trying to break through. One after another, they reached the 900th level. Those who reached the 900th level were in the 4th stage, and they were getting closer and closer to ascending to the God Altar. Look, that guy also reached the 900th level. And that guy appeared so mysteriously. He actually hit his strength. Isn't he just trying to bully us? Heh. Luckily I'm not the one who ran into them. You guys better pray for yourselves. The 900th level became more and more intense. All sovereigns who felt threatened became extremely cautious, afraid of encountering them. He's here. I wonder who it will be this time. Please don't let it be my turn. A streak of dazzling light landed on a senfu. Then a figure shot into the sky. Bathed in light, everyone could see his face clearly. It's him. Hegemon Yi Qing of the Demon Mystic Sect. I didn't know I would be so unlucky as to run into Hegemon Yi Qing. Many people frowned. Hegemon Yi Qing of the Demon Mystic Sect was famous for being difficult to deal with. Although he wasn't as terrifying as Hegemon Dark Sage of the 10 Young Masters, he wasn't easy to defeat. Hegemon Yi Qing's sharp gaze locked onto him. Whoosh! Yet another streak of light descended. Hegemon Yi Qing's eyes lit up. The heavens are really on my side. My opponent is actually that guy. As the figure appeared, a black-robed figure appeared in everyone's field of vision, causing quite a commotion. Haha, this is going to be a good show. Lin Fei really did run into Hegemon Yi Qing. No matter how I look at it, it's going to be a fierce battle. That guy is quite bold. He killed someone from the Demon Mystic Sect just like that. Luckily, I wasn't the one who ran into Lin Fei. Many rulers secretly let out sighs of relief. Everyone present was very wary of Lin Fei's saber attack. Even now, they had no good way to counter it. An unbreakable attack was what they didn't want to face. Hegemon Yi Qing versus Lin Fei. They were very interested to see who would be able to make it. One was a potential ruler from one of the 8 great sects, while the other was a ferocious dark horse, Lin Fei. Just thinking about this battle was exciting. No matter who won or lost, they would at least be able to deal with one of them. This meant that they would have one less powerful enemy. Both of them landed on the stage at the same time. A victorious smile was on Hegemon Yi Qing's face. He said calmly, I really didn't expect that you and I would be fighting in the final battle. You probably didn't expect it either. As he stared at Lin Fei, Hegemon Yi Qing could only force a smile to suppress his envy and jealousy. This was a nameless fellow who hadn't given him any face the first time they had met. Hegemon Yi Qing had wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei. But due to the rules, he had decided to use a different method. He had used a few moves to attract the attention of others, hoping to use them to kill Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, however, all of these people had ended up becoming stepping stones for Lin Fei. Yi Qing's nightmare also followed. First, the hegemons who had tried to curry favor with the Mystic Demon Sect had perished at Lin Fei's hands. Then the disciples of the Mystic Demon Sect had perished at Lin Fei's hands as well. One after another, the 7 great sects paid him a visit. Lin Fei's name instantly became known to everyone. This caused Hegemon Yi Qing, who had previously threatened Lin Fei, to feel extremely embarrassed. This was a provocation against the Mystic Demon Sect, and a provocation against himself. Hegemon Yi Qing no longer feared Lin Fei's terrifying saber arts. Instead, he looked at Lin Fei with the eyes of a victor. It didn't matter how dominating his saber arts were. So long as Hegemon Yi Qing consumed an Empyrean god body and temporarily consumed an Empyrean god's body, Lin Fei would be like a tiger that had lost its claws. Lin Fei would no longer be as terrifying as a fish on a chopping board, and Hegemon Yi Qing would be able to slaughter him as he pleased. Lin Fei chortled. It seems you are quite confident in yourself. Hegemon Yiqing laughed loudly. I am quite confident in my ability to deal with you. The mystic demon sect once gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Instead, you chose to oppose us. Today, I'm going to let you know what happens to those who oppose us. I'm going to stomp you under my feet, break every single bone in your body, and then slowly kill you. Whoosh! Lin Fei's body flickered as he struck out with his saber. A long narrow saber light slashed out. If you want to break my bones, that'll depend on whether or not you have the ability to do so. Lin Fei's saber attack came very quickly. Hegemon Yiqing's body trembled as a five-colored light descended from the heavens. He punched out with a single fist, completely shattering the saber light. So this is your saber art? It looks pretty weak to me. Hegemon Yiqing had consumed an Empyrean God Body fortification pill, not giving Lin Fei any chance to succeed. He knew how terrifying Lin Fei's saber art was. If he didn't give Lin Fei any chances before he completely understood it, then there would be no hope for Lin Fei. After shattering the saber light with a single fist, Hegemon Yiqing unleashed another attack. His fists rained down like meteors, transforming into a series of black tornadoes. Lin Fei continued to strike out with his saber light. Thanks to the endless supply of divine power, his saber light continued to crush everything in its path. This was his most common attack style, and it was also a way for him to confuse his foes. He didn't want anyone to be able to see through his divine power, and so far no one had been able to see through it. Lin Fei, do you really think you can kill me with this sort of attack? Hehe, today you are destined to be killed by me. Yiqing's Hegemon fist art was ferocious with his Empyrean God body. All the attacks were shattered by Hegemon Yiqing, and nothing happened to his body. Instead, he sensed that something like a needle was about to stab into his body, but it was blocked by his Empyrean God body. Now, Hegemon Yiqing was completely relieved. His opponent's terrifying saber art was no longer a threat. Lin Fei also sensed that something was wrong. The demon mystic sect really knows how to invest. I don't know what treasure they used, but they can actually block the invasion of my divine power. Little Devil, help me scan it. Lin Fei hurriedly communicated with Little Devil. Got it. Lin Fei continued to attack without batting an eyelid. Outside, the Senfu people all secretly sucked in a cold breath. The demon mystic sect was indeed the demon mystic sect. They were truly amazing. Hegemon Yiqing blocked Lin Fei's saber art, and it seemed like he had the upper hand. This time Lin Fei is doomed. Yeah, it seems like his saber art is useless now. The demon mystic sect must have deciphered Lin Fei's saber art and found a way to counter it. Hegemon Yiqing became extremely excited as well. He used his terrifying fist art to press forward, constantly closing the distance between him and Lin Fei. A smug smile appeared on his face. Don't you find it strange that you can't use your zone-class killer moves anymore? Hegemon Yiqing's fist slammed into the back of Lin Fei's saber. The more he watched Lin Fei suffer, the more he liked it. I think you really want to know, so I might as well tell you. Right now, I have the body of a god. At least in your eyes, that is an invincible body. With just your attack, how could you possibly break through my defense? Hegemon Yiqing laughed wildly as he suddenly retracted his attack, allowing the saber light to land on his body and shatter it. Chapter 1623. Hegemon Yiqing had given up on attacking and chosen to use his body to block Lin Fei's saber attacks. This was truly shocking. The demon mystic sect's power had reached this level. Ordinary potential hegemons couldn't see what sort of treasure Hegemon Yiqing was using, which made them feel even more apprehensive. Everyone knew how terrifying Lin Fei's saber arts were. To be able to block such an attack was naturally extraordinary. Because the arena was isolated from the outside world, they couldn't hear what Hegemon Yiqing was saying. But to others, they immediately recognized Hegemon Yiqing's current state. What a dark sage. He actually gave Hegemon Yiqing a god body tempering pill. He really is going all out. Within a majestic Senfu, one of the 10 princes, Hegemon Luoxian, was watching with a smile on his face. Hegemon Luoxian was able to see the changes in Hegemon Yiqing at a glance. In his heart he felt a hint of interest towards this Lin Fei, just a hint. Their righteous sect had gone to look for Lin Fei before. Senior apprentice brother, isn't that Lin Fei going to be in trouble? Aside from Hegemon Luoxian, There were a few other disciples of the righteous sect in the Senfu as well. That's right. Once a rare pill like the God Body Tempering Pill is consumed, it will be comparable to a true God's body. No matter how powerful Lin Fei's saber arts are, it won't be able to break through his defenses. That's a vicious move. These hegemons cursed at Hegemon Luoxian for his shamelessness. This wasn't the first time Hegemon Luoxian had heard of Lin Fei's name. He didn't care much about Lin Fei, but he was curious as to why the demon mystic sect was so interested in such a person. They had even taken out a heaven-defying pill like the God Body Tempering Pill. The junior apprentice brothers all looked at Hegemon Luoxian, wanting to hear an answer. Hegemon Luoxian said calmly, Lin Fei's luck isn't bad. However, against people like us from a true sect, he won't have any advantage. The God Body Tempering Pill can maintain an invincible defense for a short period of time. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Fei will soon be killed. The demon mystic sect isn't afraid of paying such a high price, but in the end, they won't be able to return. Within the Senfu of Sovereign Dark Saint, he was currently watching the battle on the arena with a smile on his face, especially when he saw how Dominator Yi Qing was crushing his opponents. Junior brother Yi Qing is still somewhat useful. If I really meet Lin Fei, my divine body strengthening pellet will also come in handy. I don't believe that junior brother Yi Qing, who has the divine body, can still win against Lin Fei. Hegemon Black Saint had never taken these people seriously. No matter how influential the other party was now, in the eyes of Hegemon Darksage it was nothing. Powerful saber arts? There was always something that countered it. Even though a single celestial God Body Tempering Pill was expensive and not everyone could buy it, Sovereign Dark Saint didn't mind wasting one. Hegemon Black Saint believed that Lin Fei would not be able to escape death. Whether it was the 10 Great Dukes or the other sovereigns, they all believed that Lin Fei was going to lose. The demon mystic sect's base camp on the peak of the Divine Mountain. The 5 hegemonic elders were in a great mood. Junior brother Yi Qing did well. That's right. Otherwise, if Lin Fei really did enter the next stage, it wouldn't be a good thing. It's best that we can conclude it now. Recently, they have been constantly frowning over how to deal with Lin Fei. Unable to come up with a solution. Helpless, they could only contact Hegemon Black Saint and have him deal with Lin Fei with ease. They were very satisfied with the result of the battle. They all knew that Hegemon Black Saint had taken out a rare pill like the Divine Body Strengthening Pellet. When they heard it, they were shocked. To be willing to take out such a rare pill, it was truly extravagant. At the very least, they couldn't do it. Although their status was higher than Hegemon Black Saint's, they still had to treat him with respect. His bloodline was nobler than theirs. He had the bloodline of a heavenly god. In the future, he would definitely become a heavenly god. Rumor had it that Hegemon Black Saint had opened up a treasure trove that belonged to him in an alternate dimension. It was even rumored that there was a heavenly god artifact within it. This time, they owed their junior brother Hegemon Black Saint a favor, and a very big one at that. As long as Lin Fei dies and we get the Ring of Holding, we'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief. It's worth it to pay such a huge price. Elder Fong Su was one of the elders who hated Lin Fei the most. The elders nodded in agreement. You can't make up for the difference between you and me. Hegemon Black Saint punched out, shattering the saber light like an invincible heavenly god. The power of a heavenly god body isn't something you can understand. In the blink of an eye, Hegemon Black Saint unleashed over 100 punches that crisscrossed like an inescapable net, locking down the entire arena. Lin Fei was constantly moving, dodging one afterimage after another. Master, that guy took a pill and raised his body to the heavenly god level. His heavenly god body can resist your divine power, but it's passive. As long as you increase the output of your divine power, that guy's heavenly god body won't be a problem at all. The little fiend laughed coldly. To put it simply, his heavenly god body isn't a true heavenly god body. It's a fake. In truth, there was no need to explain. Lin Fei already knew what Hegemon Black Saint was relying on. So he took a pill. Heh, then I'll increase the output. Lin Fei had been suppressing his divine power this entire time, not wanting to make it too obvious. Now that his opponent was relying on his heavenly god body, Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. This guy had been targeting him from the start, and now he was showing off. Lin Fei was constantly moving about like a ghost, infuriating Hegemin Black Saint to no end. This was the source of Hegemin Black Saint's headache. His divine sense couldn't find any trace of Lin Fei, and so Hegemin Black Saint's attacks repeatedly missed. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Fei, you coward. All you know is to keep dodging. If you have the ability, come out and fight me in the open. Hegemin Black Saint sneered, secretly trying to force Lin Fei to come out. Haha, you really are thick-skinned. You took a pill, and you still have the nerve to ask me to fight you in the open? Do you think you're some sort of god? Why should I listen to you? Lin Fei's voice echoed throughout the arena. Hegemin Black Saint felt a bit uncomfortable. You're afraid, but I have the patience to waste time with you. Let's see who can last longer. His fists grew even more ferocious. Lin Fei still didn't appear. It was as though he had completely vanished. Get the hell out here. Hegemin Black Saint was enraged. This guy was actually playing hide-and-seek with him, but his divine sense couldn't find any trace of his opponent. As you wish. A black blur flashed past, and a torrential wave of saber light swept forth, covering the entire arena. Boom! 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 The saber light slammed into Hegemin Black Saint's body. I have the heavenly god body. You can't do anything to me. The saber light dissipated, revealing Hegemin Black Saint's tattered body. There was even a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he stared disdainfully at the nearby Lin Fei. Is that so? The heavenly god body isn't that impressive. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. Explode! Chapter 1624. This quasi-sky god body isn't all that impressive. A destructive aura swept out, instantly tearing Hegemin Yiqing to pieces. Lin Fei curled his lips. With a wave of his hand, he collected the items and left the arena, returning to his senfu. This entire process was inconceivably fast, leaving no time for the spectators to react. Outside, an uproar erupted, lingering for a long time without dissipating. Hegemin Yiqing had actually been killed in such a situation. They couldn't help but glance in the direction of Lin Fei's senfu. Lin Fei is going to be hard to deal with now. Anyone who wants to kill him will have to consider whether or not they have the ability to do so. Hegemin Yiqing is dead, and he was killed with a single blow. That blow was absolutely terrifying. The spectating hegemons could no longer remain calm. Hegemin Yiqing, who had the upper hand, had still been killed by Lin Fei. Most likely, no one would be able to stop Lin Fei at this stage. Lin Fei was destined to enter the fourth stage. Hegemin Yiqing had been killed on the arena without even being able to react. This was completely unexpected. After entering the 900th level, the fourth stage hegemons became extremely important. They didn't even have time to carefully observe the power of that single blow. Hegemin Yiqing had been torn to pieces, disqualified at the final stage. Lin Fei is truly surprising. Hegemin Luoxian's eyes shone with a strange light. Even he was surprised. Even the sky god body couldn't block Lin Fei's blow. It seems that Lin Fei has comprehended an extremely powerful strength. Perhaps I should get to know this Lin Fei better. Hegemin Luoxian knew that he wouldn't underestimate this Lin Fei any longer. Hegemin Yiqing had killed him with a single blow, and even the sky god body hadn't been able to block it. From this, one could imagine how terrifying that blow was. What a useless thing. You wasted one of my sky god body tempering pills. Hegemin Darksich's expression didn't change much, as if Yiqing's death was nothing more than a small matter. This Lin Fei should have grasped the divine power, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to break through the heavenly god's body. However, how did he, a lowly bloodline, grasp the divine power? Sovereign Black Saint was born with the bloodline of a heavenly god. As the reincarnation of a heavenly god, he knew many things that others did not. In Hegemin Blaxich's view, the terrifying power of that saber strike was completely beyond the Hegemin level. Hegemin Blaxich also began to think in that direction. Hegemin Black Saint didn't dare to be certain. How could that guy use divine power? He was very sensitive to the ripples of divine power. He moved and went to a side hall of the senfu to check the battle. It really is divine power. He hid it so deeply. After observing for a while, Hegemin Black Saint finally came to a decision. Lin Fei, Shun Li, interesting. The death of one of the demon mystic sect's capable sovereigns caused quite a stir. This time Lin Fei had thoroughly offended the demon mystic sect. Hegemon Yiqing was someone that the demon mystic sect had spent a great deal of resources to nurture. The ones who could feel the fury of the demon mystic sect the most were the people of the Senfu. At this time, no one dared to offend the demon mystic sect. One of the disciples of the demon mystic sect secretly mocked the demon mystic sect. When the demon mystic sect found out, they were viciously taught a lesson. After Lin Fei killed Hegemon Yiqing, the remaining opponents were much easier to deal with. There was no longer any difficulty. In less than 10 years, Lin Fei quickly broke through the 900th layer and entered the 4th stage. After entering the 4th stage, Lin Fei welcomed a long period of rest. The final stage would only allow a certain number of sovereigns to enter. As for what the 4th stage was, Lin Fei wasn't very clear, and he couldn't be bothered to ask. He spent his days in the Senfu doing his own things. Lin Fei was still very surprised by Hegemon Phoenix Su's visit. "I didn't think you would personally come to find me." Hegemon Phoenix Su's aura was even stronger than before. The aura of a peak 8-star Hegemon was more than 100 times stronger than when she had been an immortal exalt. This aura was the result of her bloodline being fully activated. The aura of a heavenly god bloodline. This was not the first time Lin Fei had seen a heavenly god bloodline. Hegemon Fiend had the most powerful bloodline of all. Ever since that day, Hegemon Fiend had never come to find Lin Fei again. It was as if he had never been there before. Hegemon Phoenix Su was dressed in red, and she sat down leisurely. "Do you not welcome me?" Hegemon Phoenix Su couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Lin Fei, whose strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She had a heavenly god bloodline, and her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, this person had also reached the same level of strength and was on par with her. For a moment, Hegemon Phoenix Su really wondered what kind of bloodline Lin Fei had. Lin Fei chuckled. "Fairy, your visit brings light to my humble Senfu. I'm just worried that those flower protectors might hold a grudge against me. You know how cowardly I am." Hegemon Phoenix Su emotionlessly exposed him. "Those who believe your words deserve a lifetime of bad luck." There was no way she would believe a single word Lin Fei said. "Actually, I was just joking." Lin Fei put on a serious expression. "You didn't come here just to chat with me. If there's anything you want to say, say it. For better or for worse, we're acquaintances." "Lin Fei, shut your mouth." Hegemon Phoenix Su didn't want to think about how she had been captured. Her heavenly god bloodline immediately suppressed him. "I didn't just blurt it out. I definitely won't do it again." Lin Fei ignored Hegemon Phoenix Su's aura and grinned mischievously. Hegemon Phoenix Su felt as though Lin Fei was intentionally trying to anger her. But right now she couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. "I urge you not to go to the Divine General Dais," Hegemon Phoenix Su suddenly said in a serious tone. "Not to go? Why?" Lin Fei chortled as he asked. Hegemon Phoenix Su stood up and said coldly, "This is my advice to you. The Divine General Dais isn't suitable for you, and the 10 Dukes aren't as simple as you think they are. Each and every one of them has an incredible background. You had best reconsider." Lin Fei truly hadn't expected that Hegemon Phoenix Su would come here just to warn him of this. Not to go to the Divine General Dais? He felt rather grateful. Lin Fei knew that Hegemon Phoenix Su probably knew some secrets, but this wasn't something he should know. Perhaps Hegemon Devil Fiend knew some secrets as well. Perhaps it had something to do with the blue seed. In this moment, Lin Fei suddenly had a thought. He wanted to put everything together. "And if I really do go up?" Hegemon Phoenix Su turned around. "Then I don't mind personally killing you." Lin Fei just watched as Hegemon Phoenix Su left. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. Why would this woman be so kind as to warn me of this? She can't be plotting something against me, right? "Fairy Sufeng, why are you looking for that despicable bastard Lin Fei?" As soon as Hegemon Phoenix Su appeared, a handsome young Hegemon walked over to greet her. "Who I see has nothing to do with you." Chapter 1625. Hegemon Sufeng's warning caused Lin Fei to pay more attention to the Divine General Dais. He knew that Hegemon Sufeng wasn't as simple as she seemed. For some reason, he had a strange feeling that this Divine General Dais probably wasn't as simple as he had imagined, and that it involved some sort of secret. Without question, Hejem and Su Feng knew this secret. This made Lin Fei very curious. What kind of secret was involved in this that even the Chaos Beasts would appear and participate in it? After entering the 900th level, the gray-robed emissary did not appear. Lin Fei remained in the 4th section for 50 years. During this period of time, more and more hegemons entered this level. One after another, the previously empty Senfa buildings lit up with light, indicating that someone had taken up residence there. Eventually, all of the Senfa buildings were filled. Lin Fei knew that the people below had lost their right to participate in the final section, as well as the right to ascend to the Divine General Dais. The number of participants in the 4th section had been decided. The gray-robed emissary appeared once more. He stood towering in front of everyone, and anyone who looked up would be able to see him. Welcome to the 4th section, everyone. To be able to reach this stage means that you are the most talented hegemons in the Endless Territories. The final opportunity awaits you. Who will be able to ascend to the God-Sealing Dais will be up to you. The gray-robed emissary's voice was just as calm as before, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Boom! 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 As soon as the gray-robed emissary finished speaking, 3 golden dais appeared behind him, suppressing the boundless void and radiating divine might. As soon as the 3 golden dais appeared, Lin Fei could sense that everyone's emotions had been stirred up. Is this the God-Sealing Dais that the gray-robed emissary spoke of? Lin Fei could tell that these 3 golden dais were extraordinary. He didn't know what sort of supreme-grade materials had been used to create them, but the golden dais were covered with ancient characters. They were divine glyphs. Lin Fei did his best to see through the golden dais, but he was blocked by a power that prevented him from seeing what was going on inside. Everyone should have guessed that this is the Divine Seal Altar. The first 3 will have the qualifications to become divine generals. They will obtain the support of a divine force and soar into the heavens. Said the gray-robed envoy, now I will announce the rules for the 4th stage. It will still be the arena life and death competition, but this time will be different from before. You will have a certain amount of time to comprehend the absolute arts, and then you will fight, the winner will advance and the loser will perish. This kind of rule made many people excited. Ha ha ha, I like this method the most. What's so difficult about comprehending an absolute art? It would be even better if I were to comprehend a god-tier cultivation technique. Not to mention the 10 great princes, just the low-profile sovereigns at this level weren't easy to deal with. Their comprehension abilities were top-notch. In their eyes, the rules of this stage were not difficult at all. The gray-robed emissary waved his hand again, and one arena after another flew over, hovering in the air. After announcing the start of the next month, the gray-robed emissary vanished from everyone's sight. Isn't comprehending absolute arts just like cheating? In terms of comprehension ability, Lin Fei could only be said to be average. However, with the leveling up system, Lin Fei didn't need to do anything to comprehend the absolute arts. It was the last month of the final life and death competition. It was rare for everyone to have time to relax. Those who knew each other sat together, or went into seclusion to increase their strength. Lin Fei didn't go out, and he remained in Senfu. In this 4th stage there weren't any weaklings. Lin Fei had seen many mysterious and powerful races. Apart from them, there were also people with deity bloodlines. Those people were the most tyrannical. Lin Fei was also doing his best to increase his strength. From all sorts of things, he could tell that the Divine General platform wasn't as safe as he had imagined. Even a hidden race like the Primal Chaos Beast race had appeared. Lin Fei didn't know how many sovereigns with potential had appeared. And he wasn't the only one. I've already drawn a deity set. If something really happens, I can wear it, and no one can do anything to me. At the very least, escaping won't be a problem. Thinking about the deity set, Lin Fei calmed down. The only thing that made his heart ache was that the deity set required divinity points, and it was deducted from attacks. It was extremely terrifying. He understood what it meant to spend money like water. In a dark corner of Senfu, Sovereign Devilish sat quietly, his face buried in the darkness, and no one could see it clearly. Opposite him were 3 black-robed sovereigns, also hidden in the darkness. The exciting moment is about to begin. For this day we've prepared for over 1,000 chaotic years. Finally, this day has arrived. I believe we'll definitely teach those people a lesson they won't forget. An extremely ugly sovereign on the left flashed a cold gaze, and his entire person was immersed in excitement. We've already given away the demonic seed. How can those greedy humans refuse our treasures? Almost all of them have agreed to bring the demonic seed up. Sovereign Devilish didn't say anything, but his face was clearly filled with excitement. You've all done well. Now we can proceed to the next step. If we succeed, our primordial chaos beasts will be able to see the light again. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The most exciting moment had arrived. No one could resist the temptation of the 3 golden platforms. Once they stepped onto the conferred God platform, they would receive divine power and become a divine general. That was far beyond their current status. It would be a supreme position, and they would truly be able to call the wind and summon the rain. They would also become a peak existence in the entire endless territories. Everyone was rubbing their palms in anticipation. This was their chance. The day has finally come. Lin Fei opened his eyes, and the 3 golden platforms entered his field of vision. A strange look flashed through his eyes. Whoosh 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 whoosh, beams of light descended, covering the Senfu. One figure after another entered the arenas. Lin Fei became one of them, and he entered one of the arenas. Lin Fei also saw his opponent for this round. It was a burly fellow. He was 30 meters tall, and his body shone with starlight. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. Hee, so it's you, Lin Fei of the lowly bloodline. The burly man opened his mouth and his voice was like a great bell. Looks like I'll win this round very easily. Who asked my luck to be so good? Long Ao. This person left a deep impression on Lin Fei. He was the son of a dragon king of the dragon race, and he had inherited the bloodline of the dragon god. His rank wasn't low either, and he was considered a powerful opponent amongst dominators. He was invincible in close combat. It's good that you know my name. Otherwise, when I die, I won't know who killed me. That would make me feel no sense of accomplishment. Dominator Long Ao laughed loudly. The 2 of them didn't attack because they were a distance away. At this moment, a black armored puppet appeared between the 2 of them. It was expressionless, and it carried a dangerous aura. Participants, greetings. In the next 10 years, you will comprehend this divine talisman together. This divine talisman contains a cultivation method. 10 years later, you will use the cultivation method you comprehended to face your enemies. After the black armored puppet disappeared, a golden divine talisman floated quietly in the air. 10 years is more than enough. Dominator Long Ao immediately sat down cross-legged and glanced at Lin Fei again. Lowly bloodline guy, I hope you can comprehend a cultivation method. Otherwise, killing you will be too boring. Comprehend a cultivation method, he? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. This guy from the dragon race was quite arrogant. He really thought that his comprehension ability was the best in the world. I have an awesome existence with the system. System, analyze it for me. Lin Fei also sat down cross-legged, closed his 6 senses, and looked like he was comprehending the divine talisman. The first few stages are respectively aimed at a certain existence. This stage is a test of comprehension. It's really not ordinary strict. Lin Fei said to himself, fortunately, I'm not interested in divine generals. It's better for me to earn more divinity points. The temptation of divine generals was far less than divinity points. Lin Fei didn't care about the blessing of divine force. The divinity points converted to divine force was no weaker than the blessing of divine force. Looking at Dominator Long Ao's divinity points again, Lin Fei's eyes turned red. These were all great gifts for him. System analyzing. System analyzing. The golden divine talisman was extremely mysterious. After the system began to analyze, it analyzed for a month before it came out with the first cultivation method. This was not the end. The divine talisman contained various cultivation methods, but it required a long time to deduce them. It was very exhausting. This cultivation method is very powerful, but it doesn't seem to be the strongest attack. When the first cultivation method came out, Lin Fei looked at it for a while and lost interest. This was a palm technique. According to the classification, it was a low-grade divine tier cultivation method. Lin Fei always felt that the real importance of such a divine talisman might not be the cultivation method. Continue analyzing. Half a year later, the system deduced another cultivation method. This time it wasn't a true cultivation method. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. As expected, the true meaning of the Divine Talisman should be Divine Talisman Attack. Level 1 Flame Divine Talisman. This was the usage of the runes that he deduced in half a year. Lin Fei easily grasped the Level 1 Flame Divine Talisman. That long AO should also comprehend the attack of the runes. This one is far from enough. I still need to continue using the system to analyze. There might even be a Level 1 Divine Talisman. After grasping the Flame Divine Talisman, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. This was an attack that involved divine power, an attack that surpassed the power of Great Tao. Its might would increase infinitely, and Lin Fei was overjoyed. In the outside world, he would be able to easily learn the attack methods of the divine talismans. This was equivalent to having another attack method that would be even more powerful than the single saber slash. Level 1 Earth Divine Talisman. Level 1 Ice Cold Divine Talisman. The system's analysis ability was still very awesome. The condensation method of the Level 1 Divine Talisman was constantly deduced. Chapter 1626. Ruler Proud Dragon was in a good mood. Level 1 Divine Flame Talisman. I finally comprehended it. This Divine Flame Talisman is really magical. So powerful. It's worthy of being mastered by a celestial god. Ruler Proud Dragon was born with a powerful dragon god bloodline. No one dared to underestimate his comprehension ability. It took him a year to comprehend the Level 1 Divine Flame Talisman. All he lacked was time to master it. Elder's words are indeed correct. The most powerful thing here is the Divine Talisman Mastery Method. It is far more tyrannical and terrifying than ordinary cultivation methods. That lowly Lin Fei is probably still very proud of a low-grade god-tier cultivation method. Ruler Proud Dragon didn't believe that the other party had the ability to master a low-grade god-tier technique. Moreover, it was a more powerful Divine Flame Talisman attack. He didn't know its true power before comprehending it. Their dragon clan would participate in the Divine General platform every time. They knew a lot of secrets. Ruler Proud Dragon believed that Lin Fei would be lost in it soon. I heard that the guy got the treasure of Demon Mystic Sect. As long as I kill him, I want to know what good stuff that guy stole from Demon Mystic Sect. If it's really good stuff, I'll make Demon Mystic Sect bleed. Ruler Proud Dragon focused on cultivating the Level 1 Divine Flame Talisman attack technique. 10 years passed quickly. The Divine Flame Talisman in the air disappeared in front of them. The barrier between the two also dissipated. Ruler Proud Dragon laughed unscrupulously. A mysterious wave pressed down. Whether it was Ruler Proud Dragon or Lin Fei, they both felt that their strength was sealed. Both of their faces changed slightly. This power was so powerful that they sealed their strength completely. After trying to break through several times, they still couldn't break the seal. 2 waves of energy descended from the sky, blessing the two of them. Their bodies were like a dried-up river that was filled with surging water, turning into a huge river. A cold voice came. The power that blessed your body is divine power. Use divine power to activate the technique. Your battle can begin. The winner can take away everything from the other party, including this blessed divine power. It will become the driving force for you to move forward. Is this divine power? It's really powerful. Ruler Proud Dragon swayed his body. He was in a state of excitement. He understood these words. The divine power flowing in his body made him feel invincible. The heavens are really helping me. You have to give me a good gift in the first round. As long as I have your divine power, I will have an advantage over others. Sovereign Proud Dragon stomped his feet, and the entire arena shook non-stop. Level 1 Divine Flame Symbol. Long Ao drew a talisman in the air, and a divine talisman appeared, bringing with it a golden sea of fire that instantly covered the entire arena. What a pity! The power of the divine runes activated by divine power was beyond Hegemon Proud Dragon's imagination. This fire was enough to sweep away everything. Ruler Proud Dragon instantly had the feeling of controlling the other's life and death. Hua! In the sea of fire that filled the sky, a water dragon soared through the sky. Everywhere it passed, the sea of fire was extinguished. As the saying went, water subdued fire, and they were existences of the same level. Hegemon Proud Dragon felt a huge threat. You actually mastered the divine talisman attack. Layers of sea of fire flew out, forming a long flame dragon. The huge claws broke through the air and grabbed the water dragon, blocking the opponent's attack. A large portion of divine power was instantly consumed, which made Hegemon Proud Dragon very unhappy. This was equivalent to losing his advantage. Level 1 Divine Earth Symbol. Although Hegemon Proud Dragon was a little shocked, he still thought that he was the final winner. He drew another talisman in the air, and the meteorites that filled the sky turned into a meteor rain. This was the second divine talisman attack that he had comprehended in 10 years, and it was also the second divine talisman attack that he had comprehended in 10 years. Their dragon clan knew many secrets. They all had some understanding of this stage of the test. Within 10 years, only divine talisman attacks could be completed quickly. Comprehending 2 types of divine talisman attacks was more than enough to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei could comprehend the level 1 water dragon divine talisman. In Long Ao's opinion, he must have gotten lucky. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend a divine talisman attack. Long Ao did not think that this guy could comprehend a second type of divine talisman attack. Accept your fate, Lin Fei. It's useless for you to struggle like this. A large number of meteorites fell from the sky, and the arena was faintly shaking. This Long Ao's potential is still very terrifying. In 10 years, he comprehended 2 types of divine talisman attacks. Fortunately, I did not choose a cultivation technique. Divine talisman attacks were the right choice. Lin Fei also rejoiced at his choice. He couldn't help but smile. Your attack is not good. Lin Fei shook his head. The water dragon suddenly roared. With a whip of the dragon tail, the fire dragon was smashed into pieces, and it went straight for Hegemon Proud Dragon. Pop pop pop, the dragon tail continuously smashed on Hegemon Proud Dragon's body. With every whip, Hegemon Proud Dragon felt like his body was about to split open. His tyrannical body also cracked open with wounds, and blood flowed out. Damn it! How can your water dragon be so powerful? Hegemon Proud Dragon roared. His body turned into a huge black dragon, but it was still unavoidable that his body was covered with dense wounds, and these wounds were still expanding. Hee hee. I forgot to tell you that this is a level 2 water dragon divine talisman. Its power is naturally much greater than yours. Hua! The water dragon coiled around Long Ao's body, and his huge body was instantly entangled. Cough cough cough, Hegemon Proud Dragon kept coughing blood, and his body was close to breaking. Impossible, I have the dragon god's bloodline, and I only comprehended 2 types of divine talisman attacks. How can you comprehend a level 2 water dragon divine talisman? I am not willing. Dragon god's bloodline, burn for me. The danger of death shrouded Hegemon Proud Dragon. This time there was no reaction, and his bloodline was completely sealed. Hegemon Proud Dragon's heart instantly fell to the bottom. Ka ka ka. The water dragon twisted hard, and Hegemon Proud Dragon's huge body exploded. Large pieces of flesh and blood flew. This is really a good place to kill people. Without the help of the power of the bloodline, these people are all dregs. Lin Fei said. His hands did not slow down as he collected the large chunks of dragon meat. This was the best tonic for Hairball. The dragon meat that contained the dragon god's bloodline was a great tonic. Lin Fei could not bear to waste it, and he could also taste it. This is divine power? After Hegemon Proud Dragon died, a black object fell. Lin Fei held it in his hand and felt the surging power in the black object. It was divine power without a doubt. Lin Fei moved his mind, and the divine power entered his body. It temporarily merged with the previous divine power, and all the layers of divinity were kindly accepted. When he returned to Senfu, he could exchange them for divinity points. What is this thing? There was another thing, and Lin Fei did not recognize it for a while. Master, this is the Dragon Ball. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei, you shameless guy, if you don't want to die, quickly let me go. The black dragon suddenly had another face, and a mini dragon appeared in the Dragon Ball and roared. This person was Hegemon Proud Dragon. You are not dead yet. Lin Fei was also very surprised, and he quickly realized the true function of the Dragon Ball. Fortunately, it was on the arena, and the surroundings were blocked by power. Otherwise, this guy would really escape. Hegemon Proud Dragon almost vomited blood. No matter how he thought about it, He would never think that he would be killed by Lin Fei. If it wasn't for the last Dragon Ball, he would really die, and at the same time he would curse this place. I am born with the bloodline of the Dragon God. How can I die so easily? If you are sensible, you better let me go immediately. Otherwise, the people of our Dragon Clan will not let you go. Lin Fei flicked the Dragon Ball. I dislike people like you the most. You threaten people at every turn. If you dare to say another word, I will immediately crush the Dragon Ball. I don't know if you can survive this time. You dare? Ka. Lin Fei really squeezed hard. And the Dragon Ball made a ka sound. There were a few more cracks. His current power was so great that the Dragon Ball could not withstand this power. Don't! Hegemin Proud Dragon hurriedly stopped him. This was the only place that could save his life. Once it was broken, he would definitely die. He was very resentful towards Lin Fei, who did not follow the routine. You'd better shut your mouth. Lin Fei put away the Dragon Ball, and at the same time he added several layers of seals. As long as Proud Dragon dared to come out, he would definitely regret it. Back in Senfu, Lin Fei found that he was not the first to come out. Many people came out early, and 2 of them were in the top 10 young masters. Lin Fei could only be in the middle among them. Lin Fei was not interested in competing with them in speed. In these 10 years, Lin Fei had mastered 8 kinds of level 1 Divine Talisman attacks. He had also mastered a few level 2 Divine Talismans. It was difficult to calculate at the beginning, but after a long time it was not difficult to calculate. Lin Fei relied on the system to master a lot of Divine Talisman attacks. This divine power can only be used temporarily in the arena. When I go outside, I will seal it. Lin Fei sensed a little, and the divine power was completely sealed. He did not care too much. The Divine Talisman condensing method in the system was all there. As long as he thought about it, he could activate the Divine Talisman attack. Master, can you let me deal with that Dragon Ball? The little devil made a request for the first time. Lin Fei quickly agreed to the little devil's request. As long as you don't kill him, you can do whatever you want. Master, this guy is born with the bloodline of the Dragon God. He must know a lot of secrets. Isn't this what Master lacks now? Maybe you can learn some secrets from this guy's mouth. It will be of great help to Master. Lin Fei was moved. Okay, I will leave this guy to you. Master, you also have to authorize me to use the divinity points. I promise to dig out everything he knows. Lin Fei readily agreed. Wasn't it just divinity points? The divinity levels and treasures that he had just plundered from Ruler Proud Dragon could be exchanged for a lot of divinity points. There was no loss in using wool on a sheep. The little devil happily left with the Dragon Ball. Lin Fei, get out here right now. Chapter 1627. F***CK. Someone came to find me so quickly. As soon as the sound appeared, Lin Fei couldn't help but rub his nose. When did he have such a big hatred value? Could it be someone from the Dragon Clan? This speed is a bit too fast. Lin Fei muttered. Using his divine sense to investigate outside, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. He had guessed correctly. Outside the Senfu were indeed people from the Dragon Clan. Not only one, there were 3 people from the Dragon Clan. F***CK. This Long Ao sovereign even brought bodyguards. With a simple look, Lin Fei knew that the 3 Dragon Clan people outside should be here to protect the Long Ao sovereign. Lin Fei, get out here. Outside, the 3 middle-aged men's voices were like thunder. Their faces were filled with anger. This Lin Fei really deserves to die. While we were not paying attention, he killed Long Ao. If we don't get the Dragon Pearl back, we won't have a good end when we go back. Dragon 18 said with a gloomy face. Damn, everyone said that Lin Fei is evil. Who knew that this guy is so evil? Long Ao suffered. Now is not the time to complain. The most important thing is to get the Dragon Pearl back. As long as the Dragon Pearl is not damaged, Long Ao can still come back. Otherwise, the Dragon King will not let us end up like this. At the mention of the Dragon King, the 3 of their faces sank again. There was even a trace of fear on their faces. That was the terrifying Dragon King. Even the great Dragon King of the Dragon Clan had to be courteous and polite. Although they were also potential rulers under the other Dragon Kings, compared to Long Ao, the gap was not small. They were far less important than Long Ao. After knowing that Long Ao was in trouble, they did not gloat. They immediately came to Lin Fei's senfu to force Lin Fei to hand over the dragon pearl to prevent it from falling into the hands of outsiders. The 3 Dragon Clan people wanted to break into Lin Fei's senfu. This was not a small movement. Now Lin Fei's reputation was not small. A few days ago, the people of the 8 major sects were in contact with Lin Fei. Who would have thought that in such a short time, the people of the Dragon Clan would also find Lin Fei? His ability to stir up trouble was not small. Then Lin Fei is in trouble. Just as some busybodies came out to watch, the 18th dragon slapped them away with his dragon claw, then coldly said, "If this happens again, I'll kill without mercy." Under the chilling killing intent, everyone was so scared that they retreated and hid in the senfu. Dragon Clan. Because of these 2 words, ordinary sects and clans had to be very careful. Compared to the previous onlookers, there were almost no onlookers this time. No one was willing to offend the Dragon Clan. Weren't they just onlookers? In the senfu, weren't they just watching? It wasn't a good thing to incur the wrath of the Dragon Clan. Lin Fei still showed up. And it was swaggering. "You people from the Dragon Clan are really too much. Isn't it just killing Long Ao of your Dragon Clan? If you don't want Long Ao to die, then I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, I don't mind crushing the dragon pearl myself." Lin Fei stood in front of the door, and before Dragon 18 and the others could speak, he spat out his own words. The 3 of them were shocked, and then they were filled with endless anger. "You dare to threaten our Dragon Clan?" Dragon 18 almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. After killing their Dragon Clan's Long Ao, he still dared to threaten them. When had they ever met such a thick-skinned person? Of course, when these words fell into the ears of others, there were also some who clapped and cheered. This Lin Fei was indeed very bold. When the Dragon Clan came to find him, he threatened them first. He was much stronger than them. At least they couldn't be as straightforward as Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. "That's right, I am threatening you. The dragon pearl is in my hands, you'd better listen to me. If you really think that I, Lin Fei, am easy to bully, you will regret it sooner or later. Despicable bastard. You have successfully enraged the dragon race. You lowly bastard, accept my wrath." One of the dragon race beings roared out in rage as he punched out at Lin Fei. Boundless killing intent filled the air. Boom! This punch landed on the senfu door and was instantly blocked by the door. "Come again." Seeing that his companion was angry, Dragon 18 hurriedly stopped him. "Don't attack, that guy is provoking us. If we don't do it, we will all be finished." That Dragon Clan person regained his senses and gnashed his teeth at Lin Fei. He almost fell for it. Lin Fei was indeed provoking them, forcing them to attack him. At that time he didn't need to do anything, that guy would be dealt with by others, and it would save him a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, they didn't fall for it. However, Lin Fei verified one point. The Dragon Clan's temper was very irritable. With just a few words they would attack angrily. What a pity. Lin Fei took another step forward. "I thought that your Dragon Clan's courage was very big, but you don't dare to attack. I'm really disappointed." Dragon 18 also wished that he could kill Lin Fei at the door with a punch. This was the most shameless guy he had ever seen. If he didn't maintain his consciousness, he might really kill Lin Fei. Originally, Dragon 18 thought that since he represented the Dragon Clan, Lin Fei would give him face. He had already prepared a draft, but in the end it was completely messed up by Lin Fei. The control was also in the hands of the other party. Our Dragon Clan. Without waiting for Dragon 18 to finish, Lin Fei rudely interrupted. "Don't mention how strong your Dragon Clan is, how influential. If you don't want me to crush the dragon pearl, then scram. When you leave, you better apologize to me. Every time you open your mouth to ask me to scram, your Dragon Clan's mouth is too smelly." The 3 Dragon Clan people's faces turned black again. Since when could the Dragon Clan's influence not affect a human brat? Instead, they were constantly being scolded by the other party. Based on what? Based on this. Lin Fei flipped his hand, and the dragon pearl fell into his hand. Dragon Lord roared. "Damn Lin Fei, let me out. You shameless guy, sooner or later I will kill your entire family." "Ka ka ka ka," Lin Fei squeezed hard, and a few more cracks appeared on the dragon pearl. A scream came from the dragon pearl. "Don't! Dragon 18 also tried to stop him. They didn't think that Lin Fei would dare to crush the dragon pearl. However, Lin Fei really had the courage to not take their dragon clan's threats seriously. Dragon 18's heart jumped. This Lin Fei really dared to do it. Lin Fei, don't crush it. Everything can be discussed, Dragon 18 said. He was afraid that Lin Fei would really crush the dragon pearl in anger. Once the news spread, the unlucky ones would be them. The Dragon King would tear them into pieces. Lin Fei stopped. Why are you scared? Didn't you threaten to kill my entire family just now? Dragon Lord's resentful gaze turned into fear as he cursed in his heart. Damn guy, I am a dignified Dragon Clan's Dragon God bloodline holder. Today I am a tiger that has fallen to the ground and is bullied by dogs. When I get out, I will definitely make Lin Fei regret. No, that's not possible. Dragon Lord squeezed out an ugly smile. Is that so? Lin Fei flicked the Dragon Ball, scaring Long Ao so much that his hair stood on end. Chapter 1628. Ruler Proud Dragon had nowhere to vent his anger. Originally he wanted to threaten Lin Fei, this lowly guy. In the end, Lin Fei used a little trick and he had to surrender. He even had to suppress his endless hatred, fearing that Lin Fei would crush the Dragon Ball and cause his death. Ruler Proud Dragon could only scold the three clansmen. Dragon 18 and the others were startled. Although their talent was not as good as Proud Dragon, being scolded in public was another matter. What are you doing? Get lost. Ruler Proud Dragon kept roaring. The loud voice of the Dragon Clan came in handy at this time. Dragon 18 and the other three dragons looked at each other. Even though they were angry, they had to leave first. Who made their status not as good as Ruler Proud Dragon? We will leave immediately. I hope that you won't hurt Daoist Proud Dragon. Dragon 18 said with difficulty. Since when did he speak in such a submissive manner? Dragon 18 had never said that. If he didn't follow Proud Dragon's words and angered Lin Fei, it would be a big problem. Wait, who asked you to leave just like that? You really disregarded my words. Lin Fei snorted coldly. You haven't apologized yet. You, Dragon 18 lowered his voice. We are from the Dragon Clan, do you really want us to apologize? Those who were watching also admired Lin Fei's boldness. Not only did he threaten them, but he also wanted them to apologize. Awesome. If this spread out, he would become the object of worship. Lin Fei smiled and flicked the Dragon Ball again. You dragons are not obedient. When did our Dragon Clan listen to others? Ruler Proud Dragon wanted to say that, but he held back in the end. Dragon 18, apologize. I only want you to apologize. I don't want you to suffer mental damage. You should all be very happy. Ruler Proud Dragon in the Dragon Ball spat out a mouthful of blood. When did someone dare to ask for the Dragon Clan's mental damage? Lin Fei's tone was really big. But Ruler Proud Dragon didn't dare to say anything at this time. Who asked his life to be in the other party's hands? Losing his physical body was already a huge blow to his vitality. He couldn't have any more losses. Draconic 18 and the other two were furious. Lin Fei had shamelessly threatened Long Ao, and then used Long Ao to threaten them. They could see this little trick, but they couldn't do anything about it. Kill Lin Fei? Without waiting for them to make a move, the gray-robed emissary was the first to deal with them. We apologize, Dragon 18 said sullenly. We're sorry. His voice was very soft. Lin Fei pretended not to hear. Can you speak louder? You are dragons, not rats underground. You can't hear me if your voice is so soft. Sorry. It's still too soft. I can't hear it. Draconic Shiba's face twitched. This Lin Fei really didn't know what was good for him. Sorry. This time the sound rumbled. Everyone heard it. Lin Fei didn't mind their gazes at all. Anyway, he had already come this far, so there was nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just a dragon? He wasn't afraid of being bitten when there were too many lice. Offending one was offending a group was also offending. That's right. The 18th Draconic Dragon and the others left in shame. He didn't have the face to embarrass himself at the door anymore. Gemin Proud Dragon was too ashamed to show his face. An exalted member of the dragon race apologizing to a human was something that had never happened before. Are you satisfied now? Of course I'm satisfied. So the dragon race's voice is so loud, ha ha. After scaring away the dragon race, Lin Fei prepared to return to Senfu. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Daoist Lin Fei, this is really satisfying. Long Ao's expression in the dragon pearl turned ugly again. Now there was someone who wasn't afraid of death and dared to say such words. Lin Fei looked back and saw a ruler not far away. He was very young and had a proud look on his face. When Lin Fei was sizing him up, he was also sizing him up. Let me introduce myself. I am a subordinate of Ruler Black Fetus, Ruler Ironstone. Ruler Ironstone smiled. Someone from the 7 overlords. Yes, I am indeed from the 7 overlords. Ruler Ironstone still smiled calmly. Ruler Black Fetus was one of the 7 overlords. Lin Fei had heard of this name a long time ago. At this time, someone from the 7 overlords had come to find him. Why? Could it be that the Ruler Black Fetus had a feud with the dragon race? I have long heard of Ruler Black Fetus, Lin Fei said with a smile. Ruler Ironstone didn't believe that Lin Fei had long heard of his Ruler Black Fetus and wouldn't expose him. Daoist Lin Fei is also quite famous. You even killed someone with the dragon god bloodline like Long Ao. I am inferior. The two of them complimented each other a little. Lin Fei invited Ruler Ironstone to Senfu as a guest, and Ruler Ironstone also accepted the invitation. After some small talk, Ruler Ironstone stated his intentions. Daoist Lin Fei, I don't know if you can give this Dragon Ball to us. Ruler Ironstone said. You should also know that many of our people lost their lives at the hands of the Dragon Clan. Now that Ruler Long Ao has fallen into your hands and his true body has been destroyed, it is a joyous thing. If you can give us the Dragon Ball, we are willing to pay a satisfactory price. So it was for the Dragon Ball. Lin Fei had some understanding of the matter between the Ruler Black Fetus and the Dragon Clan. There was indeed a conflict, but he didn't know the specific cause. Lin Fei really didn't care much about a Dragon Ball. Ruler Long Ao, who was in the Dragon Ball, heard Ruler Ironstone's words and immediately jumped up. Lin Fei, don't hand me over to the Ruler Black Fetus. As long as you promise not to hand me over, the Dragon Clan can also give you a lot of benefits. Ruler Ironstone said lightly. Daoist Long Ao, the words of the Dragon Clan really don't have any truth. I'm afraid that you won't get what you want, and you will have to pay the price with your life. Nonsense. Ruler Long Ao was furious, and his face looked uncomfortable. Whether it's nonsense or not, everyone knows it. Ruler Ironstone laughed. Daoist Lin Fei, the people of the Dragon Clan naturally love to lie. Their words are like farts. If you agree to them, you won't get any benefits. But we came with sincerity. This is the sincerity we brought, you can take a look. A storage ring flew over. Lin Fei scanned it with his divine sense. It actually contained many holy stone veins and the quality was very high. There were more than 100 of them, which could be said to be a big deal. And you really brought sincerity. Hundreds of holy stone veins, Lin Fei still liked it very much. This could be exchanged for a lot of energy points. The last time he summoned the War Angel, he consumed a lot of energy points. He was worried that he couldn't find a place to get holy stone veins. Chapter 1629. At the beginning of the 4th stage, the Dragon Clan had lost a ruler with the bloodline of the Dragon God. This was undoubtedly a very sensational matter. Lin Fei had ignored the Dragon Clan, even threatened them, and made them apologize. This undoubtedly made everyone realize that Lin Fei, who had come all the way up, was more daring than they had imagined. Thinking about what had happened before, they understood. If Lin Fei was not daring, why would the people from the 8 major sects come to him? Ruler Proud Dragon of the Dragon Clan had lost his body and fallen into Lin Fei's hands. This had provoked many people, such as the Dark Embryo ruler, who had sent people to discuss a deal with Lin Fei. This matter could not be hidden at all. The rulers of this level were shocked again. Lin Fei had really offended the Dragon Clan. As long as Ruler Proud Dragon was not completely killed, the Dragon Clan would not dare to do anything to Lin Fei for the time being. However, if he were to be handed over and fall into the hands of others, the situation would be quite bad. Some representatives of the Dragon Clan came. The matter continued to develop, especially when they knew that another overlord faction wanted to buy the Dragon Ball. This made them completely uneasy, especially when this person was an enemy of the Dragon Clan. That would be a huge loss of face for the dragon race. Exchange, we must exchange. On the peak of the Divine Mountain in one of the Senfu, ruler Longhua's voice decided what to do next. Ruler Longhua was very angry. But no matter how angry he was, he could not change the fact that the Dragon Ball had fallen into someone else's hands. As the person in charge this time, ruler Longhua's head was swollen. Why did this have to happen? But that Lin Fei is ignoring our people. As soon as Dragon 18 and the others go, Lin Fei will threaten them. He Gem Dragonfloret forced himself to calm down. If it weren't for the fact that they were separated by space, he would have immediately charged in, destroyed the entire immortal estate, and killed Lin Fei. I will take care of this matter. Ruler Longhua stood up and disappeared into the Senfu. He was going to find someone who might be able to help the Dragon Clan. Master, I finally found out all of that fellow's secrets. Lin Fei had wanted to know the secret that Long Ao knew for a long time. He was not an ordinary person, and the soul-searching technique might not be successful. He had not used it and could only let the little devil handle it. So fast. It had only been a few days. The system was so useful. The little devil flew out with a proud look on his face. This guy really came with a secret. Fortunately, Master didn't use the soul-searching technique. There is a seal in that guy's mind. As long as your divine sense touches it, the secret of the seal will be shattered. In the end, we won't know anything. I knew these guys with the Dragon God's bloodline aren't simple. Lin Fei had already expected this. Let's get to the point. What secrets does he know? Lin Fei only cared about this. As for other things, he really didn't care too much. The little devil smiled slyly. I have good news and bad news here. I don't know which newsmaster would like to hear first. F***CK. Let's listen to the bad news first. The little devil laughed. I knew Master would listen to the bad news first. Bad news first, good news later. It's just nice to calm down. The bad news is that the higher-ups seem to have passed down a belief that a new era is coming. In their words, the theocracy era is about to begin. Do you think this is bad news? If Master is still not clear, then I can explain it more clearly. It's really bad news. Lin Fei said bitterly. Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the power of the Divine God. He himself had a Divine God set. Once he wore it, his strength would increase infinitely. The price was to consume a lot of divinity points. The arrival of the theocracy era, Lin Fei only needed to think about it to know that it was not a good thing. What 8 major sects, 7 great overlords, each of them would be affected. There's another bad news. These guys with the Divine God's bloodline are actually passed down from generation to generation. They are important pawns to start the theocracy era. Fortunately, we caught Ruler Proud Dragon so we could know these secrets. I dare say that except for the top existences, I estimate that most people probably don't know about this. Lin Fei curled his lips. I said that it seemed a little abnormal for so many Divine God's bloodline to appear all of a sudden. It seems that these people with Divine God's bloodline are arranged by the upper realm. 100%. Lin Fei now understood why Ruler Sufeng reminded him. This kind of big whirlpool was indeed not something he could participate in. Otherwise, it was normal to be smashed to pieces. It was not a wise choice to go against the Divine God. Ruler Sufeng probably thought so in her heart. If he really went, it would be no less than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Could it be that these people with Divine God's bloodline have all completely activated the Divine God's bloodline? Master, you really guessed it right. The Divine General platform this time is actually a grand event. Except for the Divine God's bloodline, the other rulers are here to watch the show. They are also destined to become the glory of this era. However, no matter how awesome they are not Master's match. The little devil flattered. Lin Fei's expression did not change much. Who asked him to adapt so quickly? I've heard the bad news. What about the good news? The good news is that we know this secret one step ahead of others. Moreover, from Proud Dragon's memory, I also discovered that all the rulers with the Divine God's bloodline have bloodline protection. In other words, they can't be completely killed. For Master, this is a good thing. As long as Master slaughters the people with the Divine God's bloodline one by one and controls their primordial spirits. When the theocracy opens, You can use these primordial spirits to obtain a steady stream of divine power. Just thinking about it makes me excited. F***CK. Is this the true purpose of Ruler Ironstone and the others? I'm puzzled. Why is the Dragon Clan so anxious? It's actually for this. Ruler Ironstone had been very diligent recently. His purpose was to buy the Dragon Ball. Lin Fei had eaten the benefits. The Dragon Ball had always been in his hands, and he did not sell it to Ruler Ironstone. At first, he wanted to first crack the secret on Proud Dragon's body. Who would have thought that Ruler Proud Dragon had such a shocking secret? Crossing the sea by deception? Is it really possible? Lin Fei was also very excited. If divine power descended from above, it would definitely be like a vast ocean. Lin Fei could eat his fill in one go. That feeling would definitely be awesome. The possibility is 80%. The little devil added, if Master is still suspicious, you can get a few more people with the divine god's bloodline. When the time comes, you can search their memories. I guarantee that there will be gains. The most important thing now is that they can't communicate with the people above. This is also our greatest advantage. Chapter 1630. The arrival of the theocracy era could not be stopped. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. He had never thought of stopping it. Right now, he only had the ability to protect himself temporarily. It would be good if they didn't come looking for trouble. Being able to benefit from the theocracy era under their noses was what Lin Fei cared about. Divinity points were used up too quickly. The number of lottery draws every day was astronomical. Fortunately, his luck was not bad, and he obtained a set of deity set. Now that he knew this secret, he could prepare in advance. No wonder Sovereign Su Feng was so confident. She is one of them. As long as the God Force is added and her bloodline is completely stimulated, she will ascend to the heavens in one step and become a godlike existence. She really does have the ability to kill me. Lin Fei understood. Whether it was Sovereign Su Feng or Brahmin, they were all possessors of the heavenly god bloodline. They were the protagonists of this event. To be able to reincarnate into the lower territories, they must have been very powerful when they were alive. Is the seed that Sovereign Devil Fiend gave me also aimed at the theocracy era? Lin Fei still couldn't figure out the true meaning of this matter. He just barely knew that this was definitely related to the theocracy era. Unless the day it opened, no one would be able to guess Sovereign Devil Fiend's true purpose. Master, there are a few people outside. That Dragon 18 is also here. He had dug out a shocking secret from Sovereign Proud Dragon's memories. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in the Divine General platform. His only interest was to wait for the God Force to descend so that he could reap the benefits from it. This was the most practical thing. Everything else was pointless and meaningless. Lin Fei used his divine sense to scan and couldn't help but laugh. The dragon race really has a lot of face. They actually invited people from the 10 young masters. Are they trying to force me? He and Master's eyes, aren't they just gifts? Anyway, we just need to pretend we don't know anything. Little Fiend laughed evilly. Right now they are in the light and I am in the dark. I have to get some benefits for myself. Outside the Senfa gate, there were indeed the 10 young masters. Young Master Peerless of the 10 young masters came from the Fortune Gate. Young Master Peerless, who was dressed in white, exuded a scholarly aura. He opened his folding fan, looking elegant and suave. Young Master Unparalleled, we really have to trouble you with this matter. As long as Lin Fei agrees to return Sovereign Long Proud to us, we will be satisfied. Dragon 18 said in a low voice. These days, the Dragon 18 days had not been easy. Fortunately, the second wave had yet to begin, so there was still time to resolve this matter. I'll try my best. Young Master Peerless said lightly. The Fortune Gate had also paid a visit to Lin Fei that day, and young Noble Peerless was very clear about it. The only thing he didn't expect was that this Lin Fei was becoming more and more troublesome. Even Sovereign Long Ao was defeated by him, and in the end, young Noble Peerless still had to step in. Dragon 18 knew that the Dragon Clan had paid a high price to invite young Master Peerless. They just hoped that it would work this time. They didn't want any more trouble. This was the only hope. 18th Dragon did not wish for Sovereign Proud Dragon to fall into the hands of the Dark Fetus Sovereign. If that was the case, then there would be no hope at all. Unless he stopped him halfway, whether he could succeed or not was another matter. Taoist Lin Fei, I'm young noble peerless of the Fortune Gate. I'm here to pay a visit. Young noble peerless used his divine sense to transmit his voice. In his opinion, as one of the 10 great young masters, Lin Fei had to come out and welcome him when he came to pay a visit. In the endless territories, the reputation of the 10 great dukes was a force to be reckoned with. No response. 18th Dragon stole a glance at young noble peerless' expression, and his heart sank. It seemed that the scene he had imagined didn't happen. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. He didn't dare to speak. The previous few times, as long as he spoke, the other party would definitely not reply. In the end, he could only return helplessly. Taoist Lin Fei, I'm young noble peerless of the Fortune Gate. I'm here to pay a visit. Young noble peerless spoke again. It was already very difficult to make him speak twice in a row. Ordinary people didn't have this qualification. This Lin Fei at least had this qualification. When Sovereign Proud Dragon was killed, young Master Peerless also smelled a threatening aura and saw some clues. That was why he was willing to open his mouth. This Lin Fei is too arrogant. Young noble Peerless cursed in his heart 100 times. At this time the door opened. He saw a black-robed Lin Fei walk out quickly. I was wondering why I felt that something good was coming today. So it's young noble Peerless. What an honored guest. Young noble Peerless felt a little better. This Lin Fei still had some self-awareness and didn't let him speak again. If that was really the case, he would turn around and leave, not getting involved. Seeing Lin Fei, Draconic 18 was enraged. It was this bastard who had caused him to have to run in both directions. In his heart, he repeatedly told himself, endure, you must endure. Let him be happy for now. Lin Fei's gaze fell on 18th Dragon. Why are you here? My place doesn't welcome people from the Dragon clan. He turned his head and said, young noble Peerless came just in time. Just now I was cooking dragon meat in the senfu. You can taste it. What? You cooked dragon meat? 18th Dragon couldn't bear it anymore. You shameless bastard, how dare you eat our dragon clan? Young Master Wushuang was still thinking of how to suppress Lin Fei. When he heard this, the corners of his eyes twitched. He felt a little unnatural. He was here for the dragon clan. If he really ate dragon meat, wouldn't that leave a thorn in Lin Fei's heart? Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Dragon meat is a great tonic. Why wouldn't I eat it? I heard that this is dragon meat with the dragon god's bloodline. It must be very nourishing. I was busy washing the dragon meat just now. I was worried that I couldn't find someone to taste it with. Young noble Peerless came just in time. Come, let's go in and have a taste. Lin Fei said excitedly as he pulled young noble Peerless. 18th Dragon stared at young noble Peerless. Even though young noble Peerless was one of the top 10 young masters and a member of the Fortune Gate, the Dragon clan would bear a grudge against him if he really ate dragon meat. Young noble Peerless admired Lin Fei's guts. Not only did he kill the Dragon clan, he even cooked dragon meat. Was he trying to trick him? Fellow Taoist is too enthusiastic. Let's forget about eating dragon meat. Young noble Peerless shook his head. I haven't eaten dragon meat ever since I entered the sovereign realm. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear Huang Xiaolong's words and continued to invite him. No, how can I do that? Young noble Peerless is one of the top 10 young masters. It is a great honor for you to be my guest. No matter what, you have to eat dragon meat. Today we will eat dragon meat. In a few days we will eat phoenix meat. Chapter 1631. In the end, young Master Peerless still entered Lin Fei's senfu. Dragon 18 was not so lucky and could only wait outside the door. However, the way he looked at young Master Peerless was not very friendly, suspecting that he would eat dragon meat. What the hell is going on? Sitting in the main hall of senfu, young Master Peerless saw a big pot that was steaming and smelling good. It really is dragon meat, how dare this guy? Young Master Peerless did not expect Lin Fei to be so unreasonable. He knew that he was invited, but he still dared to cook dragon meat so openly. This was putting him in a difficult position. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come. He felt so aggrieved. The pot of steaming dragon meat still had the bloodline of the dragon god. After adding immortal herbs of various sizes, the taste was unbelievably good. and the rolling fragrance constantly stimulated young Master Peerless. If there was no one around, young Master Peerless would not mind tasting dragon meat of this level. Now, he did not dare to eat it even if he had 100 guts. This was not the right time. Dragon meat with the bloodline of the dragon god was not something one could eat at any time. Young Master Peerless, are you really not going to try it? This is good stuff. Lin Fei did not have such scruples. He had eaten dragon meat in the lower realm, but compared to this dragon meat, the taste was worlds apart. They were not on the same level. No need. I am really not interested in dragon meat. Lin Fei picked up a piece of dragon meat and ate it in a few bites. His body was emitting divine light. This was because the dragon meat had too much energy, and Lin Fei could eat it without any problems. Then I will do as you wish. Lin Fei ate a dozen more pieces of dragon meat. So delicious. Dragon meat is really the most delicious in the world. With every sentence Lin Fei said, the divine light would spit out. Young Master Peerless secretly cursed Lin Fei to explode on the spot. At first, after seeing Lin Fei, she couldn't say a single word. She was dragged away by Lin Fei everywhere. It was very uncomfortable, but she couldn't say anything. Whoever said that Lin Fei was a reckless fellow, young Master Peerless would definitely get angry with him. Young Master Peerless felt that it was time to get down to business and could not continue. The gluttonous worm in his stomach was beginning to stir. If he continued, he might really have to eat a few mouthfuls of dragon meat before he was satisfied. Fellow Lin Fei, my trip here is actually for Long Ao in your hands. I was entrusted by the Dragon Clan to hope that you can hand over the Dragon Pearl, and they are willing to pay the price. As for the matter of you killing Long Ao's body, they are willing to no longer pursue it. What do you think? Young Master Wushuang said. Lin Fei picked up a piece of dragon meat and ate it in one bite. They want to buy it back? You can say that. Young Master Wushuang tried hard to shift his gaze away from the pot of dragon meat. As long as you agree, they are willing to pay the price. Lin Fei already knew the other party's intention. If it was before, Lin Fei might really agree to young Master Wushuang's condition and let them pay the price to buy the dragon pearl back. But after knowing the secret, Lin Fei didn't think so anymore. No matter how good a good thing was, it was not as practical as divine power. Who asked the era of theocracy to come soon? Other things were not as good as divine power. The people of the Dragon Clan are really generous. They don't care about killing people. Lin Fei said as he ate. But I have already promised Ruler Ironstone. I'm afraid I can't promise you this. Young Master Wushuang knew it would be like this. Fellow, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Young Master Wushuang came on behalf of the Dragon Clan to make Lin Fei change his mind. The Dragon Clan came with sincerity. This is what they entrusted me to hand over to you. It was also a storage ring. Young Master Wushuang sighed in his heart. The Dragon Clan really bowed their heads. Was Ruler Long Ao very important? The Dragon Clan is really generous. It seems that they really came with sincerity. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and found that it was full of holy stone. He seemed to have learned his preferences from Ruler Ironstone. Lin Fei was not interested in treasures and the like. His greatest interest was the holy stone vein. These could be converted into endless energy points, which could help him summon more war angels. They came with sincerity, but you ate dragon meat in front of them. If the people of the Dragon Clan found out, they would be angered to death by your actions. It was the first time that young Master Wushuang saw a person like Lin Fei. Not only did he offend the Demon Profound sect, but he also offended the Dragon Clan. He was not worried at all. He still ate and slept. The Dragon Clan is sincere. As long as you agree to return the Dragon Pearl, they will satisfy your needs. Young Master Wushuang saw that Lin Fei was a little tempted. He hurriedly said while the iron was hot, trying to persuade Lin Fei to change his mind. Lin Fei rubbed his eyebrows and looked at young Master Wushuang. Can you really guarantee that they won't pursue this matter? As long as young Master Wushuang guarantees that they won't pursue this matter, I will agree. Guarantee? Isn't this just cheating me? Who doesn't know that the Dragon Clan is the most untrustworthy? Unless you are stronger than the Dragon Clan. Young Master Wushuang was very clear about this in his heart. He would definitely not agree to a guarantee. Humph. Young Master Wushuang seems to have scruples. Then forget about this matter. Lin Fei ate the dragon meat again. Anyway, they can't do anything to me now. I can live as long as I can. At the very least, I have eaten dragon meat of the dragon god bloodline. That taste. In the end, young Master Wushuang returned empty-handed and even wasted a storage ring. That shameless Lin Fei did not even ask for it back. Young Master Wushuang, did he agree? Although 18th Dragon was very unhappy, he had to suppress his anger and ask, I can't do anything about Lin Fei. Young Master Wushuang shook his head. He is too cunning. That's it? This was different from what he had expected. He didn't give it to him? 18th Dragon asked. Is he really going to go against the Dragon Clan? Moreover, you are one of the 10 great childs. Is Lin Fei not going to give you face? Young Master Wushuang was in a bad mood today. He, one of the 10 great young masters, was actually unable to suppress Lin Fei, and he was already filled with anger. Now that he heard such words, he coldly snorted, and his sharp gaze swept across. Humph, he can disrespect the Dragon Clan, but why should he give me any face? If you have the ability, go and talk to him yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. Young Master Wushuang. 18th Dragon could only watch as young Master Wushuang left. This bastard. Looking at Senfu, 18th Dragon gritted his teeth. Everyone was paying attention to the Dragon Clan. When the news that Lin Fei cooked dragon meat alone and even invited young Master Wushuang, it caused quite a stir. He was too daring. Killing Long Ao was already very hurtful. Now that he ate dragon meat, he did not take the Dragon Clan seriously. Chapter 1632. The matter between the dragon race and Lin Fei was in a deadlock for the time being. No matter how angry the dragon race was on this divine mountain, they could not really kill Lin Fei and snatch back Sovereign Long Ao's dragon pearl. Ruler Ironstone, who was under the Dark Embryo Overlord, was even more eager. The dragon race invited young Master Wushuang of the Fortune Gate as a lobbyist, but in the end, he returned without any success. Ruler Ironstone was shocked and was quite agitated. In order to avoid trouble, he kept looking for Lin Fei. Lin Fei had been intentionally keeping Hegemon Ironstone in suspense, refusing to agree. His actions had left Hegemon Ironstone quite confused, but he couldn't say anything bad about it. The Senfu turned gray one after another. The competition on the high platform continued. Anyone who lost the qualification would have their Senfu turn gray, indicating that they had been eliminated. Lin Fei was not as attentive as before. During this period, he went through several rounds of battles and easily won the other party. Lin Fei did not hide anything. He increased the output of his divine power. No matter what treasures they had, they died in the face of the rolling divine power. Therefore, Lin Fei's reputation became more and more resounding. Lin Fei did not care about fame. In these battles, the mastery of divine talismans was the happiest thing for Lin Fei. At the beginning, he had mastered the first-level divine talisman, but now he had mastered the 5th-level divine talisman attack. The higher the grade of the divine talisman, the stronger its power. Lin Fei relied on the upgrade system to easily calculate the divine talismans, and his battle speed was also exceptionally fast. The comprehension ability of those with the heavenly god bloodline really cannot be underestimated. Lin Fei would also pay attention to the top 10 young masters and the rulers of some powerful races. Their comprehension ability was also very terrifying. Among them, young Master Luo Xian, who had also comprehended high-grade divine talismans and displayed powerful abilities. From the beginning to the end, he was still ranked first. Second was Ruler Dark Sacred of the Demon Mystic Sect. Third was young Master Immortal God, a disciple of the Myriad Tao Overlord. Fourth was young Master Peerless, the ruler of the Fortune Gate. Dead. When Lin Fei reached the 952 floor, a voice rang out. The devilish hegemon was dead. Seeing this, Lin Fei suspected that he was seeing things. That fellow, who had a heavenly god's bloodline, had died so easily at the other party's hands. Even though the other party was quite famous, he was not as strong as the evil sovereign. Something's fishy. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. He refused to believe that it was true. There is still a big secret hidden in this. Perhaps the secret is about to be revealed. The evil devil ruler definitely wouldn't die just like that. Lin Fei firmly believed this. However, he couldn't figure out why the evil devil ruler would be killed at a time like this. There will be a move soon. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet a guy with a deity's bloodline. Now I only have Dragon Proud as my master. Lin Fei shook his head. Ever since he killed Sovereign Proud Dragon's main body that day, he hadn't encountered anyone with the bloodline of a heavenly god. As for other lower-level bloodlines, he had encountered them a few times. Lin Fei didn't care about those bloodlines. What he wanted now were people with heavenly god bloodlines. Are you still going to warn me? After Lin Fei killed yet another race's powerhouse, Lin Fei's eyes widened. Hegemin Sufeng came once more. But this time, there was another handsome hegemin by her side. However, his expression wasn't very friendly towards Lin Fei. Little Feng, I already said that there's nothing to say to this sort of person, the young man in embroidered robes said. Hegemin Sufeng glanced coldly at the young man in embroidered robes, then said to Lin Fei, "You still haven't thought it through? This is the last time I'll remind you." Lin Fei truly hadn't expected that Hegemin Sufeng would come looking for him again, and that she would even warn him again. He was quite excited. He had once captured Hegemin Sufeng. If I insist on doing things my own way, won't I disappoint you? Lin Fei looked at Hegemin Sufeng as he spoke. Hegemin Sufeng knew that this would happen when she came. Lin Fei's temper was simply too stubborn. Hegemin Sufeng knew that he had offended the dragons recently, and had refused young Master Peerless' kind offer. She was quite impressed that he had the guts to do something like this. The implications of this matter were simply too great. If Lin Fei really got caught up in it, he would definitely be completely devoured in the end, even his skin and bones. Hegemin Sufeng came to warn Lin Fei. What she had imagined had happened. She had to admit that Lin Fei was quite talented. After all, he had made it this far. However, the final step was a bottomless abyss. Little Feng, you can give up now. This guy won't listen to your advice at all. Someone like him will die for nothing. He thinks he's so powerful because he has a few tricks up his sleeve. In the eyes of others, he's nothing more than a clown. Hegemin Allwoods laughed arrogantly. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a wicked glint. Who are you again? Why did you come all the way here? Do you think I won't kill you when the time comes? Hegemin Allwoods laughed. Look at you. You're full of vulgarities, and you even dare to attack the phoenixes. He couldn't stand the sight of Hegemin Sufeng flirting with a human with a lowly bloodline. Lin Fei suddenly sized up Hegemin Allwoods, then began to chuckle. So you're a member of the phoenixes. No wonder you're so arrogant. You're just like that dragon. Right, I heard that phoenixes taste pretty good and they taste just as good as dragon meat. I don't know if that's true or not, but I hope you don't mind if I slaughter you and cook a pot of dragon phoenix soup. You're courting death. Hegemin Allwoods' eyes turned cold. Lin Fei puffed out his chest, then patted it. Come and kill me then. If you don't dare to kill me, then you're a coward. Hegemin Allwoods truly didn't dare to attack. This guy was simply too shameless. He clearly knew that he couldn't kill anyone here, but he was still trying to provoke him. Hegemin Allwoods gnashed his teeth when he saw Lin Fei. Hegemin Sufeng didn't like Hegemin Allwoods at all. When she saw that Lin Fei had taken a beating, she revealed a hint of a smile. However, it disappeared in a flash and Lin Fei easily caught it. I respect your choice. I hope that I'll have the chance to see you again. Hegemin Sufeng knew better than anyone else that Lin Fei was quite talented. After they left this place, there would be a huge gap between the two of them. It wasn't something that could be bridged by anyone. Lin Fei chuckled and said, You and I can be considered friends. If you run into any trouble that day, just send someone to inform me, and I'll definitely come and help you without a second thought. My words carry enormous weight. Hegemin Allwoods finally found an opportunity to mock Lin Fei. Lin Fei, don't even think about it. Not only have you offended the demon mystic sect, but you've also offended the dragon race. You need to survive first. Don't brag so casually. Lin Fei watched as Hegemin Sufeng left. Master, that guy is too detestable. Do you want me to poke his eyes and let him have a good time? The little devil couldn't bear to watch any longer. Why bother with someone like him? Lin Fei shook his head. The next time I see him, I'll just kill him and turn him into a pot of dragon phoenix soup. That'll relieve my anger. Master is still the best. Chapter 1633. Something big was about to happen. Lin Fei had never doubted Little Devil's words. He represented the system, and if he said something big was about to happen, there wouldn't be much deviation. The God bloodline is awesome. I can upgrade my bloodline to the God bloodline at any time. I guarantee you guys will be shocked. Lin Fei didn't care about the God bloodline. He currently had the space bloodline and the time bloodline. Everything was well hidden, and even the 10 young masters couldn't see it for the time being. Master, you can indeed upgrade the God bloodline. I used the system to calculate that these guys with the God bloodline here are all pawns. It's hard for you to meet them for the time being, and they are just waiting for you to open the limit of the God bloodline and enter the God realm or even the pseudo-God realm. Master, upgrade your bloodline to the God bloodline. When the time comes with the system's functions, you can plunder unlimited benefits. Lin Fei could indeed upgrade his bloodline at any time. Although he was a peak 8-star ruler, Lin Fei had already entered the 9 stars ruler realm through opening the experience chest. It could be said that Lin Fei could enter the God realm at any time. Of course, there was a prerequisite. He needed a large amount of divine power to transform his physical body. His current divine power was far from enough, and this was an opportunity. Lin Fei wouldn't miss this great opportunity. Lin Fei felt that Little Fiend's words were very reasonable. His celestial god equipment could only be fully unleashed when matched with the celestial god realm. Ruler Su Feng reminded me again that I also need to upgrade my bloodline power. Lin Fei turned around and returned to Senfu. Exchange for a level 1 god bloodline. Lin Fei currently had an innumerable amount of divinity points. He easily exchanged for a level 1 god bloodline. In other words, it was a 1-star god bloodline. Do you want to refine and upgrade your bloodline? Yes. In a secret chamber in Senfu, Lin Fei was also speeding up the upgrade of his bloodline. He wanted to increase it as much as possible, so that he could obtain the greatest benefits in the upcoming event. After all, it seemed hopeless to hope to control a few more people with Heavenly God bloodlines for the time being. Level 1 Heavenly God bloodline upgrade complete. After activating time acceleration, Lin Fei's bloodline underwent an earth-shattering transformation. His body now possessed a trace of the true might of a heavenly god. Even if he was asleep, Lin Fei could easily cultivate to the 1-star heavenly god realm. Exchange for a grade 2 heavenly god bloodline. After resting for a while, Lin Fei began to upgrade his bloodline again. The deity bloodline needed to be upgraded 1 level at a time, and there was nothing Lin Fei could do about it. Fortunately, with the help of the system, his physical body was able to adapt easily, and the time needed to upgrade was much faster. If outsiders were to find out about this kind of speed of improvement, they would probably be completely dumbfounded. The heavenly deity bloodline that they inherited was limited, unless they had a treasure that could increase the power of their bloodline. However, how could they compare it to Lin Fei's speed? It was truly infuriating to compare. On this day, a blood-red color appeared without warning in the tens of thousands of layers of space. The dazzling blood-red color was very eye-catching. Is the divine gate about to open? In a secret chamber of Senfu, young Master Luo Xian felt a faint throbbing in his heart. He raised his head and looked outside. His gaze fell on the chaotic space outside, and his handsome face also frowned. But why is it earlier than before? As the head of the 10 princes, young Master Luo Xian was born with a natural phenomenon. As his bloodline continued to be stimulated, many secrets kept on being activated. Even the experts of the sect had to be polite to him, especially after opening a treasure left behind in the past. After obtaining the treasure, his strength improved greatly, and his status rose even faster. Young Master Luo Xian stood up, took a step, and arrived in the sky above Senfu. After so many years, I have been waiting for this day. I can also return to the heavenly god realm, and even have a chance to break through to a higher realm. Whoosh, a wave of energy spread. A figure quietly appeared not far away from young Master Luo Xian. Taoist Dark Saint, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others for appearing so sneakily? The black-robed young Master Dark Saint said calmly. What's there to laugh at? I'm just here to see you. You and I both know that the divine gate is about to open, and the battle between us is about to begin. I wonder if after the divine gate opens, Will you be able to maintain your position as the head of the 10 princes, or will I be able to suppress you? I'm looking forward to that day. Back then you weren't my match and it'll be the same this time. I've already cultivated my cultivation technique to the Great Circle, and I'm just waiting for this final step. Young Master Luo Xian said heroically. Therefore you are destined to lose. Ha ha ha. Sovereign Dark Saint laughed loudly. There are always surprises in everything. You and I both have the bloodline of heavenly gods. It's still uncertain who will suppress who. The two of you think too highly of yourselves. Are there only the two of you in the battle of heavenly gods? Another figure appeared in the sky. It was the third-ranked young master immortal god. He carried a long sword on his back. The two of you have the bloodline of heavenly gods, and so do I. Although I don't know why the divine gate opens early, our time has come. With opponents like you, I'll be very motivated. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely understand what Sovereign Su Feng was saying. Every single one of the 10 princes had a powerful background. Young Master Luo Xian said unhurriedly. Everyone came here with a goal in mind. Whoever can complete the mission will have to rely on their own abilities. Don't fall here and become a joke. Ha ha, let's wait and see. The two figures quietly dispersed after laughing loudly. Young Master Luo Xian raised his head again and looked at the smear of blood in the myriad layers space. What happened up there? Why did the divine gate open early? His voice became softer and softer. Another 20 years passed. The smear of blood was like the setting sun in the sky, dyeing the vast space red. From a sliver at the beginning to a blood-red scene, the change was getting bigger and bigger. It made it difficult for everyone to figure out what this blood red was. Everyone could vaguely sense a terrifying aura within the blood red. This aura was enough to kill them. Be it the experts on the Sacred Mountain Palace or the sovereigns who were competing for the position of Heavenly General, none of them could remain calm. Only the powerhouses who knew some secrets could calm down a little. However, they were not any better. Even the top-notch powerhouses felt threatened by the crimson light. No one knew what the blood red was. Fortunately, although the blood red looked close, they were still very far away. For the time being, they did not have to worry too much. Moreover, this was a place set up by a god. The terrifying blood red might not be able to invade this place. Boom! On this day in the 30th year, the myriad layer space welcomed a terrifying aura. This aura surged into the sky. In the face of this terrifying aura, everyone could not move. Even the top-notch peak 8-star sovereigns revealed an inexplicable fear on their faces. Boom! Boom! There was not just one terrifying aura. There were 9 of them. Chapter 1634. The terrifying aura woke everyone up. Whether it was those who were cultivating in seclusion or others, they all came out of the immortal abode and witnessed this terrifying scene. The boundless blood-red color was directly crushed into nothingness by the 9 auras. The space outside returned to how it was before. The elders of the 8 top sects and 7 overlord forces were scared white in the face of this powerful and terrifying aura. This is the aura of a god. Yes, it must be a powerful god. The strength of a god is too terrifying. Why would a god tear through space and come down? Is he going to be conferred as a god? But the arena battle is only halfway through. Many people did not understand. In front of this powerful aura, they were as weak as ants. How could they understand why this was happening? They could only watch as the 9 tyrannical auras rushed down. Damn, they're here so soon. Lin Fei also woke up from the secret chamber. Master, this is the aura of a god. I can feel it. If you kill them, I guarantee that there will be many benefits. The little devil egged him on. You want me to kill a god? You might as well say that you want me to die. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. How could this guy say such a thing? Aren't I just saying? While speaking, Lin Fei's eyes were fixed on the 9 tyrannical auras. Is this a real heavenly god? Lin Fei did not think that the strength of a heavenly god would be so tyrannical. A total of 9 tyrannical auras descended. It was obvious that 9 powerful people had attacked, and it was faster than expected. Boom! 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 The 9 auras rushed down and broke through everything. In front of the 9 auras, the strong defense was like a thin piece of paper. It's gone. The 9 auras appeared in the sky above Senfu. Lin Fei was instantly suppressed by this aura. He could not move his body, as if he was a 10,000-ton mountain. At this time, Lin Fei realized that the blue seed that he was carrying had disappeared without any warning. He did not feel that the seed had disappeared. Lin Fei had underestimated the use of the seed. Right now, Lin Fei couldn't care less about where the seeds were going. The most important thing for him was that he was about to get his hands on the most important benefits. The most important thing was to get the most out of this. The 9 auras turned into 9 huge pillars of light. These 9 pillars of light were like the pillars of the sea, emitting a powerful and invincible aura. The gray-robed emissary who had been controlling the divine mountain had also disappeared without a trace. The terrifying aura stopped for a moment. 5-colored divine light descended from the sky and shrouded the sky above Senfu. The eyes of the top-notch experts on the God Mountain lit up as they revealed looks of envy. That was true divine power. Divine power was going to transform one's physical body, allowing one to advance by leaps and bounds. Hua hua hua. At this moment, the figures automatically flew out under the pressure. Look everyone. That's Mr. Luo Xian of the Zhengyi School. Is he going to be apatheicized? Young Master Dark Saint went as well. Young Master Wushuang, Young Master Immortal God, they have gone too. One hegemon after another soared into the sky. The divine light entered their bodies. Everyone had an intoxicated look on their faces. Those hegemons who did not get their turn could only stare helplessly at this moment. It was indescribable how sullen it was that they could not obtain the opportunity that belonged to them. Struggle? It was useless. The terrifying aura locked onto them, making them unable to move. They could only watch helplessly. This was the saddest thing in the world. At this moment, there were dozens of hegemons in the sky, allowing the divine light to shine on their bodies. It made countless people's eyes turn red. The people from the 8 major sects and the 7 super overlords also smiled at this moment. Even though there were some changes, the final change had not changed. Everything was going according to plan, which made them feel relieved. The God's Gate has opened. Our demon mystic sect is finally going to have another heavenly god. The 5 elders of the demon mystic sect had smiles on their faces. He was a heavenly god. In the endless territory it meant a lot. No matter how powerful the hegemons of the 9 stars were, they could kill a heavenly god with a single finger. The difference between gods and immortals was not something that could be made up for with strength. It was a difference in life forms. They had spent so much effort just to have another heavenly god in the demon mystic sect. Now everything was worth it. The dozens of lucky ones all had the bloodline of a heavenly god. Even if it wasn't the bloodline of a heavenly god, it was still an extremely tyrannical bloodline. The divine light kept transforming their bodies, and the heavenly god bloodline in their bodies was also activated to the limit. Traces of heavenly god pressure also appeared. This isn't right. Lin Fei struggled several times, but he was still suppressed by the pressure. Something even more unexpected happened. The Dragon Ball broke through the limit, regained its freedom, and soared into the sky. Hegemon Long Ao grinned. Ha ha ha, Lin Fei, you didn't expect it, right? We, who have the bloodline of a heavenly god, are the lucky ones. As long as you don't destroy the Dragon Ball, I can still reap the benefits. When the body is reconstructed, it will be your time of death. No one can save you. The Dragon Ball broke through the void and stopped next to a pillar of light. The seal was broken. Hegemon Long Ao's primordial spirit was bathed in the divine light, revealing an expression of enjoyment as it crazily absorbed the divine light. Damn, I calculated wrong. Seeing this situation, Lin Fei knew that his calculation was wrong. These guys with the bloodline of a heavenly god were really lucky to be able to obtain the divine light. This was completely different from the expected situation. Lin Fei also became anxious. The divine light contained divine power, which was what he cared about. Little devil, try and see if you can absorb the divine light. They eat the meat. We have to drink the soup. Lin Fei urged the little devil. The 9 auras were extremely tyrannical. Even if he wore the heavenly god set, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence. After all, this was not the pressure of a heavenly god. He didn't see the terrifying blood color, which was also completely destroyed by the 9 auras. At least he couldn't see it now. Whether it would appear in the future was another matter. Rumble. And at this moment something strange happened. Hundreds of blue lights soared into the sky, intertwining in the space. Once the blue light appeared, it quickly took root in the space. A tender sprout appeared, crazily absorbing the divine light, and quickly turned into a group of towering trees. Damn! These are those blue seeds, they are actually tree seeds. Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. They were the blue seeds that disappeared before. That devilish hegemon was lying. This thing might be aimed at the divine light. Lin Fei curled his lips, understanding the true use of the seeds. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of towering trees stood tall, stealing a large amount of the divine light. At this moment, a sword light appeared in the sky, slashing at the hundreds of towering trees. Obviously, someone above knew that the towering trees below were stealing the divine light, so he used his sword to stop it. It was a very ordinary sword. Everyone felt the terror of this sword. If it landed on them, they would definitely die. The hundreds of towering trees suddenly turned into a towering tree that was billions of zhang tall. The densely packed branches moved, blocking the sharp sword just like that. Why bother? Chapter 1635. The sword exploded as if it had been struck by a terrifying attack. Shards of sword light flew everywhere, and countless senfu were destroyed by the shards. The rulers inside were also unlucky. When the voice landed in everyone's ears, it sounded like an ancient voice, filled with endless vicissitudes. F***ck, what's going on? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. That sword's power made even his heart palpitate, but it had been easily broken by this voice. Where did it come from? Lin Fei did his best to resist the pressure and looked at the towering tree in the distance. Whoosh, the sword that came down from the sky was shattered, and the second sword came again. Everyone could feel that the owner of this sword was angry. Whoosh! The towering tree brushed against the sword light, once again displaying its terrifying offensive power, and shattered the sword into nothingness. Its power was beyond everyone's imagination. Damn it, what is this thing? It's stealing our shunshi. That's our shunshi. Damn it, where did it come from? The lucky ones were all cursing, but they couldn't stop the towering tree from stealing. They didn't see that the sword was easily blocked by the tree. They vaguely had a bad feeling. It seemed that this time it would be very difficult for them to become gods. The branches in the sky danced, and the shunshi's light was constantly stolen. The blue fluorescence grew brighter and brighter, and a huge vortex formed around the towering tree. The shunshi and the 9 pillars of light was mercilessly sucked into the vortex, and the amount of shunshi that landed on the lucky ones was almost negligible. I thought they would benefit greatly. Why did this thing pop out? Now they're in trouble. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Bang bang bang. Before Lin Fei finished laughing, the towering tree swept towards the 9 pillars of light. The first pillar exploded. The second pillar also exploded. The third pillar of light exploded again. The 9 pillars of endless pressure exploded one after another, and the sky was filled with shunshi's light. The dense shunshi's light floated everywhere. The towering tree continued to plunder, its roots extending all the way. Countless roots broke through the divine mountain's defenses and took root. Dodge! Damn thing, how did you come out? As soon as the roots landed on the divine mountain, they immediately took root and extended towards the depths of the mountain. Some people tried to stop it, but their attacks were repelled when they landed on the roots. They could only watch helplessly. With so much divine light, even if I were to absorb just a little bit of it, it would be enough for my strength to rise by a large margin. Some envious people saw the hole that had been opened and immediately rushed out. They wanted to steal the light of the divine light to increase their own strength, so that they wouldn't miss out on such a great opportunity. They are courting death. The elders of the 8 great sects all retreated to a safe zone. They looked at those people and laughed coldly. Things were good, but they needed to be alive to use them. Bam bam bam. As soon as they arrived at the opening, a sky full of tree branches swept towards them, ripping them to shreds. No matter how powerful a sovereign was, he would not be able to withstand a single blow from this towering tree. The people who were just about to charge up were now so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone dispersed. The divine light was a good thing, but for the sake of their lives they didn't want to fight over it. After all, there were some sovereigns who were exceptionally strong, but they had been torn to shreds in a single exchange. The people of the 8 great sects were now gathered in one area. Everyone's faces were solemn, and their eyes were filled with confusion. What was going on? First there was blood. Now there was the towering tree and the ancient voice. They didn't know any of this. The divine light is going underground. Something's going to go wrong this time. Everyone, think about how we're going to survive if the thing under the divine mountain comes out. The people of the 8 great sects had unsightly expressions. There was a terrifying existence under the divine mountain that they didn't know about. It was using the opportunity of the ascension to steal the divine light to break through some kind of restriction. Right now they were standing in the most dangerous place. Rumble! Rumble! Before they could even finish speaking, the enormous divine mountain began to shake. Then the earth cracked, and the divine mountain was on the verge of collapsing. The experts of the 8 great sects were at a loss for what to do. If they flew outside and got sucked into the boundless space, it would be troublesome to return. If they didn't leave, they would have no chance of survival once the monster under the divine mountain appeared. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They flew outside. Whoosh, suddenly, a black shadow flashed past, and a group of experts at the front flew out and fell from the sky, turning into blood water that filled the sky. You don't need to leave. Hundreds of black puppets blocked their way. A murderous aura swept over. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They're Sky City's puppet oracles. Someone immediately shouted, "Kill!" Hundreds of black puppets turned into black shadows and attacked. They didn't use any techniques, just the long black sabers in their hands. They instantly killed their way into the crowd, causing chaos. Everyone fight them to the death. The hundreds of puppets were extremely powerful. Most importantly, they were impervious to weapons, and their defense was terrifying. They killed 8-star sovereigns with a single slash, and in the blink of an eye, the people on the mountain suffered heavy casualties. Master, we've probably been sucked into the great maelstrom. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Was there even a need to say it? Lin Fei immediately noticed the changes on the divine mountain. Hundreds of puppets were killing sovereigns, and almost no one was a match for them. Can you absorb the divine light? Yes. Although he didn't know why there was such a change, Lin Fei took the opportunity to use the system to plunder. A portion of the divine light that had been sucked into the great maelstrom was now pulled over by the system. Obtained divine light. Discovered 10,000 divinity points. Obtained divine light. Discovered 50,000 divinity points. Every time he converted a portion of the divine light, Lin Fei obtained a large number of divinity points. In a short time, he had obtained millions of divinity points, and the number was still rising. Turn the functions to the maximum. Lin Fei hid in Senfu, not afraid of being discovered. Gradually, a great maelstrom appeared around him. Although it wasn't as big as the towering tree in the sky, it was still of a certain scale. As for those lucky ones, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered. What's under the divine mountain? Most of the divine light has been snatched away. Lin Fei turned the system functions to the maximum, but he still couldn't compare to the other party. The other party was like an ocean while he was like a small river. The difference was huge. Now Lin Fei only wanted to know what was on the divine mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the divine mountain. Boom! Boom! The huge divine mountain collapsed in an instant, turning into nothingness under this aura. It could be said that the divine mountain no longer existed. Time stopped at this moment. That's Chapter 1636. Logically speaking, the sacred mountain should have been blasted into nothingness by the terrifying aura. There shouldn't have been anything left behind. Lin Fei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he looked over. Without the sacred mountain, a small space was sealed in its original position. In the center of the blood-colored space was a huge, malevolent head that was extremely eye-catching. Anyone who was still alive would have noticed the sealed space under the sacred mountain. What a grand plan, using a space to seal a head. Lin Fei was full of admiration. Did the voice from before come from this head? The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed that there was another sealed space under the sacred mountain, suppressing a huge head inside. He wondered who was so unlucky as to be suppressed here. Master, that head is not simple. Little Devil jumped out again. Didn't you notice that this head contains a dense amount of divine power? This divine power is exactly the same as the one we saw before. There's such a thing? Even though the head was sealed in space and its powerful aura constantly attacked the spatial barrier, Lin Fei could still feel a sense of familiarity from the other party's divine power. Damn, it really is a little familiar. Isn't this divine power? Lin Fei's jaw dropped. This divine power is actually the divine light we refined on the sacred mountain. Little Devil seemed to have become a theorist as she sat on Lin Fei's shoulder. If I'm not wrong, this head has a great background. It's the kind with a high status. The other party couldn't kill this person, so they could only suppress him under the sacred mountain. Everything on the sacred mountain changed because of him. That's why along the way, all the plants and flowers have divinity. It should be because of this head. Those people tried to use this method to continuously weaken the other party's strength over the years, but it seems like this method won't work. Lin Fei had the same thought as Little Devil. This head had a noble status. The fact that it was still alive showed how powerful it was. If not for the destruction of the sacred mountain today, Lin Fei wouldn't have imagined that there was a sealed space and a huge head below. It looks like he's about to break the sealed space. The sealed space continued to tremble, but it was still not broken by the head. The huge head shook its body, and a red-robed youth walked out. This person was very young, extremely young, and his body flowed with an ancient and noble aura. The red-robed youth casually stood there like a tall mountain that could support both the heavens and the earth. Everything around him seemed incomparably small. After so many years, it's all over. His calm voice reverberated throughout the vast space, then spread out to the rest of the endless territory. In that instant, everyone in every corner of the endless territories heard this voice, and the endless territories were instantly shaken. It didn't matter if they were in seclusion or not. All of their expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for the top-notch experts. They could all sense the terror brought about by that voice. They were completely moved. They searched everywhere for the source of the sound, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Too powerful. At such a close distance, Lin Fei felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart. Just who did this to suppress him here? And it seems like they dismembered him. Just a head is so terrifying. If the remaining parts were to be combined, wouldn't that be a heaven-defying might? This was the strongest person Lin Fei had ever seen. No, it should be the strongest head. Lin Fei didn't doubt at all that if this person breathed on him, he would die with a grudge even if he wore the celestial god set. This person was so powerful that he couldn't be defeated, at least for now. The red-robed youth walked towards the sealed space. With every step he took, a huge crack appeared in the sealed space. After 10 steps, the sealed space was on the verge of collapsing. Whoosh, the sealed space was on the verge of collapsing. There was a flash of light in the sky above the sealed space. Suddenly, a yellow-robed figure appeared, standing quietly in the air above the sealed space. Primal Chaos, you've finally come out. The yellow-robed person's voice was very calm, but it was filled with disdain. Heh, if I didn't come out, would I have been suppressed by you for another 100,000 chaos years? The red-robed youth also said calmly, it's enough that this has happened once. There's no need for a second time. We still underestimated your schemes. You were even able to trigger the blood moon and nearly messed up our plans. Although you shattered the divine mountain, it's a pity that 100,000 chaos years have passed. How much power do you have left? If we can suppress you once, we can suppress you a second time. The yellow-robed person laughed as he attacked the red-robed youth. The entire space began to tremble. A terrifying aura swept out, spreading out like ripples. Do you think I'm still the primal chaos from 100,000 chaos years ago? You're gravely mistaken. The red-robed youth used his ultimate move. The two exchanged blows very quickly. Heaven and earth shook and stars fell. No one could clearly see the traces of their exchange. F***ck, this is too dangerous. Lin Fei's hair stood on end. The terrifying aura came wave after wave, and his scalp went numb. If the shockwaves reach me, won't I be finished? I have to move to another place as soon as possible. Lin Fei was not in the mood to care about who won and who lost. It was better for him to hide in a safe place when two important figures were fighting. Lin Fei came out of Senfu. The originally densely packed Senfu was now in a mess. Many of them had been destroyed, and the rulers inside were also unlucky. One could only say that they were unlucky. Lin Fei turned back to look at that space. The terrifying auras made his scalp go numb. If the two did not fight, this would definitely not end. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei had just left to find a safe place. Another resplendent pillar of light descended from above. It was incomparably dazzling, and it was even thicker than the previous 9 auras. Divine light again. Lin Fei was instantly attracted. The lucky ones who had been hiding in all directions were directly pulled by a force to the side of the pillar of light. They absorbed the divine light, and their auras began to rise. I almost missed a good opportunity. Lin Fei had plundered a bunch just now, but it was a pity that it was not enough. It was far from what he wanted. Immediately snatched the divine power for me. Lin Fei activated the system, and the next moment his expression changed. The system actually could not plunder the divine power. That place was sealed by a layer of power. This is messing with me. The divine power made Lin Fei stare blankly. Lin Fei was not willing to give up just like that. Chapter 1637. In the distance, the two big shots were fighting fiercely, and waves of terrifying aura soared into the sky. Looking at the pillar of light not far away, according to a certain level, there stood one lucky person after another. Among them, ruler Proud Dragon, who had escaped from Lin Fei's hands, was originally left with a primordial spirit. Now, under the nourishment of divine power, it transformed into a divine body, which was even stronger than the original dragon body. Since you are stopping me from plundering divine power, then I will go all out. No one can stop me from plundering divine power. Hearing the little devil's method, Lin Fei checked according to what she said. After checking, he really found that there was a problem with their position. They were absorbing divine power according to a certain position. This should be specially prepared for them. In less than a moment, the aura on their bodies became tyrannical, and traces of divine light drilled out of their bodies unimpeded. This was a sign that the divine body was about to take shape. They wanted to break through to the heavenly god realm and become a heavenly god. The most basic thing was to transform the immortal body into a divine body. As long as they became a divine body, their body could contain terrifying divine power. Even the current Lin Fei couldn't store divine power in his body. He could only transform divinity points into divine power, and his body was a tool. Lin Fei's bloodline had also become a heavenly god's bloodline. Becoming a divine body was also something he had to do. Master, you have to be careful. This divine power should be prepared for them. If you go plundering divine power, you might be attacked. It's better to wear the heavenly god set. The little devil reminded him. You don't need to say that. Lin Fei took out the black heavenly god set, which he had opened at a great price. The black battle armor had perfect lines, and it emitted a terrifying pressure of a heavenly god. At this moment it was suppressed by the pressure of that big shot, and it seemed to be nothing. After wearing the heavenly god set, Lin Fei's mind moved, and the battle armor was hidden in his body. If one wasn't exceptionally strong, they wouldn't be able to see the heavenly god battle armor in his body. Lin Fei grabbed the black heavenly god battle blade in his hand, and with a flash of divinity, he rushed towards the huge pillar of light. With the help of divine power, ruler Proud Dragon rebuilt a perfect body. His defense was even stronger than before. That damned Lin Fei. He never thought that I would have a chance to turn things around. When I become an Empyrean god, I will definitely grind Lin Fei's bones to dust. Hegemon Proud Dragon laughed sinisterly, desperately absorbing divine power. Huh, there's actually someone coming this way. You overestimate yourself and even dare to snatch divine power. Standing in a fixed position, Hegemon Proud Dragon laughed coldly. Suddenly, he discovered that this person was actually Lin Fei. This kid actually didn't die. What kind of luck is this? Hegemon Proud Dragon recognized him at a glance. He thought of the scene of him being captured again, as well as the scene of Lin Fei's arrogance. He almost couldn't turn things around. Lin Fei was very fast. Along the way, the surrounding space instantly became like mud, and Lin Fei's speed also slowed down. Lin Fei activated his spatial bloodline and tried to pass through. Right now the space was shrouded by power. No matter what Lin Fei did, he always passed through, as though this layer of power was specifically used to block him. Lin Fei, you lowly bastard, you want to obtain divine power support? Why don't you take a look at what you are? You don't deserve divine power support. Hegemon Proud Dragon laughed loudly. Even though he really wanted to kill Lin Fei right now, being able to mock him was also a good choice. The lucky ones standing near the light pillar all noticed the nearby Lin Fei. Their eyes were very cold, and their bodies carried arrogance. They were the biggest lucky ones and naturally looked down on this Lin Fei who had killed his way up. Seeing him blocked outside, there was no need to mention how happy they were. Hegemon Sufeng also saw Lin Fei, and hurriedly transmitted to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, hurry up and leave. You can't enter here, and the people above won't allow you to enter either. The barrier outside was specially set up for them. No matter who it was, they couldn't enter right now. It was impossible to break the barrier outside with just the power of a dominator. Lin Fei was blocked outside the barrier, and he knew that it was this barrier that prevented the system from absorbing divine power. If you don't try, how do you know if you can enter or not? Lin Fei replied. If you can obtain benefits, why can't I? Boom! Rushing thunder's blade landed on the barrier. The barrier didn't move at all. Lin Fei immediately knew that this barrier's defense level surpassed the dominator level. It was impossible to break it with the dominator's attack. He had to use the Empyrean War Blade to break the barrier in one go. Ha ha ha, you want to break the barrier? You are delusional. Hegemon Proud Dragon sneered. Just watch how I become an Empyrean god from the outside. I want you to be in complete despair. Lin Fei, you can't come in. This isn't a place you can come in. We are born with noble bloodlines, blessed by the heavens. How can you compare to us? Many people agreed. Lin Fei laughed. What a group of self-righteous people. Whether you can come in or not, it's not up to you to say it. Open for me. The black Empyrean Warblade landed in Lin Fei's hand. At this time, the Empyrean Warblade didn't have any aura. It looked very ordinary. Hegemon Proud Dragon found another reason to mock. Everyone look. Is that guy going to use a broken blade to break the barrier? It's so funny, haha. Boom! Lin Fei activated his divinity points. Surging divine power instantly poured into the Empyrean War Blade. Open for me. The blade shone with divine light, a perfect 100% divine power attack, and the blade landed on the barrier. Hua hua hua! The barrier that was originally motionless was now covered with monstrous ripples. This scene made those lucky people dumbfounded. That was a barrier set up by a god. How could that guy actually move it? What a joke. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. Again, even though that blade consumed a terrifying amount of divinity points, it wasn't the time to be distressed. The second blade was already launched. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei's blade was faster and faster. He didn't need to brew at all. The barrier was covered with monstrous ripples. Soon, Lin Fei wanted the barrier to not return to normal, so that he could quickly break the barrier and obtain benefits for himself. The lucky people inside were not calm at this time. Could it be that Lin Fei could really break the barrier? His strength was actually tyrannical to such a degree. This was a blow to them. Even the 10 great young masters had to pay attention at this time. Boom! Another blade landed on the barrier. The indestructible barrier instantly shattered into pieces. Without the barrier's effect, Lin Fei instantly rushed in. Obtained divine power. Obtained 1 million divinity points. Obtained divine power. Obtained 1 million divinity points. Lin Fei rushed in. The system could obtain divine power, and it was an astonishing 1 million divinity points. Taoist Proud Dragon, who said I couldn't come in? I'm in now. Chapter 1638. Impossible, how can he break the barrier? Am I seeing things? Isn't he of the lowly bloodline? How can he break the barrier? If he can break the barrier, doesn't that mean he can break our barrier? This is bad, he is more terrifying than we thought. It could be said that all the rulers were in shock. The barrier set by a god-rank expert, even if it wasn't intentional, it wasn't something a ruler-rank expert could break. Yet Lin Fei broke it so easily. It didn't look like he spent much effort, breaking their normal thoughts and leaving them with a deep memory. Aren't you of the lowly bloodline? How can you break the barrier? That's a barrier set by a god-rank expert. Ruler Proud Dragon was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, he roared. He knew that he was in trouble. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't let him go. Sure enough, Lin Fei attacked him. Crash. The blade landed in front of Ruler Proud Dragon. A barrier appeared and blocked the saber. I almost forgot. In order for us to break through to the celestial god realm, the higher-ups deliberately left a barrier for us. I don't believe that you can break my barrier defense, Ruler Proud Dragon said unyieldingly, but he was terrified in his heart. The first time his original body was killed, and then he became a captive. It wasn't easy for him to escape and obtain divine power. He was about to usher in a beautiful era, but the other party attacked again. The God rank expert's barrier was broken. This made Ruler Proud Dragon very uneasy. Lin Fei attacked not far from Ruler Proud Dragon, and said with a smile, now you are blessed by divine power, and your body is being transformed. You can't get out. Aren't you a turtle in a jar? Let's see where you can run this time. He raised the celestial god war blade and smashed it on the barrier. The entire barrier appeared again. At such a close distance, Ruler Proud Dragon was frightened. Why, how can he have such strength? Why? Ruler Proud Dragon couldn't imagine that a guy with a low bloodline could actually explode with such tyrannical combat power. The God rank expert's barrier couldn't stop the other party's footsteps, and he was targeted. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei slashed at the barrier again and again. Ripples appeared on the barrier, and they didn't stop. No, how can you still use this kind of attack? I can't accept this. Voila! Another slash landed on the barrier, and the barrier shattered like glass. The nearby sovereigns all turned pale, as though their barriers had been shattered. They were no longer able to remain calm. That inconspicuous fellow actually had the authority to decide their life and death. I'll kill you. Ruler Proud Dragon spat out the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl turned into a golden dragon breath. The terrifying dragon might sprayed onto Lin Fei's body. This was the only killer move he could take out. Who told his treasures to be taken away by Lin Fei? His body was clean. That's the dragon breath of a dragon god. That guy definitely can't block it. It's best to kill him. This guy shouldn't be here. These people seem to see hope. As long as Lin Fei died, they could absorb divine power in peace and become Empyrean gods. They couldn't be destroyed by Lin Fei. Ruler Proud Dragon also prayed that his move was useful. He didn't believe that Lin Fei could block the attack of a dragon god level dragon breath. Even when he was a captive, Ruler Proud Dragon wasn't willing to use the dragon breath in the dragon pearl. He could not use it now. This Lin Fei was too terrifying. The ant that he didn't care about burst out with terrifying attacks again and again. Ruler Proud Dragon didn't want to die under the opponent's blade. The dragon breath carried a jingguang and instantly drowned Lin Fei in it. Lin Fei, you're dead. Ruler Proud Dragon didn't believe that Lin Fei could block the attack. This was an attack that could kill a 9 stars peak ruler. Is this your strongest attack? I think it's only SOSO. You still say that you're a powerful dragon clan. Among the jingguang, a black shadow walked out and smiled at Ruler Proud Dragon. Unfortunately, you're going to be disappointed. Hua! The black Empyrean God War blade slammed onto Ruler Proud Dragon. Ruler Proud Dragon was blasted away. Ka 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 ka. Cracks covered Ruler Proud Dragon's entire body. Your divine body hasn't reached the true perfect divine body. It's such a pity that you can't take a hit. Ruler Proud Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because his immortal body had been transformed into a divine body and blocked the terrifying attack of this blade. Ruler Proud Dragon's entire body trembled. Don't kill me. The Empyrean God War blade in Lin Fei's hand slashed again. The sky was full of blade shadows, crushing Ruler Proud Dragon's body. Pieces of crystals flew out. Master, those are all good stuff. They are all divine body crystal pieces. Lin Fei waved his hand and those divine crystal fragments fell into his hands. They were quickly collected by the system and exchanged for a large amount of divinity points. Previously, Ruler Proud Dragon could still escape. At this moment, his immortal body had been transformed into a divine body. His primordial spirit had disappeared and turned into a whole body. Lin Fei's 2 blades broke open the divine body and killed Ruler Proud Dragon. The Empyrean set had the support of an endless stream of divine power. Lin Fei's attack was especially terrifying. Moreover, this was a low-grade Empyrean set. This person really can't be cocky. Lin Fei's eyes swept over. Those people didn't dare to look at him. They were angry but didn't dare to speak. Ruler Proud Dragon was killed in front of them, and at such a fast speed. What else did they dare to say? Those who mocked and ridiculed Lin Fei previously were now weak. There was no other way. This guy was a great demon now. I seem to have heard you guys being cocky just now. You can't wait for me to die in the hands of Ruler Proud Dragon. Are you disappointed now? Don't worry, I will fulfill your wish immediately. Lin Fei charged towards the closest chief sovereign of luck. He raised his blade and slashed. Boom boom boom. The barrier was broken in a few hits. The blade light swept over. No matter who was inside, he just had to raise his blade and slash. No one could block the attack. With the Empyrean set, Lin Fei was more at ease than anyone else. Even the previous dragon breath attack was blocked. Of course, it also consumed a large portion of his divinity points. This also made Lin Fei secretly rejoice that he had worn the Empyrean set before. Otherwise, the dragon breath attack just now wouldn't have seriously injured him. That would really be an unexpected failure. No! The divine crystal fragments that filled the sky benefited Lin Fei again. At this moment, the surrounding people were in trouble. Lin Fei had killed more than 10 of them. All of them were mocked and ridiculed before. Lin Fei didn't mind spending some time to deal with them. This also caused the nearby rulers to turn pale. The safe barrier had now become a nightmare. Even the 10 young masters couldn't stay calm now. Lin Fei, who had endless power, instantly became a great enemy. The barrier left by the God rank expert was completely useless. These rulers were killed just like that. The 2 big shots in the distance were fighting. At this moment they couldn't care less. They were helpless and worried that Lin Fei would come over and kill them all. Now it's quiet. Primordial 18 clones. One by one, the clones walked out and stood in a position. Lin Fei's main body also stood in the position of Ruler Proud Dragon. He smiled at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't look at me. Continue." Only then did they understand why Lin Fei wanted to kill these people. He wanted to plunder divine power wantonly. Even if they knew, they could only stare at him and couldn't stop him. Absorb for me. Primordial 18 clones. Lin Fei hadn't used it for a long time, but now it came in handy. If one position wasn't enough, then he would occupy another position. Hua hua hua. In the huge light pillar, divine power was instantly shaken by the 18 clones. The auras of the 18 clones kept breaking through. The clones that were originally at the celestial prime realm, under the infusion of divine power, their strength kept increasing. They quickly broke through to ruler. Then 1-star ruler, 2-star ruler. Lin Fei's main body was even more terrifying. His whole body was like a huge whirlpool, absorbing divine power. The 10 young masters, as well as the geniuses of the powerful races, all watched and inwardly cursed at how shameless Lin Fei was. He had actually used such a cultivation technique and had succeeded. They immediately retracted their thoughts and changed their bodies. At the very least, Lin Fei would not cause any trouble for them now. "Master, I said that this method is definitely useful." The little devil smiled mischievously. "These positions are all safe. Those fellows above won't care about who is in these positions. Right now we are absolutely safe. Of course, as long as that yellow-robed big shot doesn't bother you, then everything will be fine. Hehe. I'll use divine power to transform my body into a divine body first." Lin Fei opened his body and allowed divine power to enter and transform his immortal body. Divine power is really a magical thing. Every part of my flesh and blood has turned into a divine crystal. My life force and immortal body have undergone different changes. Lin Fei was on guard while feeling the changes in his body. The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger. The divine power was like a long river that was sucked into Lin Fei's body. The rulers couldn't help but shake their heads. Why could this guy absorb such a huge amount of divine power while they could only absorb it bit by bit? Part of his arm had turned into a divine crystal. Part of his thigh had turned into a divine crystal. Every part of his body was turning into a divine crystal. Lin Fei didn't know how much divine power he had absorbed. In any case, it was a huge amount. Looking at the 18 clones, they had all advanced to peak 9-star rulers. However, they couldn't advance to become heavenly gods or transform their bodies into divine bodies. Divine power is really good stuff. It's a pity that the 18 clones don't have the Heavenly God chapter. Otherwise, I could create 18 heavenly gods right now. Lin Fei was already very satisfied that each of his clones had become peak 9-star rulers. Who else could be as flashy as him? Lin Fei knew that he had made the right bet. Those people above obviously didn't expect him to suddenly kill his way out and take over the position of the lucky ones, thereby plundering divine power. Continue plundering divine power for me. Lin Fei once again had his 18 primordial chaos clones absorb the God Force. Chapter 1639. The rulers who thought that they were the lucky ones were about to be disappointed. A young man who didn't have the qualifications to enter had snatched their benefits. Looking at the giant whirlpool, they felt powerless to resist. Why did that fellow have such a huge capacity? This was completely out of proportion. They tried their best to absorb God power, but a small whirlpool appeared on their heads. They couldn't compare to that fellow at all. It was like an adult and a child. They were that child. At this moment, many people treated Lin Fei as their number one enemy. For example, the demon mystic sect's young master Dark Saint. This enemy of the demon mystic sect had become extremely strong, and he might even become a heavenly god. The 18 clones by his side were also not easy to deal with. When had they ever seen such a technique? How would they fight in the future? The 18 primordial world clones were enough to give them a headache. It's a pity that I didn't meet Lin Fei and kill him on the spot. Now our demon mystic sect has another strong enemy. Young Master Dark Saint had looked down on Lin Fei before. Now he didn't have that thought anymore. He had become a thorn in his side. The other one was Brahmin. He was also one of the people who hated Lin Fei. The opportunity of his life had arrived, and he was in a good mood. But then he saw something that he should not have seen. Lin Fei had come again, and he had even broken through the barrier and killed the 18 sovereigns. He had taken over their positions and forcibly snatched away their benefits. There was nothing that made Brahmin more unhappy than this. Lin Fei's crazy killing and occupying the position made Brahmin feel like there was a sharp sword above his head. It was as if it could slash down at any moment and take his life. Brahmin didn't have the confidence to fight against Lin Fei. This fellow was too strange. His only hope now was that the big shot would return. Either the upper world knew about this and killed Lin Fei, or else after this Lin Fei would become powerful. Brahmin really wanted to kill Lin Fei now. This fellow had broken all sorts of legends and participated in the God Power sharing event. He had spent a lot of effort to reach this step, but in the end he wasn't as fast as Lin Fei. Hong! When the last piece became a god's crystal, all parts of Lin Fei's body fused together. A cyclone appeared in his dantian, producing strands of divine power. The divine body is complete. Lin Fei could feel the power of his divine body. When the Dominator rank attack landed on his body, it was like a tickle. It didn't cause any actual damage. As soon as his divine body was formed, the 18 Grand Mist avatars reached their limits, unable to absorb any more God force. With a thought, the 18 avatars turned into streams of light and entered Lin Fei's body. Little devil, open the system to the maximum. At this moment Lin Fei was full of heroic spirit. Once the 18 primordial clones were formed, it was equivalent to 18 9-star peak sovereigns. Coupled with the heavenly deity weapon, he could oversee any place. Right now he was madly absorbing divine power. Once the divine power in the Pillar of Light ended, Lin Fei could retreat, no matter how much the big shots fought. Alright. Previously, because he had to satisfy the 18 primordial clones, Lin Fei didn't open the system to the maximum. Now that the 18 primordial clones were at their limits, Lin Fei didn't need to restrain himself anymore. Whoosh! 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 The vortex above Lin Fei expanded again. Again. When the people nearby saw this, they sucked in a cold breath. Would they still be able to absorb divine power? At this time, Lin Fei was continuously expanding the vortexes. The largest vortex in the Pillar of Light was the one formed by Lin Fei's absorption of divine power. The diameter of the vortex kept expanding, and the nearby small vortexes were all crushed by the large vortex. They wanted to cry but had no tears. What could they do? Mr. Lin Fei, please don't expand anymore. Give us a chance. I still want to become a heavenly deity. Mr. Lin Fei, as long as you don't crush us, our sect is willing to pay a huge price. The sovereigns closest to him all begged Lin Fei. Seeing the smaller vortexes being destroyed one after another, they couldn't sit still anymore. They all begged Lin Fei to give them a chance. They had just formed a divine body, and were still a distance away from the heavenly deity realm. They needed to form a godhead within their bodies. Without an endless supply of divine power, they couldn't form a godhead at all. Even though they were extremely resentful now, they had no choice but to lower their heads and beg. Lin Fei didn't know the steps to becoming a heavenly deity. He just knew that the more divine power he had, the better. After completing the first step of the divine body, he directly plundered and stored the divine power. To him, as long as he had divine power, it was his greatest trump card. He needed to constantly plunder. Even though these people all had powerful backers, Lin Fei still did as he pleased. Sorry, I never give anyone a chance. I can only say that you guys are unlucky. The huge vortex was like a bottomless pit. Large amounts of divine power were being sucked away. The scene was extremely shocking. Even the 10 young masters couldn't contend against Lin Fei. They could only watch helplessly as their divine power was being sucked away. Within the huge pillar of light, the divine power was also constantly decreasing. Lin Fei's actions caused countless people to grit their teeth. They even cursed Lin Fei to explode and die. Perhaps this would make them feel better. Regretfully, Lin Fei was still fine. It was as if his body was a bottomless pit. Damn, isn't that guy afraid of exploding and dying? Young Master Dark Saint's face was gloomy. His vortex had been squeezed to the side, and he could only barely absorb divine power. This situation was actually similar to the others. Young Master Dark Saint had the thought of killing his way out and killing Lin Fei on the spot. However, he didn't dare to now. That guy was a freak. If he couldn't withstand the divine power and exploded, it wouldn't be a good thing to implicate him. Thus he continued to endure. Dark Saint, we all misjudged. Lin Fei is the most freakish. Young Master Peerless kept shaking his head. This Lin Fei, whom he had met once before, had once again given him a shocking performance. He had single-handedly prevented everyone else from becoming Empyrean gods. Looking at his divine power being sucked away, young Master Peerless wanted to cry, but he couldn't do anything about it. This was the most painful thing in the world. We've all suffered a great loss this time. Without sufficient divine power, none of us can become Empyrean gods. Although we have divine bodies now and have formed a cyclone, we can still produce strands of divine power. If we want to condense godhood, it will take a long time. Young Master Immortal God also shook his head, looking at the nearby Lin Fei. This gave Lin Fei, who had some fame, a memorable lesson. Don't underestimate anyone. Who knows, one day that person might rise rapidly like Lin Fei right now. Hegemin Sufeng was equally shocked. Ever since she found out about this place, Hegemin Sufeng had been urging Lin Fei to leave and not get involved in this storm. Reality told Hegemin Sufeng that Lin Fei was more mysterious than anyone else. He had reached this point and gotten himself involved in this great vortex. Lin Fei, you're trying to stop us from becoming Empyrean gods. Hegemin Sufeng shook her head slightly. This was even more terrifying than robbing someone of their wealth. She stared at the 10 young masters, who were radiating killing intent, and felt uneasy and impatient. She felt as though Lin Fei was far more powerful than they were. He had single-handedly shocked them into becoming Empyrean gods. Who could do something like this? He didn't take my spot. Hegemin Sufeng had thought that she would face the same fate as them, but unexpectedly, the great vortex had shifted its direction, leaving a spot for her to absorb divine power. He actually did this? Hegemin Sufeng stared blankly at the distant Lin Fei. The nearby hegemons all stared with wide eyes. Fairy Sufeng was unaffected? What kind of joke was this? This wasn't normal. They couldn't help but hate themselves for not being Fairy Sufeng. Now they were one step behind her. If things went awry, Hegemin Sufeng might even be able to condense a divine spark and become an Empyrean god. Lin Fei had done this on purpose. 90% of the divine power here had been absorbed by Lin Fei and transformed into divinity points. Lin Fei didn't even have the time to look at the enormous amount of divine power. In truth, he had purposely opened up a spot so that Hegemin Sufeng could become an Empyrean god. When that happened, things would be quite interesting. A group of young masters couldn't even compare to a single fairy Su Feng. Lin Fei chose to ignore their hatred and killing intent. They wouldn't be able to become Empyrean gods for now anyway, so there was nothing for him to worry about. Whoosh! At this moment in the distant void, a figure was drawing closer and closer, quickly appearing in this region. Damn, he's back. Lin Fei had been staring off into the distance this entire time, just in case the yellow-robed figure returned. Given how much time had passed, the figure shouldn't have returned. The reason why he had dared to attack earlier was because the figure was focused on dealing with that primal chaos fellow. He didn't have the time to pay attention to a minor figure like him, which was why he had been able to do as he pleased. Now that he had returned, if he were to pay attention to what was going on here, he might be in big trouble. He looked at the godly power within the light pillar again. Almost all of it had been swept away, and the remaining people weren't enough for them to become Empyrean gods. Senior, this person has barged in from the outside, slaughtered rulers, and seized the godly power. Senior, please kill him. Immediately a ruler asked for help. They could all tell that this was a will left behind by the figure, specifically used to deal with primal chaos. Perhaps he would help them. The yellow-robed figure was expressionless, but a hint of graveness could be seen on his face. The distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers was covered in an instant. Huh. The person who came let out a soft cry, noticing the changes inside. What a primal chaos to actually have such a trick up his sleeves, creating such a person to spoil our plans. He even seized 90% of the godly power, causing these people to be unable to become Empyrean gods. Damn primal chaos. The yellow-robed figure didn't notice that something like this would happen at all. He raised his eyelids and his sharp gaze instantly landed on Lin Fei. Invincible defense activate. With this gaze, Lin Fei's back was drenched in cold sweat, and the aura of death filled his entire body. In an instant he activated his invincible defense, and his entire person escaped into the space. This was the strength of a figure. Old thing bullying the weak sooner or later. I'll kill everyone in your sect. Before escaping into the space, Lin Fei didn't forget to leave behind a ruthless sentence. Because of the other party's gaze, he instantly consumed 100 million divinity points to block these two gazes. It would be strange if Lin Fei didn't curse. Chapter 1640. P.S. Today's update. The yellow-robed man's gaze shot out, forcing Lin Fei to sneak into the space. The sovereign, who had been sullen this entire time, was secretly delighted. They had finally managed to drive Lin Fei away. The only thing that made them feel even more nervous was that the yellow-robed man's casual attacks were unable to kill Lin Fei. This was something no one could imagine. Looking at the divine power inside the light pillar, they felt powerless again, and even a deep fear. How strong was Lin Fei? Even the big shot couldn't kill him in one hit, and he had even escaped into the space, leaving behind words to threaten the big shot. This guy is dead for sure. He even dares to threaten the big shot. It won't be long before Lin Fei is completely killed in the space. Everyone present was secretly cursing. They believed that the big shot would definitely chase after him because Lin Fei had ruined their great plan and prevented them from becoming heavenly deities. It could be said that he had committed a heinous crime, and it wouldn't be too much to cut him into pieces. The yellow-robed man casually glanced at it and stepped into the space. He didn't believe in idle clouds. This little guy has some ability. I wonder where primal chaos found him. As soon as he entered the space, the yellow-robed man casually looked around. The endless space appeared in front of him layer by layer. Even a mosquito couldn't escape his field of vision. But the little guy was nowhere to be seen. Looking through the layers of space, the yellow-robed man didn't see the black-robed boy. It was as if he had completely disappeared without a trace. This made the yellow-robed man a little interested. Not only did he ruin the plan and prevent them from becoming heavenly deities, but he also wanted to leave right under their eyes. The yellow-robed man felt that this guy was too interesting. Lin Fei didn't run far. What a joke. That guy's background must be shocking. Moreover, he spent 100 million divinity points in one hit, which made Lin Fei's heart ache. That bastard, doesn't he know how hard it is for me to earn divinity points? Motherf asterisk her. That's 100 million divinity points. Lin Fei cursed, but he still knew that he was in danger. That yellow-robed man was too powerful. No one knew who had won the battle with chaos. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it was the yellow-robed man who had won. Otherwise, why would he suddenly return? Fortunately, 80 to 90% of his divine power had been plundered, so those fellows would not be able to do much. After the yellow-robed man entered the space, Lin Fei strolled back. In terms of speed, he admitted that he was inferior to the other party. Even in this world where strength was suppressed infinitely, he was still the strongest existence. Perhaps only chaos could fight against him. I should just forget about it. Lin Fei simply chose to come back. He wanted to teach those guys who couldn't control their mouths a profound lesson. Lin Fei wasn't so easy to bully. Lin Fei is really a bastard. Right now, the remaining divine power is almost negligible. If we want to become Empyrean gods, we will have to extend it indefinitely. Ruler Su Feng's luck is the best. She will become an Empyrean god faster than us. That Lin Fei is really despicable. It's best if the big shot can kill Lin Fei. That goes without saying. Lin Fei is dead this time. There was almost no divine power in the light beam. The barrier protecting them outside had also disappeared. They could only use the most vicious words to ease the anger in their hearts. Apart from this, there was really nothing else to do. Of course, there was also the envy of ruler Su Feng. She was luckier than any of them. The 10 great young masters looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. This time they really failed miserably. No matter how much they thought about it, it was still not as good as Lin Fei, who had brought disaster to all of them in one go. Everyone go back and cultivate in seclusion. At most it will take 100 or 200 years to become Empyrean gods. Young Master Luo Xian's psychological quality was very strong. Sigh 100 or 200 years. It's all that damn Lin Fei's fault. Black Sage, what benefits did Lin Fei get from your demon mystic sect? Someone from the 10 young masters took the initiative to ask. This was something that all the rulers present wanted to know. Why did the demon mystic sect find trouble with Lin Fei? Why did they end up in this situation, causing them to suffer heavy losses? Ruler Black Sage's face was also filled with anger. When the 10 young masters asked, Ruler Black Sage noticed the change in their expressions. They clearly wanted him to give an answer. Otherwise, they would really pester him to the end. Ruler Black Sage had a divine body. As long as he cultivated in seclusion and accumulated divine power, he would be able to break through to the Empyrean god realm in one go. However, he couldn't endure this. As the battle race's strongest war weapon, the battle fortress could control the outcome of a battle. It was very important to any sect. If it wasn't for this, Ruler Black Sage definitely wouldn't have said it. Once he became an Empyrean god, the battle fortress would become dispensable. Most importantly, Lin Fei was definitely going to die now. He was being chased by the yellow-robed people. When the time came, they wouldn't even know where he died, let alone find the battle fortress. This secret was no longer a secret. Taoist Black Sage, hurry up and tell me. Is there something you can't say? The 10 young masters asked. Now that they had both obtained divine bodies, their strength had also increased. Their combat strength was almost the same. None of them could defeat the other, so they naturally had the confidence to ask. Our demon mystic sect is one of the 8 great sections. We naturally don't care about a mere Lin Fei. However, this person has a battle fortress, the strongest war weapon of the battle race. Everyone was in an uproar. They would never have imagined that Lin Fei would have a battle fortress, the top war weapon of the battle race. No wonder the demon mystic sect was so angry. How is this possible? Don't we only have 7 battle fortresses? The other 3 were lost somewhere long ago. The 10th young master of the Divine Heaven Palace was like an iceberg as she said coldly. That's right. The battle fortress was lost long ago. Now, only the 7 overlords each have one. Where did he find it? Ruler Kongsheng said coldly. He was under the command of the Saint Demon Overlord, so he knew the battle fortress the best. This news was hard for them to believe. Ruler Dark Saint said coldly, "You can investigate whether it's true or not. Our demon mystic sect isn't going to lie for this." Ha ha ha, Dark Saint, your demon mystic sect is really good at hiding their strength. You tried to get the battle fortress in secret, but look at it now. You didn't get the battle fortress, but we've experienced what it's like when the city gate is on fire. The the fish in the moat will be caught in the crossfire. Our dark overlord will have a good talk with your demon mystic sect. They wouldn't doubt ruler Dark Saint's words. Perhaps it was true. Unfortunately, they had suffered a calamity and were delayed from becoming heavenly gods. Damn, it's all that Lin Fei's fault. One of the rulers said angrily. Whoosh! A saber light slashed the ruler's body. His powerful divine body was instantly shattered. A huge head flew into the air, and the sky was filled with divine crystal fragments. Speaking ill of others behind their backs, you really deserve to die. A black figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. After recognizing the other party, the nearby rulers couldn't help but shiver. It was as if they had seen the great demon king. Why aren't you dead yet? Chapter 1641. It was none other than Lin Fei who had suddenly returned. The one he had killed was also the one who had notified the yellow-robed man. Lin Fei's return gave them a huge fright, especially those who had been talking behind their backs. They only had one thought in their minds. Why is he back? In their eyes, the yellow-robed man's strength was unfathomable. Not even the major characters suppressed beneath the God Mountains were necessarily a match for him. Lin Fei had been targeted by this major character, so there was no way he could escape. There was no way he could return alive. And yet, the unchangeable had changed in their eyes. Lin Fei had truly returned. He looked completely unharmed. Could it be that the yellow-robed man had been killed by Lin Fei? Some of the sovereigns could no longer remain calm. If a major character like the yellow-robed man had really been killed, what good would come of it? What a joke. Why can't I return? Otherwise, how would I know that you were talking behind my back? After dealing with the talkative sovereign, Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all. He immediately attacked the sovereigns closest to him. Time was of the essence. The yellow-robed man could return at any moment, so Lin Fei had to end this quickly. Whoosh! The Empyrean god's saber slashed out, creating a dazzling river of saber light. At this moment, Lin Fei's blade was on full display. Careful! After forming his divine body, Lin Fei was able to unleash the greatest amount of divine power possible. This saber slash was immensely powerful. They didn't even have time to react. Instead of fleeing, Lin Fei dared to unleash a massacre. How could there be someone so unafraid of death? Bang! 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 The river of saber light was imbued with terrifying divine power. With each sweep it killed more than 10 sovereigns. These sovereigns all had relatively weak divine bodies, so the saber light easily broke through their defenses. Lin Fei, you'll die a horrible death. Our sect's elders won't let you get away with this. I have the Empyrean god's body. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The sovereigns howled in terror, but they were still unable to block the river. One sovereign after another fell into the river. Fan, you tried to kill me last time. Today I'll kill you first. Let's see who can save you. After killing more than a dozen hegemons with a single strike, Lin Fei pointed his saber at Brahma. This was an old enemy from the beginning. Indeed, Brahman couldn't wait for Lin Fei to be killed by the yellow-robed man. This lowly guy had actually walked ahead of him, which made him very uncomfortable. He had the bloodline of the Empyrean god, and was destined to become an Empyrean god. He didn't expect that his chance to become an Empyrean god would be ruined by Lin Fei. Even if it was delayed by 100 or 200 years, it was still quite a blow. I have truly underestimated you. I never thought that you would actually grasp the use of divine power. However, if you want to kill me, that will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Brahman laughed heartily. Your body is now filled with divine power. As long as I refine you, I'll instantly become an Empyrean god, or even the strongest Empyrean god. Activate the heavenly god's bloodline. Boom! A terrifying heavenly god aura soared into the sky. Behind Brahma, an Empyrean god clad in golden armor stepped out. His face was almost identical to Brahma's, and he stood tall in midair. His sharp gaze swept across the battlefield, and a black spear pierced straight towards Lin Fei's face. This spear pierced through space. It was truly terrifying. Lin Fei had once again attacked. The 10 childs were the most shocked of all. No one knew better than them just how powerful this yellow-robed man was. And yet, Lin Fei had the courage to come back. They couldn't help but sigh at their inferiority, because they didn't have the courage to do so. This Brahma isn't simple either. He's still hiding something like this. Luo Xian glanced at the battlefield. This should be a projection of an Empyrean god, but it also contains an Empyrean god's battle prowess. Although it can't last long, it's still a terrifying killing move that can kill. Wu Shuang, who had a good relationship with Luo Xian, added, I've met Lin Fei once. At that time he gave me an average impression, even a little arrogant. I didn't expect him to have so many secrets. I really don't know which powerful existence he is the reincarnation of. Fellow Taoist Luo Xian, who do you think he is? At this moment, the 10 childs didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fei. They were privately guessing his origins. It was impossible for him to be a native-born and raised aborigine. Before becoming an Empyrean god, there were very few people who could use divine power. Even they couldn't fully activate their divine power right now. They knew very well what kind of power was used to activate that blade attack. All of them were shocked. No matter what, he's still a God-King level expert. At the very least, he should be a 9 stars Empyrean god, similar to our realm in the past. Luo Xian said solemnly. With the transformation of divine power, their bloodlines were also stimulated. Many of their memories were unsealed, and the memories of their previous lives were integrated into the memories of this generation. I just don't know which side Lin Fei belongs to. Wu Shuang sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, he himself hadn't stepped into the God-King level. If his opponent was really the reincarnation of a God-King, his identity would be very noble. At least among the Empyrean gods, those who could break through to the God-King level were not simple. Brahman's Empyrean god Phantom stabbed his spear, but Lin Fei directly crushed it with his blade. It was the god-level single blade slash that he had learned before, and it happened to cut the spear. The spear was condensed from the Phantom's energy. How could it block Lin Fei's blade? It was cut in half. At this moment, Lin Fei's fighting strength was very frightening. Lin Fei slashed again, and the blade intent split the Empyrean god Phantom, causing Brahman to spit out a mouthful of blood. It was difficult for him to accept this fact. Brahman had not expected that the Empyrean god Phantom could not deal with Lin Fei. In his opinion, Lin Fei must have returned injured, and his battle strength would be greatly limited because he had to suppress the divine power in his body. That was why he used his strongest Empyrean god Phantom. Now let's see what other tricks you have. Lin Fei moved and appeared in front of Brahman. He did not hide his space bloodline and slashed at Brahman, cutting off one of his arms. A trace of golden blood dripped down. Everyone, do you want to watch Lin Fei kill? As long as we delay him, Lin Fei will die for sure when that big shot returns. With one slash cut off one of his arms, Brahman was so frightened that he kept retreating. The Empyrean god Phantom was severely injured, and he was also injured. His previous confidence was completely destroyed. This guy, who he had once disdained, had now reached a point where he could threaten his life. After losing an arm, Brahman hurriedly asked for help, hoping that they would come out and stop Lin Fei. As long as they could buy him some time, he would be able to survive. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. If you don't want to die, stand still. Don't make me kill you. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 18 primordial chaos clones flew out. Streaks of peak 9 stars auras surged into the sky, carrying a trace of divine might. Their fighting strength surpassed that of ordinary peak 9 stars. As soon as the 18 primordial chaos avatars appeared, the thoughts of the people present were extinguished. One Lin Fei was frightening enough. Now 18 clones had appeared, and their auras were not far off from theirs. If they were ganged up on, it would not end well. Whoosh! Lin Fei swung his saber again, cutting off Brahman's other arm. You're quite good at dodging. I wonder how you're going to dodge this slash. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber again. This saber attack was augmented by the Great Tao of Space and the Great Tao of Time. Lin Fei, you really don't take us seriously. Prince Heisheng coldly snorted. He also summoned a heavenly deity phantom and attacked Lin Fei's back. As for himself, he condensed a giant palm that enveloped the entire area. I'm waiting for you. The 18 clones rushed towards Prince Heisheng. Young Master Heisheng moved very quickly. The heavenly deity's pressure pressed down on the 18 primordial chaos avatars, trying to suppress them. These 18 avatars also made him very envious. As long as he could catch one avatar, it would be a large amount of divine power. Pung! The heavenly deity aura had no effect. One of the clones charged in and punched Prince Heisheng's face, knocking out a tooth. A sky full of fists instantly landed on his body. Prince Heisheng was drowned in the attacks. Lin Fei, you're shameless if you have the ability. Let's fight one-on-one. My tooth. Many of the rulers present wanted to attack. Lin Fei was a natural treasure trove. As long as they could refine him, they could become heavenly deities in the blink of an eye. Seeing Prince Heisheng's miserable state, they secretly rejoiced that they did not attack. Otherwise, they would have ended up like this. Prince Heisheng, who had a divine body, had a strong defense. The 18 clones had terrifying battle strength. They could only injure Prince Heisheng, but could not kill him completely. Lin Fei died. At this time, another prince flew out. It was Prince Jinyu, the heavenly deity bloodline of the Thousand Goblins sect. He had been looking for an opportunity, and now he finally found it. Prince Jinyu was also a schemer. He knew that Prince Heisheng would definitely attack. Without the 18 clones, it should be easy to deal with Lin Fei. This was his best chance. A golden peacock soared into the sky and inhaled at Lin Fei. A huge black hole appeared. This was Prince Jinyu's heavenly deity bloodline, a huge peacock. Get lost. Lin Fei didn't even look at him as he pointed his finger at the peacock. A finger appeared in midair and pierced into young Master Jinyu's body. Young Master Jinyu let out a blood-curdling scream as his huge body was pierced through by the finger. Blood gushed out and feathers fell down from the sky. Before Lin Fei could use a second finger, young Master Jinyu ran away in a sorry state. Fan's scalp went numb. Lin Fei was so strong that he could defeat one of the 10 princes, Prince Jinyu, with a single finger. What was he going to do? Lin Fei, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will ruin the plan of the higher-ups. They will definitely send people to kill you. With your strength, you won't be able to stop them. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to live peacefully with you. I won't find trouble with you. Fan blocked another attack, but his body was on the verge of collapse. Your words are bullshit. It's better to kill you. Chapter 1642. From the moment Lin Fei killed Brahmin, the clones ganging up on young Master Darksage, and the one finger that sent young Master Goldfeather flying, all of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. What a terrifying Lin Fei! Fellow Taoist Goldfeather is also one of the 10 princes. In his true form, his strength is even greater. I didn't think that he would still be unable to block a single finger from Lin Fei. Fortunately, we didn't make a move, otherwise we would have suffered as well. The rulers who witnessed this scene did not know what to say. The high and mighty 10 princes were easily repelled by Lin Fei. How many people here could block Lin Fei's attack? Master, hurry up. That powerful yellow-robed man is about to arrive. The little fiend jumped out and reminded. Lin Fei was already very satisfied that he had the time to kill Brahmin. Brahmin had always been hiding. Now that he finally had a chance to kill him, it was one thing. As for his background, Lin Fei was too lazy to care about it. Right now, he was still very safe in this world. Lin Fei's gaze swept around. Now I officially announce the start of the robbery. If you don't want to die, hand over all your storage rings. This was the second thing Lin Fei planned to do. The crazy attack just now consumed a large amount of divinity points. It was also to suppress them, lest they attack together and let Brahmin escape. Everyone was startled. Lin Fei still dared to rob them. Lin Fei said again, I will give everyone 3 breaths of time to think. If you don't give me time, I believe that Brahmin would like to have you accompany him. 1. 2. The weaker rulers looked at each other. Finally, their gazes fell on the 10 princes. It seemed that only they could stop Lin Fei's rampage. Lin Fei, I have met you once. You have already killed many people. These people all have backers. Do you really want to offend all of them? Young Master Peerless stood out and said, Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy one day? Lin Fei really did not think that much. So what if he was the public enemy? As long as one had the strength and was stronger than them, they could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei had understood this a long time ago. Lin Fei said with a smile, I'm different from you guys. All of you have great backgrounds and I'm just a guy with a lowly bloodline. You might not even look me in the eye, but I don't care. I just know that you have a lot of resources on you, enough for me to cultivate. You can choose not to give them to me, but my saber will not be merciful. 3. Time's up. Lin Fei looked at the nearest juggernaut. The hegemon was still hesitating. Bang! Lin Fei didn't give him any time to hesitate, killing him with a single slash. He then turned to look at the other sovereign. I'll pay. Don't kill me, I'll give it to you. These are all the storage rings I have on me. I really have nothing left to hide. Many sovereigns were slapped to death. Seeing that Lin Fei had decisively killed a sovereign just because he was hesitating, they didn't dare to think anymore. They hurriedly handed over their storage rings. No matter how much their hearts ached, they had to hand them over. As long as they returned alive and successfully cultivated to Empyrean God, they could find Lin Fei and take revenge. One by one, the storage rings were collected by Lin Fei. You don't say. They were all very wealthy. They had more than one storage ring on them. It was normal to have 2 or 3. Lin Fei quickly collected a large pile of storage rings. The large amount of resources made him very happy, especially the holy stone mines. Some of them were ruler grade, and he could exchange them for large amounts of energy points. Normally, the holy stone veins that Lin Fei obtained wouldn't be of high quality. At most, they would be immortal reverent veins. Lin Fei wouldn't be interested in them. Dominator veins were necessary. None of the sovereigns who had their storage rings taken dared to look at Lin Fei hatefully. They were afraid that Lin Fei would be in a bad mood and kill them with one saber strike. There was no need to mention how unsightly they would look. I know you. You're from the Phoenix clan. You're quite pretty. No matter how pretty you are, you still have to hand over your storage rings. Lin Fei stood in front of a female sovereign. If you have the ability, I, Phoenix Immortal, will remember you. Phoenix Immortal sovereign's face was cold. She had never seen someone as shameless as Lin Fei. She took out 2 female storage rings. Lin Fei accepted them without hesitation and shook his head. This isn't enough. I want the necklace on your neck too. Phoenix Immortal's sovereign let out a sigh of relief. She thought that Lin Fei wouldn't recognize her necklace. She gave up 2 storage rings and kept the necklace. At most she would feel the pain. How did you know? Since you're a woman, take it off yourself. I won't kill you. Lin Fei pointed at the necklace. You better not die so quickly. Our Phoenix clan will find you sooner or later. Phoenix Immortal's sovereign was born with a jade body. How could her most important thing be taken away? If it wasn't for the opponent's strength, Phoenix Immortal's sovereign would have immediately attacked and fought with this shameless guy. Master, my eyesight is very good. This necklace contains a small spatial pocket. I think this girl really hates you to death. The one who discovered the secret of the necklace was Little Fiend. They are all nouveau riches. As a poor person, I have to think of something. Lin Fei went to the next sovereign to take the storage rings. Soon it was the 10 great young masters' turn. With young master Jin Yu as an example, although they were unwilling, they didn't attack. I like obedient children. Lin Fei took 3 storage rings from young master Li Shan. He ignored his gaze and went to the next 10 great young master. The 10 great young masters were about to vomit blood. If it wasn't for the fact that we are weaker than you, you are wrong. Right now, their strength is indeed weaker than Lin Fei's. Because they haven't become heavenly gods, they can't use their godly power as they wish. Young Master Li Shan, Young Master Kong Sheng, Young Master Dongfang, the 10 great young masters took the initiative to hand over their storage rings. Soon it was young Master Peerless' turn. In any case, we are acquaintances. Can you give me some face and not take my storage rings? Young Master Peerless said shamelessly. The landlord doesn't have much food left. Lin Fei almost laughed. The 10 great young masters also knew how to act cute. Just because of what you said, I will take one of your storage rings, Lin Fei said with a smile. I will also let others know that the people I know give me face. Young Master Peerless cursed in his heart. You are giving me face? Your skin is really thick. When the others heard this, their faces turned green. Knowing Lin Fei had this kind of benefit, if they had known earlier, they would have asked as well. Young Master Peerless was quite satisfied. Young Master Peerless didn't care what they thought of him. Young Master Heisheng, what is your choice? At this moment, young Master Heisheng's face was swollen. He was surrounded by 18 clones. His body was full of wounds. His newly formed divine body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. Looking at this smiling face, young Master He Sheng really wanted to punch him in the face. As one of the 10 great young masters, he was surrounded and beaten by a group of clones. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that such a situation would happen to him. "Can I not give?" Young Master He Sheng said with grievance. "I thought you would resist to the end." Lin Fei wasn't afraid that young Master He Sheng wouldn't give them, unless he wanted to continue being beaten by 18 clones. After taking 5 storage rings from young Master He Sheng, Lin Fei casually glanced at them. His eyes lit up. This guy is so rich it makes one's eyes turn red. Only young Master Luoxian was left. The others were also waiting to see if young Master Luoxian would give them to him. After all, he was the leader of the 10 great young masters. "You are very amazing." Young Master Luoxian smiled. "You clearly know that you are going to die, yet you still dare to do this. You should be trying to provoke that big shot so that he will lose control, right? If I were you, I definitely wouldn't do this." This was Lin Fei's first time coming into direct contact with the first young master. This kind of way of speaking made Lin Fei very unhappy. "You guess correctly. Then you know what I will do next. You can guess." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "You will definitely attack me." Not waiting for young Master Luoxian to finish speaking, Lin Fei punched young Master Luoxian's face. "You guess correctly. It's a pity that there is no reward. You are shameless." Young Master Luoxian had predicted that Lin Fei would attack, but he didn't expect that Lin Fei would attack without any warning. With a single punch, young Master Luoxian's face was bruised. "I am not a gentleman. Why do I need to be shameless?" With the blessing of Lin Fei's divine power, young Master Luoxian could only barely resist. Soon, his fists and legs were greeted by young Master Luoxian. As soon as they exchanged blows, young Master Luoxian realized how terrifying Lin Fei was. The blessing of the great Tao of time affected his whole body, and his movements were naturally slower. In a short period of time, he didn't know how many punches and kicks he had suffered. "Who asked you to be so pretentious? I am beating people like you." Lin Fei hated this kind of people the most. They seemed to know everything, so he didn't bother to reason with them and just greeted them. Seeing the first young master being beaten by Lin Fei, everyone looked at each other. Lin Fei was too ruthless. No matter what, he was still the first young master. Was there a need to greet him like this? Young Master Luoxian kept cursing Lin Fei for being shameless. Under the shroud of the great Tao of time, his movements were infinitely slow, and he was beaten like a sandbag. "You win." Helpless, young Master Luoxian could only admit defeat. Even his divine body was in pain. If this went on, he would really be finished. "People like you won't be obedient unless they are beaten up. Now hand over your storage ring." Lin Fei stopped. Young Master Luoxian reluctantly took out his storage ring and 2 small spaces. Lin Fei took them without hesitation. "You're indeed the number 1 young master. You even have 2 small spaces. You're indeed rich. I can't compare with you." Seeing that the first young Master Luoxian was also forced to hand over his storage ring and 2 small spaces, they were completely balanced. "Master, hurry up, he is coming." Little Devil's anxious voice was heard. Chapter 1643. Who? For some reason, once Lin Fei left, they heaved a sigh of relief. That shameless fellow didn't just kill rulers right in front of them. More importantly, he didn't give them any face at all. He knew that they had a backer behind them and still dared to rob them in public. That was all they had. Now that Lin Fei left, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Lin Fei would do something again. That damn Lin Fei also knows how to run. This is his final act of madness. Unfortunately, he's about to die in the hands of this big shot. I really want to kill Lin Fei with my own hands. Everyone was filled with resentment. They had never hated a person so much before. The yellow-robed man appeared very quickly. As soon as Lin Fei left, he appeared right after. There was only a few breaths of time between them. Seeing the resentful faces of everyone, the yellow-robed man understood what had happened. How interesting. I didn't expect the little guy to turn around and cause trouble for them. The yellow-robed man didn't care at first. Now he was a little curious about this little guy. He can't be killed just like that. If those old things find out, I don't know what they will say to me. The little guy really bought time for himself. When the yellow-robed man arrived, no one dared to make a sound. This was a big shot that they had to be careful of in their previous lives. They had only heard of his name but had never seen him before. I already know what happened here. You don't have to worry about it. The yellow-robed man waved his hand and an auspicious light landed on their bodies. No matter who it was, whether they were injured or not, they were instantly healed. Soul come. The ancient voice reverberated. Rays of broken light gradually appeared and gradually formed a human figure. They were all dumbfounded by the scene. Was he going to resurrect the people who had died before? Could such a heaven-defying method be used? How strong did one have to be to do that? Familiar figures gradually appeared in front of everyone. However, their faces looked a little blurry. As the fragments continued to merge, they became clearer. Wake up! The ancient voice sounded again. The light dissipated and revealed the rulers. They were all those who had died in the hands of Lin Fei. They still had expressions of despair on their faces. Didn't I die? Haha, I'm not dead. What's going on? They woke up from their despair, looked at the people around them, and then looked at the yellow-robed man, and immediately realized what was going on. This big shot made his move. If it weren't for this big shot, they probably wouldn't have had the chance to be resurrected. Alright, you've all been resurrected. Now I'll send you out of here. The yellow-robed man seemed to have done something insignificant. He tore open a space and a wave of energy wrapped around them, sending them into the space. At this point there was no one else here. Reviving people is really troublesome. Fortunately, they are not strong, but their potential in the future will be greatly reduced. The figure of the yellow-robed man gradually dissipated. At this time, Lin Fei still did not know the methods of the yellow-robed man. Right now, he was constantly passing through space after space. He didn't care what was in front of him, he just kept passing through space. Lin Fei knew very well that it was impossible to shake off the yellow-robed man. What he did just now, in the eyes of the dominators, was nothing more than a final act of madness, confusing them. In reality, Lin Fei was robbing them for energy points. Since he had already offended them, Lin Fei might as well offend them thoroughly. Little devil, immediately take all the holy stone mines and convert them into energy points. After plundering a large number of storage rings, almost every one of them had a holy stone vein, and it was not just 3 or 5. There were dozens or even hundreds of holy stone veins. With these veins, it was enough for them to fight for a long time without having to worry about not being able to replenish it. Alright. The little devil transferred all the storage rings into the battle fortress. Battle number 1 also became a laborer. The yellow-robed man shouldn't be able to catch up so quickly. Lin Fei looked back. With this look, Lin Fei saw a figure. It was the yellow-robed man, who appeared behind him at a steady pace. Damn, so fast. Lin Fei didn't plan to shake him off, but he didn't expect him to be so fast. Little guy, you're very interesting. You're fine after absorbing 80 to 90% of divine power, but you don't have much divine power in your body. I'm very curious, where did your divine power go? Lin Fei instantly felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his hair stood on end. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The surrounding space became like mud. Lin Fei only felt that he couldn't move forward, as if he was being suppressed by a force. This force was very strong, enough to affect the space in this area, cutting off all of Lin Fei's paths. They're capturing me for research. Lin Fei didn't want to fall into the hands of the other. If the secret of the system was discovered, he knew very well what would happen to him. Even though he wasn't sure if the other had the ability to do so, he could easily affect the space. If he wasn't careful, he might really find out something was wrong with him. Open for me. The celestial saber appeared in Lin Fei's hand, and he slashed forward. Boom boom boom. The terrifying power crushed over. Lin Fei found that the space around him loosened, so he once again flew forward. He raised his saber and slashed down, continuously breaking the space to buy himself some time. Little devil, how's the exchange going? Lin Fei quickly contacted the little devil. Lin Fei didn't think that it was possible to get out of this space with his own methods. If he wanted to completely get rid of this man in yellow, he would have to rely on the battle fort. As long as he had enough energy points, Lin Fei could activate the shuttle function of the battle fort and ignore the obstacles set by the man in yellow. Soon, hold on a little longer. I'm already at my limit. Lin Fei suddenly stopped and turned around to face the man in yellow. You're a big shot, as for me, I'm just a nobody. Lin Fei said with a bitter face. Hee, why aren't you running? Weren't you very good at running before? The man in yellow said calmly. You even dared to kill those lucky ones and wasted some of my methods. You really know how to torture people. You're so powerful, where can I run to? Lin Fei said helplessly. But if you want to kill me, you have to consider the consequences. I was arranged by chaos. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to buy time. As for how to buy time, Lin Fei could only rely on chaos. He believed that this big shot would be very interested. As long as he could attract his interest, he would have time to escape. I already knew you were from chaos. Only that bastard chaos would do such a thing. The man in yellow was not surprised. Unfortunately, chaos has been suppressed for too long and forgot everything. I can resurrect all the people you killed. You're destined to work for nothing. Lin Fei blinked. You resurrected them? This was the news that Lin Fei didn't want to hear the most. Resurrection is a small matter in my eyes. What I'm curious about now is, what kind of existence are you? You're not a special life form, and your bloodline is only the bloodline of a deity. How can you contain so much divine power that even I can't see through it? Will you tell me voluntarily? Or will I check it myself? You should know that you have no choice now. The man in yellow's only interest in this little guy was this. He didn't care about anything else. He had seen many geniuses, special life forms, and even some ancient existences. But he had never seen this kind of physique. Just now, when the little guy made his move, he saw it and even observed it, but he couldn't see anything. He could only barely sense that the divine power had descended without warning, as if the other party was a medium. This made the man in yellow want to find out more. Lin Fei finally understood why this person kept chasing him. It was for this matter. Master, just hold on a little longer. It'll be done soon. Lin Fei still didn't move, afraid that he would notice something. I don't know this either. You can only ask that fellow Hun Dun. Seems like you're not willing to say it. Then I'll search your soul myself. I believe I'll know everything. The man in yellow didn't take it seriously and said calmly. Lin Fei hurriedly stopped him with his hand. If his soul was really searched, Lin Fei knew that he was finished. Even if the other party didn't kill him, he might be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Maybe he would even become a research subject. There's no need to search my soul. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Lin Fei said hurriedly. Senior's body is priceless. It's not good for this kind of thing to spread. It's better for me to say it myself. The man in yellow wasn't afraid that the other party would play tricks because no one could play tricks in front of him, not even Hun Dun. The other party was just an ant. He could squash it however he wanted. I heard from Hun Dun that I seem to have some eternal body. I'm innately unrestricted. I can absorb a huge amount of energy. Lin Fei said nervously. In his heart, he started to make up nonsense to fool the other party. Eternal body? The man in yellow frowned slightly. This was the first time he heard of this kind of physique. That's what Hun Dun said. I was born with eternal body. Senior, do you know about eternal body? Lin Fei asked curiously. This was also the first time the man in yellow heard of this kind of physique. However, he was more suspicious. No matter how he looked at it, this guy was really ordinary. He wasn't in the heavenly god realm, but he could actually use divine power and be so tyrannical. I've never heard of eternal body. However, I'm more interested in your memory. The man in yellow reached out and grabbed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei suddenly couldn't move. He was suppressed by a force. I'd better search your soul myself. That's more interesting. If you dare to search my soul, I'll dare to self-destruct. You won't get anything. It's okay. If you die, I can resurrect you. You'll never be able to escape from my palm. The man in yellow said carelessly. Little devil, are you done yet? If not, your master will be finished. Lin Fei asked. The man's strength was too strong. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Done. Hua! A strong force tore apart the man in yellow's power. A huge battle fort appeared. Lin Fei took the chance to enter the battle fort. Where do you think you're going? The man in yellow punched the battle fort. The battle fort shook and entered the space. The man in yellow chased after him. A war angel appeared and blocked in front of the man in yellow. The man in yellow reached out and smashed the war angel. The man in yellow could no longer see the battle fort. Chapter 1644. The yellow-robed man didn't chase after him. He seemed to know how powerful the battle fort was. Using a war angel to stop me? How could this little guy think of something like that? If I knew he had a battle fort, I would have just searched his soul. The battle fort was a famous top-notch war weapon of the war race. Not only was it powerful in battle, but it also had a powerful teleportation function. If his main body was here, he could easily stop it. Right now, he was just a strand of divine sense, so his power was limited. You're the leader of a region. You didn't expect to lose to a little guy, did you? A figure suddenly appeared in the space. It was the suppressed young Hun Dun. The yellow-robed man didn't make a move. He just watched quietly. Hun Dun, you've become smarter. Where did you find this little guy? It's a pity that his bloodline isn't high. He'll at most become a god king in the future. Otherwise, his future will be limitless. The young Hun Dun laughed. Aren't you the best at divination? Why don't you do it yourself? So this little guy isn't yours? That's interesting. The yellow-robed man laughed. The young Hun Dun had actually arrived when the yellow-robed man attacked. He heard that there was such a person who didn't die under the leader's hands. He wanted to save him. Perhaps he would become a good helper. He's not mine now, but he might be mine in the future. The young Hun Dun said. You've planned for so long and arranged for your chess pieces to be reincarnated. I'm afraid you didn't expect that it would be ruined by a little guy. Even you, the leader, suffered a small loss. If the people above knew about this, they wouldn't be able to sit still and delay their ascension to Empyrean God by 100 or 200 years. Hee hee. The yellow-robed man said calmly. There's always an accident. Back then, you were the most famous god king. You even had the chance to inherit that person's orthodoxy and become the sole ruler of the world. In the end, you were suppressed in the lower realm for 1,000,000 chaos years. The young Hun Dun's expression changed. Yes. Who would have thought that you were a bunch of shameless fellows and would make a move on that day? Unfortunately, you didn't gain anything. All of you were injured by me. I don't know if your strength has improved after 1,000,000 chaos years, or if you've broken through that barrier and ascended to that position. The yellow-robed man's expression finally showed a trace of unnaturalness. Although we didn't gain any advantage, you aren't any better off. The wheel of history has already begun, and we look forward to our next meeting. Let's see if you can withstand my attack. Don't worry, that day won't be too far away. I'll come back sooner or later and take back everything that belongs to me. I'll also suppress all of you in the lower realm, and let you experience the loneliness of 1,000,000 chaotic years. Young Hun Dun swept away the vicissitudes of life, and his gaze became fierce. Ha ha, let's wait and see. The yellow-robed man laughed heartily and turned into specks of light that filled the sky, disappearing into space. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as the yellow-robed man left, the young Hun Dun coughed out blood. His face quickly turned pale, but he was still smiling. You are still so cautious. You are afraid that you will fall into my ambush, cough, cough. If you weren't so cautious, how would I have been able to scare you away? That little fellow is quite interesting. He actually tricked the cult leader. Sooner or later, I will meet you again. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fei felt like his body was about to collapse, and he kept coughing up blood. Unlimited divine power. Hold on for me. The divine power from the system continuously surged into Lin Fei's body, stabilizing the god crystals one by one, so that they would not collapse on the spot. Even though Lin Fei had entered the battle fortress and avoided the misfortune of being searched, the yellow-robed man's attack was still very terrifying. 2/3 of the magic formations and restrictions in the battle fortress had been destroyed. Lin Fei himself was also heavily injured and almost died. He activated his invincible defense and diverted part of the force, but there was still a part of the force that landed on his body. He only managed to stabilize this ferocious force by relying on the massive amount of divine power. Master, you won't die, right? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you want me to die so that you can dominate the system? Master, I am just worried about you. I don't want to go into hibernation again. That kind of life is really boring. I still prefer my current life. Then why don't you take a look and see if that guy has caught up? Master, we are safe now. Just now, I continuously activated the shuttle function and teleported 10 times in a row. Each time I went in a different direction. He can't catch up. The system has already recorded his aura. As long as he comes within a certain distance, we will know. I can guarantee that Master won't fall into his hands. Lin Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and used his divine power to eliminate the power in his body. By the time Lin Fei recovered, half a month had already passed. In this half a month, Lin Fei was constantly fighting with the yellow-robed man's power. Finally, he managed to get rid of the last bit of power. The yellow-robed man's power is too terrifying. He almost killed me with the battle fortress between us. Lin Fei stood up. He looked a lot more tired. The only thing he was glad about was that he escaped from the yellow-robed man. Lin Fei took out the dragon meat from before and roasted a large pile for himself. He also took out some immortal wine and ate it happily. Lin Fei really didn't want to run into this kind of thing again. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lin Fei felt much better. He looked around and realized that the battle fort was moving under the endless starry sky. Little devil, where are we now? Master, you're awake. That's great. The little devil flew out and landed on his shoulder. We are now under an uninhabited starry sky. This starry sky is very strange, and I don't dare to move too far. Now that Master is awake, I don't have to worry anymore. A very strange starry sky? How did we get to this place? Ever since Lin Fei fought against the yellow-robed man's power, he had blocked off everything. Naturally, he didn't know what had happened in the past half a month. How could he know that he was in a strange space? The little devil shrugged. I don't know either. I just know that the guy that day was too scary. I activated the battle fortress and kept teleporting, and then we came to this space. The situation was too dangerous at that time, so Lin Fei could only order the little devil to do so. Now that they were in this strange space, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. At least he survived and didn't need to see that terrifying yellow-robed man. Lin Fei appeared at the top of the battle fortress. What a desolate place. Lin Fei immediately felt the desolation under the stars. This was a very desolate place. There was almost nothing in this vast space. Occasionally he would see some stars, but they were filled with a deathly aura. There was no life on them. Chapter 1645. P.S. Today's 5th update, 14,000 updates. I'm so tired. I haven't asked for monthly votes in a long time. I'm asking for a few monthly votes. Also, I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Lin Fei continued to observe for a long time but did not see anything unusual. I don't know where I am. There's no one around. It's not easy to know where I am. Lin Fei sighed and returned to the battle fortress. Battle number 1. Activate hidden mode. Since he did not know where he was, Lin Fei decided to stay put. Roger that. The battle fortress stopped. A layer of light flashed, and the huge battle fortress turned into the size of a speck of dust. It was not as big as before. Once the battle fortress was hidden, Lin Fei released the 7-colored ruler. The 7-colored ruler's strength increased very quickly. Back then, he was still a 6-star ruler. After obtaining Lin Fei's resources, his strength also increased by leaps and bounds, and he quickly became an 8-star ruler. Master, did something happen? As soon as the 7-colored sovereign came out and saw the destroyed restrictions, he was given a big fright, and he asked worriedly, Young Master, what are you doing? 2/3 of the restrictions in the battle fortress were destroyed. The entire battle fortress was obviously damaged. This was why Lin Fei had to stop. He had to repair the battle fortress first. Under the unknown starry sky, the surroundings looked very mysterious. If he wanted to leave this place, Lin Fei still had to rely on the battle fortress. He could not fly slowly by himself. Lin Fei did not doubt that if he flew slowly by himself, it would take a long time. If that really happened, it would be too late. Nothing much. We just met a terrifying guy. We're very safe now. Lin Fei said casually. He did not want to say too much. He was worried that he would scare the other party. The 7-colored ruler didn't continue asking. To be able to damage the battle fortress to this extent, just how strong was the enemy? Right, take a look at the situation outside. Do you know where we are? Lin Fei asked. Outside. The seven-colored ruler looked with his divine sense. His beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. We're out? We're not in the divine general space anymore? Of course not. That place no longer exists. What's going on? Lin Fei gave a simple explanation of the situation, such as the fact that there was an important figure suppressed at the foot of the mountain. The rainbow ruler found it hard to believe that such a thing could happen in a sacred place. I was wondering why I came out. The seven-colored ruler came to a sudden realization. Lin Fei really admired Rainbow's way of thinking. This place seems familiar. I think I've heard of it before. Suddenly, a hint of unease flashed across the seven-colored ruler's face. Master, why are we here? Lin Fei couldn't tell her that the little devil was controlling the battle fortress. You came here without knowing anything. Do you know where you are? I've never been here before. I've only heard of it. I remember them saying that in the Endless Territory, there's a place that's one of the 3 most dangerous places. It's very similar to this place. It's called the Dark Night Star River. No one knows exactly how big it is, but they do know that it's very dangerous. Dark Night Galaxy. Lin Fei had never heard of this place. Yes. When Master passed by this place, did you often see uninhabited stars with no life and a deathly aura? Lin Fei hurriedly asked Little Devil. It was just as Rainbow said. Ever since he entered this starry sky, all the stars he saw were the same. There was no life. There are some stars, Lin Fei replied. What does this have to do with the Dark Night Star River? The seven-colored ruler explained. It's very important because these stars were all devoured by the Dark Night Galaxy. Legend has it that the Dark Night Galaxy is a special life form. It doesn't have any intelligence and only knows how to devour. No matter what it is, it will devour it. All kinds of empires, worlds, star continents, they will all be devoured. That's awesome. Isn't it similar to Hairball? Lin Fei released Hairball. There's someone more awesome than me. Hearing that there was something more awesome than him, Hairball became dissatisfied. Call him out and compete with me. Let's see who's better. Lin Fei said. I'm in his stomach now. Who do you think is awesome? Hairball's eyes widened and he shrunk his neck. Then he's indeed more awesome than me. The seven-colored ruler laughed. No one knows if the Dark Night Star River is a special life form. I heard it from others. I only know that the Dark Night Star River is very long and no one knows its end. Many people drift in the Dark Night Star River and go to other places. It's said that they drift for tens of thousands of chaos years or even hundreds of thousands of chaos years. Therefore, there are many powerful races living in this Dark Night Star River. This is also the most dangerous place. After listening to Seven Colors' explanation, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the Dark Night Star River. Although he still needed to confirm whether this was the Dark Night Star River, Lin Fei was sure that this was the Dark Night Star River. This feeling was unique. He knew that he had come to an unknown and dangerous place. Lin Fei decided to repair the war fortress first. This was what he could rely on to leave this place. Battle number 1, are you sure? Repairing this place requires 1 billion energy points. Calculate carefully. Lin Fei pointed at a depression on the battle fortress. That was where the yellow-robed man had struck. Now there was barely a layer of energy blocking it. From this position, the yellow-robed man's attack had crushed all the way and destroyed 2/3 of the array. Battle number 1 nodded. The enemy's attack was very powerful. It almost broke through the battle fortress. If Master wants to repair it, you'll need at least 1 billion energy points. The array here also needs 500 million energy points to repair. In addition to other aspects, you'll need about 800 million energy points. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. The yellow-robed man's punch was really going to make him bankrupt. Little Devil, how many energy points do I have now? Master, while you were recuperating, I've already converted all the holy stone veins and exchanged them for a total of 3 billion energy points. There's still 3 billion energy points. That's good. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you're wrong. We've been moving all the way. In addition to the long distance travel that day, we've used up 3 billion energy points. the little devil said without any conscience. Now we're left with less than 1.6 billion energy points. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. After robbing so many storage rings, it's only 3 billion energy points? The little devil curled her lips. 3 billion energy points is already a lot, okay? So, if I want to repair the battle fortress, I still have to owe more than 200 million energy points? In addition to the moving and shuttling, there's still a gap of 800 or 900 million energy points. The little devil nodded. Logically speaking, 800 or 900 million energy points is not enough. If this is the Dark Knight Galaxy, it'll definitely be dangerous. Master, it's best to summon a few war angels to scout the way. No matter what, you have to prepare 1.5 billion energy points. Even if you sell me, I can't get 1.5 billion energy points now. Must this gap be repaired? Lin Fei pointed at the gap. He could vaguely see the imprint of a fist. In his heart, he cursed the yellow-robed man 100 times. It must be repaired as soon as possible. If it's not repaired, if we want to travel long distances again, this gap will be broken open. It'll be very disadvantageous for us. Battle number 1 said expressionlessly. Lin Fei also knew that it was impossible to delay the repair. This gap was only a thin layer. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look safe. If they really met a strong guy in the Dark Knight Galaxy, they could easily break the battle fortress. Then let's fix this gap first. Lin Fei said helplessly. Battle number 1 moved quickly. 1 billion energy points were transferred over. At the gap that was broken, the original materials began to squirm again and began to repair the gap. In the blink of an eye, there were only 600 million energy points left on Lin Fei. This was too fast. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he had robbed one of the 10 young masters that day. Otherwise, he really did not know what to do now. The battle fortress needed to be repaired, and there was no end to it. It would take a month. During this month, it could not be moved and could only remain in its current state. Repair it then. Since he was here, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to leave. There was no point in being anxious. That day, how many divinity points did I use to block the yellow-robed man's attack? Master, it's best to be mentally prepared. I'm already prepared. Lin Fei was very clear that even the battle fortress was like this, let alone himself. The little devil began to report. That day, you activated the invincible defense. As your invincible points were exhausted, you could only use divinity points to transform them. 1 divinity point for 1 invincible point. With that punch, the invincible defense evaporated 2 billion divinity points. Cough, cough, cough. This was even more terrifying than the 2 gazes from before. 2 billion divinity points. Even a rich man could not afford to spend it like this. There's more. In resisting the opponent's power, Master consumed another 4 billion divinity points. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? The invincible defense only used 2 billion divinity points. Why did I use 4 billion divinity points next? I earned these divinity points bit by bit. Master, please be quiet for a while. The little devil reminded. The invincible defense is a concentrated defense, but the opponent's power is too tyrannical. Although you blocked the attack, it still invaded your body and almost caused your body to collapse. This requires divinity points to support it, so the consumption is naturally more. I don't need to say the rest, Master. Lin Fei waved his hand. No need to say more. Actually, Lin Fei was already mentally prepared for such a large consumption of divinity points. The yellow-robed man was not a dominator, nor was he a celestial god, but an expert stronger than a celestial god. He could revive people with 1 hand, so the power of his attack was naturally not as simple as imagined. Using about 6 billion energy points to leave from his hands, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. Chapter 1646. In a vast territory, Demon Mystic Sect's Mountain Gate. At this moment, be it the sect leader or the elders, all of them had solemn expressions. As you said, all of this was done by that Lin Fei. Not only our Demon Mystic Sect but the other sects are also unlucky. Lin Fei was killed. The Demon Mystic Sect's sect leader's expression wasn't very good. The sect leader didn't know what to say about such a huge matter. Blame Lin Fei? That was for sure. The sect leader even had the intention to kill. This matter had a huge impact on the demon mystic sect, especially the 8 great sects and 7 overlords. It was inevitable that the demon mystic sect would be implicated. The elders under the sect leader all had ugly expressions. Young Master Dark Saint was the pride of their demon mystic sect, but he brought back such bad news. Not only did he not become a heavenly god, all the benefits were snatched away by that damned Lin Fei, which meant that the demon mystic sect didn't gain anything this time. At the very least, young Master Dark Saint would become a heavenly god in 1 to 200 years, which was barely good news. After young Master Dark Saint was sent out of that space, he immediately rushed back to the demon mystic sect. He was ambushed a few times on the way, but he returned safely. Senior brother sect leader, I'm going into seclusion. Young Master Dark Saint was in a bad mood. It was a pity that Lin Fei died in the hands of that big shot. Otherwise, young Master Dark Saint really hoped that he could personally take Lin Fei's head after breaking through to vent his anger. The first time Lin Fei could run back from that big shot, but he definitely wouldn't have the chance to do so a second time. In everyone's eyes, Lin Fei was definitely going to die. You don't have to feel burdened. As long as you become a heavenly god, our demon mystic sect will still obtain the greatest benefits. The sect leader said indifferently, in the following days you should go into seclusion. Young Master Dark Saint left the hall. Not long after he left, he officially announced that he would go into seclusion. Everyone knew that when he came out, he would definitely be a heavenly god, and the demon mystic sect would also welcome glory. Next, a mission fell into the hands of the Extermination Lord, who had just become an inner sect disciple. Encircle and annihilate those who are in contact with Lin Fei? After receiving this mission, the Extermination Dominus more or less knew something about it. That day, he was lucky enough to leave the Divine Mountain under the protection of powerhouses. Although some people died on the way, the Extermination Dominus still made it to the demon mystic sect alive and became an inner sect disciple. Is there a problem? An inner court elder asked in a deep voice. The chief sovereign of extermination shook his head repeatedly. No problem. I'll go make the preparations right away. The demon mystic sect was about to vent their anger. If you, Lin Fei, die, the people who are related to you will not benefit from it. The demon mystic sect's thoughts were so simple. This time they had lost too much face, and they couldn't help but find someone to vent their anger on. Dark Night Galaxy. After a few days of observation, Seven Colored was sure that this was the dangerous Dark Night Galaxy. On the 5th day after Lin Fei woke up, a group of galactic ghost corpses appeared in the Dark Night Star River. They were formed by drifting experts and were invulnerable. After learning that it was the Dark Night Galaxy, Lin Fei could only sigh. What kind of luck was this? He had just come out of the wolf's den, and in the blink of an eye, he was in the tiger's den. He still didn't know how to leave. Lin Fei decided to become a heavenly god first. No matter how terrifying the Dark Night Galaxy was, as long as he advanced to the heavenly god realm and the battle fortress was repaired, Lin Fei was confident that he could leave the Dark Night Galaxy. It was just a matter of time. In Lin Fei's opinion, becoming a heavenly god was not difficult. It was useless to rely on the system. He could only use divine power to condense a divine spark. Lin Fei sat in the depths of the secret room where the battle fortress was. Layers of array restrictions were set up outside. Lin Fei released 18 primordial clones. Now the 18 primordial clones were all 9 stars peak ruler. They could stop anyone who broke in and buy time for him. I wonder if these divinity points are enough to condense a divine spark and let me become a heavenly god in one go. Lin Fei thought silently. He took a deep breath and began to condense a divine spark for the first time according to the steps analyzed by the system. The divine power flowed into Lin Fei's body like a long river. Lin Fei went into seclusion to become a heavenly god. Battle number 1 was in charge of repairing the battle fortress. After the 7-colored ruler learned about the cause and effect, she also went to cultivate. In particular, Lin Fei gave her a lot of resources. In the battle fortress, Hairball was the most leisurely. This fellow's body was also emitting traces of divine power. This is too boring. I'm going to take a stroll nearby. Furball easily exited the battle fortress and began to stroll around. Tui tui tui. These things are too disgusting. Hairball strolled around. After receiving the benefits from Lin Fei, Her strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, her physical body had become even stronger. Hairball could easily deal with the galactic ghost corpses wandering in the dark night galaxy. They were only 2 or 3 stars ruler realm. After tasting them once, Hairball did not want to eat them anymore. Because they were too disgusting. Hairball's range of movement was also expanding. With her powerful shuttling ability, she could enter any star without any obstacles. Until one day, Hairball came to an uninhabited star. This uninhabited star was even bigger than the stars she had seen before. It's another uninhabited continent. How disappointing. I'm so hungry. Is there nothing good to eat? When Hairball did not sleep, she would constantly look for food. On the dark night galaxy, Hairball really did not find anything delicious. Apart from those corpses, there was almost nothing good. That was why she was wandering aimlessly. It's all because Master is in seclusion. He still hasn't come out. Hairball looked at her stomach and heard a rumbling sound again. I seem to smell the aura of immortal beasts. Just as Hairball was about to leave, she suddenly smelled the aura of immortal beasts. With a shuttling ability, she chased after them. In another corner of the star continent, she found a sealed place. It was a sealed grassland. On the grassland, immortal beasts were leisurely strolling. Hairball's appetite immediately increased. It had been a long time since she saw immortal beasts. She broke the seal and entered the grassland. She released the aura of the primordial evil dragon, scaring these immortal beasts into prostrating on the ground. Crack! Hairball ate one immortal beast in one bite. Feeling that it was not enough, she went to eat a second, then a third. After eating 10 immortal beasts, she patted her stomach in satisfaction. There are so many immortal beasts. I'll catch them all and raise them. In the future, when Master is in seclusion, I will also have immortal beasts to eat. The foodie Hairball did not even think about why there would be immortal beasts on an uninhabited star. They couldn't just appear for no reason. She was now constantly catching immortal beasts. Every time she caught one, she would smile and send it into her space. There was an immortal venerable there to manage the immortal beasts. I'll catch a few immortal beasts and let Rainbow Fairy roast them. They will definitely taste great. Chapter 1647. Lin Fei's seclusion was longer than expected. The estimated time was longer than he had imagined. Even he did not expect that it would take so long to condense godhood. By the time Lin Fei came out of seclusion, 10 years had passed. 10 years wasn't a long time for someone like Lin Fei. On the contrary, it was just a blink of an eye. Master, you've become a heavenly god. As soon as Lin Fei came out of the secret room, Seven Colored hurried over. In the past 10 years, Seven Colored often came to take a look. When the secret room's stone door opened, Seven Colored came immediately with a smile on her face. Not yet. Lin Fei shook his head. It's not easy to condense divine spark. I've only condensed 1/3 of it. There's still 2/3 left. It might take a long time. Seven Colored was surprised. Lin Fei himself wasn't surprised. Condensing divine spark looked simple, but it was much more difficult than he imagined. During the process of condensing, if there was no one to guide him, he wouldn't be able to condense later on. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had failed. Until now, he had condensed 1/3 of the divine spark. At this moment, there was a phantom of divine spark at Lin Fei's dantian. 1/3 of it was real, while the remaining 2/3 was illusory. He needed a large amount of divine power to replenish it. I can be said to be a heavenly god now, but a fake one. Although Lin Fei had condensed the phantom of divine spark, the rest seemed simple. He just needed to pour divine power into it and completely condense the divine spark. It sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult. A large amount of divine power was needed. Lin Fei didn't dare to use up all of his divine power, even if he absorbed 80 to 90% of his divine power in one day. When condensing 1/3 of the divine spark, Lin Fei chose to stop. After some hesitation, he decided to postpone the condensation of divine spark. According to the system's estimation, if he really wanted to condense the remaining 2/3 of the divine spark, he would need a large amount of divine power. Once he became a heavenly god and had divine spark, Lin Fei's divinity points would be very little. Lin Fei needed to keep his trump cards hidden in the dark night galaxy, so that he would not be able to do anything in the event of an emergency. To Lin Fei, the celestial god realm was nothing more than a meaning. Now that he had divinity points which were on the same level as divine power, there was no limit to how much he could use them. After becoming a heavenly deity, even if one's physical body was shattered, they wouldn't die. As long as they had a divine spark, everything was fine. This was even more powerful than flesh regeneration. After all, the Godhead was extremely hard, and within the same realm, no one could break it. As long as the Godhead could return to its original state, one could cultivate a new physical body. Master, you're amazing. Seven Colored was mesmerized. From the time she met Lin Fei to the time she became his maid, not much time had passed. Lin Fei had become an Empyrean deity, far above the sovereign level. Being worshipped by a great beauty, Lin Fei was quite proud. Although he was a fake god now, and was a bit weaker than a real god, this did not affect Lin Fei at all. He did not rely on gods to make a living. Lin Fei came out of seclusion. Battle number 1 came to report the situation. 10 years had passed in the battle fortress, and the damaged areas had long been repaired. The arrays and restrictions inside were also gradually recovering, but the time was very slow. Lin Fei still had some divinity points left. In order to leave the Dark Knight Galaxy, the remaining 600 or 700 million energy points had to be used on critical matters, and definitely not in a place like this. Battle number 1 was sent away. Lin Fei then asked about the situation outside, such as what had happened in the Dark Knight Galaxy in the past 10 years. Fortunately, everything was fine, and nothing bad had happened. Seven Colored remembered something important and immediately said, Master, if you want to talk about something, something really happened. Hairball went out 8 years ago and never came back. We also looked around, but there was no trace of Hairball. It was as if she had mysteriously disappeared. Hairball disappeared. Lin Fei was really surprised. That should be the case. Ever since they came out of that space, Lin Fei had given Hairball freedom. In addition, with his divine power to improve her body, as long as she did not encounter a powerful opponent, she could come back safely. Now she had actually disappeared. Let me contact her. There was a connection between Lin Fei and Hairball. After a little sensing, the connection between them was still there, but it was very weak, as if it was isolated by something. Something really happened. Although Lin Fei had guessed it, he was still very surprised to come to this conclusion. Something had happened to Hairball. Although it seemed like nothing had happened, Lin Fei also knew that Hairball was definitely trapped somewhere and could not come out. Even the place that isolated Hairball's call for help was definitely not ordinary. Seven Colored was also anxious. She had a good relationship with Hairball. When she heard that something had happened, she wanted to save Hairball, but was stopped by Lin Fei. Hairball is fine for the time being. We don't need to be too nervous. However, this is Dark Knight Galaxy. Maybe Hairball met the drifters you mentioned, and those who like to hide in Dark Knight Galaxy. Lin Fei was very confident in Hairball's defense. We need to be prepared. We can't go there recklessly. Seven Colored calmed down and knew that she was too anxious. Lin Fei returned to the secret room again. This time it was not for seclusion, but for his 18 primordial clones. After his strength had improved greatly, the 18 primordial clones had been kept by Lin Fei and had never been used again. After absorbing a large amount of divine power, the 18 primordial clones' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They had become the most important helpers in one fell swoop. Lin Fei had to make some more primordial clones. The things from the lottery last time really came in handy this time. Fortunately, I didn't take them back. Lin Fei laughed. A huge metal box was taken out. The moment the metal box was opened, divine light rushed out. Fortunately, there was a formation in the secret room in the battle fortress, so outsiders could not detect it. If someone was there and saw the contents of the metal box, they would definitely scold Lin Fei for wasting God's gifts. Such a precious item was actually stored in a crappy metal box. These precious things were naturally heavenly god equipment. In layman's terms, they were divine armaments or divine clothes. On the way, Lin Fei had been drawing lottery every day. Most of them were experience points, but he had also obtained a large number of treasures. Let me see what treasures are suitable for my primordial clones. Lin Fei was not satisfied and took out 6 more metal boxes, all of which contained treasures. Divine armors are a must, one for each person. Although the primordial clone's defense was very strong, only slightly weaker than divine body, Lin Fei still had to prepare divine armors for them. Different colored divine armors were quickly put on the primordial clones. He took out 18 divine armors at once. Although they were low-grade divine armors, it was enough for Lin Fei. Even a heavenly god would not be able to break the primordial clone's defense. Chapter 1648. Lin Fei attached great importance to the 18 primordial clones. If it weren't for this opportunity, Lin Fei could forget about leveling up his 18 clones in one go. Even a pig could become a flying divine pig. From the day he easily beat up young Master Dark Sage, as long as one wasn't a fool, they could see how powerful the 18 primordial clones were. Unfortunately, they were also stuck at this step because of the cultivation technique. Lin Fei was already very satisfied in his heart. Once the 18 primordial clones were formed, Lin Fei needed to prepare equipment for them. Especially after knowing that Hairball was in unknown danger, he couldn't wait to prepare them. The treasures from the previous lottery were finally put to use. Since he was going to arm them, Lin Fei planned to arm them to the teeth. Every clone was precious. Losing any one of them would make his heart ache. With the 18 pieces of divine armor on their bodies, the 18 clones became awe-inspiring. It wouldn't be easy to find 18 clones in the entire territory. I have clothes, how can I be short of weapons? There were also many weapons in the metal box. There were swords, sabers, spears, fans, and a series of other weapons. Lin Fei equipped them with swords, sabers, and other weapons. Moreover, he made sure that every clone was different. With low-grade divine armor and low-grade divine weapons, their attack power will definitely be good. No matter what, everyone will be afraid of them. After distributing the low-grade divine weapons, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. It seems like there are treasures with attributes in the metal box. No matter what, I have to wear a few. Lin Fei started to toss and turn again. He found many necklaces. These were all low-grade divine weapons with some special attributes. He didn't care about the consequences and put them on. Not fast. Wear a pair of combat boots with acceleration. As long as he could think of it, Lin Fei would equip them. Done. After tossing and turning for a long time, Lin Fei looked at the 18 clones and laughed foolishly. Master, you are really shameless. If those heavenly gods meet your 18 clones, they will probably turn and run. Little Devil ran out and flattered. Lin Fei said seriously, "You're wrong. I'm not being shameless. I'm just feeling sorry for my doppelganger. If I lose one, who knows when I'll be able to get it back. Full body armor is a must." Little Devil really admired his master's shamelessness. These words sounded dignified, but it made sense. All of you attacked me. The attacks of the 18 clones landed on Lin Fei at the same time. Even though Lin Fei had a divine body, he was still grimacing in pain. This attack was truly painful. Even he was in such a state, let alone others. Lin Fei did not forget one important thing, which was to create a god power cyclone in their bodies, which could condense strands of god power. The 18 clones took Lin Fei 3 days to leave a divine power cyclone in their bodies. From now on, he would not have to worry about running out of divine power, which would affect his strength. Lin Fei didn't let them learn any techniques either. They could just use low-quality divine weapons to attack. Who could withstand the attacks of 18 clones, especially with low-quality divine weapons? Lin Fei didn't believe that those people could compete with him with low-quality divine weapons. If they dared to do so, they would regret it. Lin Fei came out of the secret room again. After enjoying Rainbow's barbecue, he controlled the battle fort to chase after Hairball. Lin Fei could sense where Hairball was. Hairball was still fine. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He quickly got close to where Hairball was. There seems to be a star in front. Lin Fei and Rainbow were both standing on top of the battle fort. They could see the situation in the dark night galaxy. Lin Fei carefully observed for a moment before pointing at the star. If I'm not mistaken, Furball is on this star, so there shouldn't be any mistake. Before they got on the star, Lin Fei put away the battle fort. It was overkill to use a battle fort in a place like this. Lin Fei and Rainbow got on the star. The star was silent. There were no signs of life. Lin Fei didn't think so. Since Hairball was here, it must be related to this place. The connection in his mind was getting closer. Go there. Lin Fei didn't move fast. He was wearing the deity battle armor. Seven Colored also had an inferior grade god robe. When she first saw it, she was shocked. She had never seen an inferior grade god robe before. Although it could not be used to defend, it could be used to defend passively. Lin Fei had added god power inside. With such a low-quality divine armor, 9 Stars ruler wouldn't be able to kill Rainbow. This was also Lin Fei's consideration for Rainbow's safety. Master, look, there's a sealed space over there. Rainbow suddenly pointed into the distance. There was a green grassland. Furball, that fellow, he must be gluttonous again. Lin Fei followed her gaze and saw the sealed space and the moving immortal beasts. He immediately understood why Hairball was in this situation. Strange, there's no sign of life here. Why are there immortal beasts? Is someone raising them here? Lin Fei stared at the immortal beasts. They weren't illusions, they were real. Rainbow also saw that it was strange. Don't tell me those drifters took root here. Lin Fei couldn't guess. Maybe let's go take a look. With 18 doppelgangers armed to the teeth and the system around, Lin Fei was not afraid of any powerhouses inside. If they were easy to talk to, he would be polite. If they really thought that he was awesome, he did not mind using force. However, they would have to make the first move. After all, they were in the wrong. Soon the two arrived outside the sealed space. The immortal beasts inside were still eating leisurely, as if they didn't notice them outside. Come, let's go in. Lin Fei placed a finger on the seal and walked in with Seven Colored behind him. Haha, haha. As soon as he entered, the desolate and deathly stillness on the outside was replaced by a vibrant aura. What a beautiful place. Rainbow couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Fei nodded. It's indeed a good place. It seems that someone lives here. The moving immortal beasts didn't panic when they appeared. They were still lazy, showing that they were very docile. Master, these immortal beasts should be domesticated and have lost their vigilance. Rainbow said softly. Let's go take a look. The two flew at a low altitude. Everywhere they passed was a vast grassland. There were immortal beasts everywhere. They were all docile. When they saw them, they just looked up and continued to move. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, on the vast grassland a blue ocean appeared. There were many islands standing on the ocean, giving off a very peaceful aura. Master, look at that thing. Rainbow opened her mouth and pointed at the huge shadow above the island. Chapter 1649. Needless to say, I saw it all. Before Seven Colored could speak, Lin Fei saw a huge figure appear above the island. F***CK giant dragon. No, it's the dragon race. Lin Fei kept blinking, wondering if he was seeing things. There was actually a dragon race in the Dark Night Star River? What kind of joke was this? Lin Fei had heard that the dragon race lived in a territory called the dragon race's territory. It was a forbidden area for the dragon race. Not many people were willing to enter that territory. It really is someone from the dragon race. Seven Colored rarely saw someone from the dragon race because they were very domineering and arrogant. Plus, the dragon race was a powerful race to begin with. No one dared to oppose them. Everyone knew one thing. The dragon race was very vengeful. Why is there a dragon race here? Master, what do we do now? Seven Colored looked at Lin Fei, not knowing what to do. The dragon race approaching them had an extremely powerful aura. It was an 8-star ruler. It would be very difficult for Seven Colored to deal with it. Don't attack later. Let's watch first. Lin Fei was also very curious. Why would someone from the dragon race be on this planet? Could it be that this was a secret place of the dragon race? A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows? Anyone who saw this scene would inevitably have such a thought. The dragon race was a very united race. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a unique existence in the territory. Only a few races could compare to them. It was obvious how extraordinary they were. The huge figure arrived very quickly. Human race. Hegemin Longyang had been sleeping. As soon as the aura of a living person appeared, Hegemin Longyang immediately sensed it and flew out. Because of what had happened a few days ago, he had become very cautious. Seeing a man and a woman appear, Hegemin Longyang was in a bad mood. He disliked humans the most because they were all sly and cunning. They were very difficult to deal with. Damned humans, go to hell. Heejeon Longyang spat out a terrifying dragon breath without saying anything. It turned into a black wave that swept towards them. Not only did the dragon race have strong physical defenses, but they also had powerful long-range attacks. Dragon breath attacks were one of them. F***ck, is this necessary? Lin Fei did not expect the Dragon Clan to not give him face and directly attack. He pulled 7 color behind him to avoid being attacked by the dragon breath and blew at the black dragon breath. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heejeon Longyang didn't take the man and woman in front of him seriously at all. He was an 8-star Heejeon after all. He was completely confident in his ability to deal with anyone. The black dragon breath that flew out was blown away. We're just here to look for someone. If you still want to attack, then I'm going to attack too. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to attack. Our Black Dragon Islands do not welcome humans. I don't care where you came from. If you intrude, you will die here. Heejeon Longyang was a bit surprised, but he still didn't hold them in any regard. Hua! Heejeon Longyang's enormous body moved, and a black shadow swept out. It was his dragon tail. This casual sweep was enough to severely injure an 8-star sovereign. Lin Fei could already tell that these people wanted to kill him. They didn't want to hear his explanation at all. They wanted to force him to use force. If they could stop and listen to him, perhaps Lin Fei wouldn't attack first. After all, anyone who could name this place Black Dragon Islands was definitely not weak. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Fei really didn't want to attack. Now that they were attacking, Lin Fei wouldn't show any mercy. The draconic tail slammed into Lin Fei's body. The attack didn't hurt him at all, and it really didn't count for anything. Heejeon Longyang let out a sound, and Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the tail. Down! Lin Fei grabbed the tail and sent his enormous body smashing into the sea. Boom! Seawater shot into the sky. Heejeon Longyang's head was spinning. Before he could recover, he was grabbed again and smashed into a nearby island. Rumble! The entire island sank, creating ripples on the surface of the ocean. Who are you? Could it be that you were sent by them? That's right, you must have been sent by them. Heejeon Longyang tried multiple times to shake off his opponent's hand, but to no avail. He suddenly felt a bit more shocked. For this person to be able to easily subdue him meant that he had to have the power of a 9-star sovereign. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to reply. He grabbed the dragon and smashed it into the island. Every time he smashed it, an island would sink. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 islands had fallen silent. Heejeon Longyang was seeing stars. Roar! Powerful auras emanated from the depths of the island. Clearly, the people in the depths of the island had noticed the commotion here. Reinforcements had arrived. Damned human brat, as long as the main force of our dragon clan arrives, you're dead. Heejeon Longyang was feeling quite frustrated. Upon hearing the commotion, a look of delight appeared on his face as he threatened the enemy. Lin Fei waved his hand, and Heejeon Longyang was sent flying, smashing into the body of an enormous dragon that had just flown out. Master, you were so cool just now. Rainbow was mesmerized. Even a powerful dragon was like a punching bag in his master's hands. I think so as well. In the past, if Lin Fei had wanted to do this, he probably wouldn't have been able to. But now it was very easy. Heejeon Dragoneye flew out of the sea and paced back and forth on the human brat's body. A look of wariness appeared in his eyes as he hid to the side. This guy looked strange. It was best to wait for the main force to arrive. The enormous dragon that had been smashed just now saw that Heejeon Dragon. I didn't do anything, so he didn't either. Longyang, you useless thing. Last time someone barged in, you didn't stop them. This time you didn't stop them. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? A rumbling sound came from afar, like thunder. It was astonishingly loud, and at the same time it sent waves into the sky. Then, a group of black figures appeared in the depths of the island. There were at least 40 or 50 enormous dragons, and the one at the very front was a golden dragon. It was especially eye-catching, and it was this golden dragon that had spoken. Master, we seem to be in big trouble. I didn't expect there to be a golden dragon here. A golden dragon? What's the difference? Lin Fei didn't know much about dragons. Rainbow looked at Lin Fei strangely. All golden dragons are descendants of royalty. Other dragons don't have the right to be royalty. They have such a high status. The enormous dragon was very long, and its enormous body quickly arrived at the surface of the sea. Your Highness, this human is very strong. I'm not his match. Please punish me. Hegemin Longyang gritted his teeth. The golden dragon's body flickered, and it transformed into a yellow-robed young man. He also emanated a noble aura. Longyang knew very well how strong Hegemin Longyang was. Ordinary early-stage 9-star sovereigns would definitely be able to block his attacks. But this clansman of his couldn't stop this man and woman in front of him. Stand aside. Longyang glared. He turned to look at the man and woman not far away, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. Do the two of you know that trespassing on Dragon Island is a capital offense? Longyang observed for a moment, then turned his gaze to the black-robed man. The woman was only an 8-star sovereign and didn't pose much of a threat. The black-robed Hegemin, on the other hand, gave off a very mysterious feeling. Most importantly, he couldn't tell what level he was at. Lin Fei pursed his lips. This is Dragon Island? I really don't know. You didn't put up a sign outside to tell everyone that this is Dragon Island. It's normal for me to come in. So in the future, if you don't want people to come in, just put up a sign outside that says Dragon Island, and add the words kill without mercy. I can guarantee that as long as they aren't tired of living, they won't come in. Hegemin Longyang felt that this made sense. Your Highness, he seems to make a lot of sense. The other enormous dragons all felt that it made sense as well. If they weren't here, outsiders wouldn't know that this was Dragon Island. Shut up. Longyang glared at Hegemin Longyang. Look at what you're saying. Lin Fei said seriously. Behind him, Seven-Colored giggled. Look, my suggestion is so good. I wouldn't tell ordinary people. Lin Fei said again. Longyang really suspected that he didn't know the meaning of Dragon Island. He actually dared to say this so brazenly. Men, capture them for me. Seeing that His Highness was angry, the enormous dragons behind him glared at the black-robed man. With a command, 40 figures charged forward. Instantly they blotted out the sky. It was a terrifying sight. The weakest of these enormous dragons was a 7-star sovereign, while the rest were 8-star sovereigns. A group charging forward was already very terrifying. Your Highness, I suspect that this person was sent by those people. We have to interrogate him. Hegemin Longyang said in a low voice. Longyang shot out a cold beam of light. Sigh, I actually hate this kind of fighting and killing the most. Lin Fei turned into a series of afterimages as he charged into a group of dragons. He punched a black dragon's body, sending it flying. Following this, he kicked a red dragon's body, sending it to the bottom of the sea. He then turned around and punched a black dragon's body, sending it flying one after another. Lin Fei walked leisurely, sending dragons flying one after another. Longyang didn't bring the true experts of Dragon Island, but they were still elites. They could easily take down any expert. When the time came, he would definitely be able to obtain useful information through torture. Before he could finish this thought, Longyang saw an unbelievable scene. The clansmen he brought were all sent flying by the black-robed man. They either smashed onto the island or the sea. His punches and kicks looked very easy. For a moment, Longyang even wondered if his clansmen were dragons. When did they get beaten up like sandbags by a human? In less than a dozen breaths, the enormous dragons that charged forward were all sent flying by Lin Fei. I have no enmity with your dragon race. Don't force me to kill you. Lin Fei said indifferently. You're too despicable. As a member of the royal family, Longyang was also a hot-tempered person. How could he listen to the other party? He spat out a golden dragon breath at the other party. You go down and calm down.